This young man had just been transported to another world when the system hooked him up with an overpowered skill that could cure any disease observation, Haki allowing him to diagnose any illness with just one look. He also had the communication skill Lord of Words, which automatically translated all languages. Even the #1 healer on the server had to bow down to him. However, since he didn't have a professional license, our main character, Kang Seung-hyun, could only work as a wandering quack doctor. Russ was an adventurer in town who just today had been ambushed by 30 wolves. Luckily, his ancestors worked overtime to save him, so he managed to drag himself back alive. However, his injuries were extremely serious. If he didn't get treated in time, he'd be pushing up daisies. Seeing this, our man made his move. Hey kiddo, want to get treated? A quick job is 150,000 gold and you'll be all fixed up. Totally legit. But since Seung-hyun didn't have a healer's emblem, Russ naturally refused, thinking he'd run into a scammer. As Russ started to leave, Seung-hyun remained calm. He simply told Russ that if his wound didn't heal, he should come find him. After that, Russ found another healer for his injury. Although the price was a bit steep, the effect was immediate and he no longer felt any pain. But who would have thought that later that night, Russ's foot suddenly turned black? It was then that Seung-hyun appeared in Russ's room. Turns out he knew all along that an ordinary healer wouldn't be able to handle his wound. At this point, Russ finally realized Seung-hyun wasn't a scammer and desperately begged him for help. Our guy held up 3 fingers, signaling 300,000. Seal the deal, and I'll heal you. The young man was shocked and horrified when he heard Seung-hyun had doubled the price. He explained it was because his wound had become much more severe than before. And if you have little money but want the good stuff, the only thing you'll be smelling is dirt. Finally, after a round of bargaining, Russ agreed to the treatment for a price of 200,000 gold. Since he didn't have cash, he had to offer his sword as collateral to Seung-hyun. The young man turned pale with fear and asked if his wound was very dangerous. I'm about to kick the bucket, right? His foot was swollen and purple, looking like he had late-stage poisoning. Seung-hyun gave the kid's leg a tap and comforted him. With a divine doctor like me here, I guarantee you'll be as tough to kill as a cockroach. You're a long way from kicking the bucket, you see. There are some things that can't be healed. One of them is poison. Hearing the word poison, his face turned as green as a banana leaf. He handed the boy a purple fruit and instructed him. Here, take this. He asked in confusion, what is this? He introduced it. This is a blackcurrant. Its leaves and stem are poisonous and can cause paralysis. This is why black-maned wolves often live around these plants. They corner their prey near these plants, which immobilizes the prey, making it convenient for them to hunt. Russ was practically losing his mind. Are you saying I'm going to be paralyzed from now on? Healer, please save me. Do something to help me. He materialized a purple potion. Actually, there is another way. The boy trembled and asked, what are you going to do with that? The healer took out a sharp knife and carefully placed several vials of blackcurrant antidote on the table. This antidote needs to be poured directly onto the wound. I'd also prefer to heal you without getting my hands dirty. But I don't know who, but someone already did a great job treating you. So the only way is to open the wound back up. Russ said helplessly, right, you're right. If I had known I wouldn't have gotten it treated before, I really shot myself in the foot. He continued, as I stated before, I cannot perform the treatment. Not because I don't want to, but because I can't. I don't have any painkillers, so feel free to scream as loud as you can, okay? As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to bring the knife closer to the boy's leg. Tears and snot streamed down his face. Wait, I'm not ready. I'm not, he warned, this will be worse if you squirm. Finally, the wound was cut open and the antidote was poured in. The boy thought to himself that it was common sense for a healer to perform a treatment. But then he took out another vial and said, one more time, endure it or pass out. That talented healer's name was Kang Seung-hyun. The S-class healer Kang Seung-hyun recalled, 3 years ago when I opened my eyes, I was in a strange cave. A notification popped up. You have been assigned a new profession. I had seen this scene many times before, and monsters were appearing everywhere. So many people had been attacked by wolves until, they were torn to shreds. The system had given him a mission to be a healer. At that time, he was still bewildered. A healer, it seems this isn't Earth. And I'm in another world. But the fortunate thing was, I wasn't the only one from Earth who was pulled here. Everyone fell into a panic. What should we do now? We need to find a way back home. We've only just begun. How can you already be thinking about going back? I know, but I like it here. I need to go back as soon as possible. I still have a family. Everyone had their own opinion, but Kang just sat in a corner silently thinking. This situation seems so fake. Too unbelievable, isn't it? Especially this. The status window showed his healer stats, but what was with the question mark at the end? A woman voiced her opinion. She's right. We have to find a way to survive. Even though the monsters are terrifying, if we work together, it won't be that hard to defeat them. Each of you has received your class and skills right. He suddenly noticed the skills window. The first skill was cut anything with a sharp object. Not this one, he thought. The next skill was language master. Automatically translates all languages. Not that one either. Finally, observer's eye. Observe anything with your eyes. Still not what he needed. This isn't it either. What the hell? My class is definitely healer, but I don't have any healing skills. Light shone into the room through a crack in the window as Kang wiped the blood from his hands with a cloth. All right, all done. The wound will heal quickly, but please try not to walk on it for 23 days. Russ whimpered, I'm still alive, even though I got all cut up. You're lucky to be alive, kiddo. He bowed his head repeatedly in thanks. Thank you, healer. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have died. He smiled and said, I told you this kind of injury wasn't fatal. He looked at the wound he had treated himself. It seemed to have gotten better already. I can do this, even without healing abilities, Russ said, flustered. I'm sorry for yelling at you yesterday and for calling you a fraud. Kang gave him a friendly smile and replied, It's all right. I've heard it plenty of times, so I'm used to it. Who would believe a healer who has no healing abilities? In his heart, he silently praised Kang. He has such a kind heart. Kang even confided in Russ. It's also kind of fun to see the people who say those things to me come back begging me to save them. That's why I do this job. Russ thought to himself, so much for that kind heart. I completely misjudged him. After finishing everything, Kang went to the restaurant alone. Julia, 1 serving, please? She turned back cheerfully and replied, 1 serving for you, Kang. He sat down at a table and took a small notebook out of his pocket. Should I write in my journal while waiting for the food? He wondered. In the end, he quickly jotted down a few lines. Weather good. Location behind the village. Patient poisoned. After arriving in this world, I've formed a new habit. The place I was dragged to the continent of On is teeming with monsters and deadly pollution everywhere. It's a very difficult place to survive. So, to find a way back to Earth, I've been recording the daily events. A shout made him look up. Julia had carelessly cut her hand. He suddenly appeared behind her and asked, Are you okay? Julia jumped startled. Oh my gosh, you scared me, he said with concern. Let me see your wound. Julia laughed and replied, It's all right, it's nothing. He thought helplessly, I'm so tired of these arguments. Skill Observer's eye has been activated. His eyes were now like a scanner displaying the target's injuries and physical condition. Abnormal status detected. Bleeding from the left index finger cut by a knife. It's nothing serious. I just need to stop the bleeding. Kang immediately tried to persuade her, If your hand is hurt, you won't be able to prepare meals. Julia found that reasonable. Well then, I'm sorry for the trouble. But please, could you take a look at it? He immediately used the skill Bleeding Control, lightly touching her hand. In the blink of an eye, he said, There, it's done. Julia replied politely, Thank you, Kang. System notification points acquired +1. Just as I expected. A treatment is worth 1 point. Dedicated points, 103. You can spin the roulette once for 20 points. He thought, well, I've saved up a decent amount of points. Let's do 5 consecutive roulette spins. System confirmation, roulette activated. A lucky wheel appeared before his eyes. Result strength +1. Result strength +1. Result 10 gold. Result 10 gold. He trembled with anger. Gold isn't even supposed to appear in this roulette, is it? Damn, these lucky wheels are a rip-off no matter the era. They're a complete waste. He anxiously awaited the next result. It came. Result: a new skill has been acquired. Allocation converts absorbed medicine into energy and distributes it. Increases the effect of medicine by 30% when used. This is great. We're all done eating. Should we try it? In Kang's hand is a small recovery potion. He crushes the vial with all his strength. Absorption skill activated. Health potion has been absorbed. Then distribution skill activated. The health of targets within the distribution area has been restored. It's pretty stable, right? I can use this on patients, too. It's much better than just having them drink the medicine. As he broke the vial, a gas burst out, causing a passerby to scream in terror. He fell flat on the ground. Who are you? Kang calmly said. I'm sorry. The man asked angrily, You think a simple sorry is enough? You just attacked me. Kang shrugged and replied, I've fully restored your stamina. The guy touched his body in confusion, and his attitude immediately shifted to fawning flattery. Oh my God, are you a healer, sir? Kang was speechless. This guy changes his tune faster than my ex. I've never seen a skill like that before, so I don't know about it. Well, I live in the countryside, Kang just said with a smile. I see. He thought to himself, how could you possibly know about a skill for healers? At this point, the young man took the initiative. Well then, Sir Healer, perhaps this is fate. Would you like to join us? He asked curiously. An adventuring party. The guy replied, that's right, we're recruiting healers. If you join us, we'll be a party of 4, a perfect number for a team. Kang asked again, what's the team's mission? The guy answered honestly, we're going to hunt a rare monster. Kang was interested in the offer. What's the reward for the mission? The guy replied confidently, 1.2 million gold. Hearing that number, Kang thought to himself, the reward's pretty good, and they don't have any healers on their team. Should I join them? At the Adventurers Guild, an injured man asked nervously, well then, Sir Healer, could you show us your abilities first? That healer said with a firm voice, of course. I'm more than capable enough to be the only healer on the team. Kang and the young man he'd just met arrived at the Adventurers Guild. When they arrived, he saw 3 people and tapped the guy on the shoulder, asking, Mr. Rick, you said that including me there would only be 4 people. The guy started to get a headache. I think we invited another healer at the same time. You've all heard about the mission, right? The reward is 1.2 million gold, so the more people we have, the smaller each person's share will be. Are you two okay with that? Both replied in unison. It's fine. Kang thought to himself, looks like he has no intention of backing down. The other healer also mused, he's probably after the same thing I am. One of them stepped forward and shook Kang's hand. Excellent. Then let's work together. I'm Ferio. Kang also introduced himself politely, Kang Sung-hyun. The other healer stood silently glancing at him. After the meeting, everyone headed into the forest together. One of them laughed with delight, saying, I feel so much safer now that we have 2 healers. Seeing Kang Sung-hyun humming calmly, he became extremely annoyed. Tch, this bastard. I won't forgive you for this. After that, the young man started to flex his skills. Basically, I can use basic or even intermediate heal, bless, holy shield, first aid, and poison resistance. Recovery, resurrection, purifying light, arrow of light, and many other holy skills. That's about it. Everyone who heard him applauded in praise. So cool. What a talented healer. Rick turned around and asked, so what about you? Kang mumbled, well, I can do this. An aura appeared surrounding his body. Everyone asked in surprise, what is that? The other healer started to worry. That arrogant bastard, how dare he use a trick that I've never even heard of? Kang stepped forward and asked, so what monster is our target? Ferio replied, a sewer rat. They're monsters that live all over the continent of On. I didn't know there was a rare type among the sewer rats. 1.2 million gold for that rat. He was stunned. What, you've never hunted a rare monster before? Everyone answered honestly, no, we've never even seen one. Me neither. The other healer said hesitantly, I only became a healer less than a year ago. The experienced Kang instructed everyone, we'll need to prepare a lot of potions to fight a rare monster. Let's go back to this village and prepare. Ferio sighed. Go back when we've already come this far. Don't forget it's just a sewer rat. That guy took advantage of his opening and criticized him for not bringing enough potions. That's your responsibility. If you're that scared, you can leave. He smiled and said decisively, I'll sit this one out. Everyone was stunned to hear this. The healer celebrated with joy while Ferio walked over and asked him, are you sure? Don't go changing your mind later. He turned and said, I'm sure you guys are going to lose, but I can help you guys later. Great! Now each of us will get 300,000 gold. Everyone laughed at his ridiculous words, and Rick didn't forget to wave goodbye. Take care. Running away just because of a single sewer rat. Well then, I'll take that rare item in your place. After a while of searching in the forest, they finally arrived at their destination. Found it. The 1.2 million gold rat. I guess even a high roller in another world has to be different, right, boys? The healer said not to worry about his stats, so the guy confidently said, all right then, let's move in. Everyone simultaneously poured all their strength into the attack. Ferio charged forward like a madman. The clever sewer rat had already spotted the enemy. Ferio leaped up, intending to end its life. Die! He slammed his hand down hard, cracking the earth, but the rat was nowhere to be seen. Where did it go? The rat had appeared behind him before he knew it. Its whole body emitted a dazzlingly bright electrical energy. He quickly used his cloak to block it. What is this light? My mana is draining rapidly. Rick worriedly asked the healer. Are you okay? He urged him on. I'm still okay, hurry up. I'll use a spell to increase your attack blessing. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Everyone was bewildered. An earthquake? What is that? What is... An army of over 1,000 sewer rats was advancing towards them. They attacked relentlessly, giving everyone no time to fight back. Ferio screamed, Damn it! Henry! The healer couldn't believe his eyes. This is absurd. How did we lose so quickly? Meanwhile, Rick had taken the opportunity to find an escape route. The healer happened to see him. That cowardly bastard, he's running away on his own. I'm out of mana too. He saw Rick enter a space-time portal. Rick shut his eyes and ran for his life. Sorry, I'll save you guys in the next life. Suddenly, the two of them met again. The healer was dumbfounded. Why is he going this way? Rick was just as confused. I'm sure I ran away. Did we fall into a trap? Damn it! The healer shouted helplessly. You bastard! A blue potion fell out. A calm voice spoke up, asking, So you've all failed, haven't you? I knew this would happen. The healer was stunned to see Kang Seung-hyun appear. Kang continued, You should have thought of this sooner. Who would give you such a huge amount of money? Just for a single rat? I'll charge a fee of 500,000 gold per person. A blue aura attracted the swarm of sewer rats. The healer Marbello was astonished. Kang Seung-hyun, why are you here? He quickly planned the battle against the monsters. They'll attack us immediately. Marbello, you once said you know how to use God's shield, right? He trembled and said yes. Yes, but I don't have any mana left. I don't have any recovery potions either. So all you need is mana. Absorption skill activated. Mana absorption potion. Distribution skill activated. Potion effect increased by 30% due to application of distribution skill. All the skills and power were transferred into Marbello's body. He was utterly shocked. My mana was restored by a skill. A mana recovery skill. He suddenly recalled the words his old master had told him. You need mana to use skills. That's nonsense. Don't allow yourself to take the easy path. The only one who could do such a thing is a great god himself. Kang Seung-hyun appeared under a gentle halo. Marbello bowed his head low and asked, What in the world are you? God Evo, God Fritz, the prophesied incarnation. This lowly life is too crude for your grace. What's wrong with him? Marbello kept shouting his oath. By the god Evo, I swear to the gods that I will never tell anyone about what I've seen today. He smiled and thought to himself, this kid? If I told him the truth, I think he might faint from embarrassment. The sewer rats, following the scent of humans, approached the spot where the adventurers' party lay. Marbello immediately used his power, kicking a rat away with one foot. He also blasted a palm strike towards them. O great and benevolent god Evo, lend me this magnificent power. If your lordship permits a shield of God, a circle will be created to stop the rats from advancing. Kang glanced at the situation beside the boy, thinking to himself, so he made it all up. Just to make things look better, huh? Until the very last moment, he was still kneeling joyfully, telling him, Great Lord, I did it. He played along to complete the act. Do what you want and don't bother me. As he spoke, he took out a blue potion, single-handedly defeating 2 or 3 rats at once. The reason this mission is worth 1.2 million is because of this trap. Domination. A special skill of the rare monster that can gather its kind and control them if an adventurer gets scared and tries to run away. It will trap them in a small dungeon with its spatial control ability. That's why I prepared this world's version of pesticide, Terran Mint Essence. He held the potion, which was emitting a vapor, and charged directly toward them. Terran Mint can be lethal even to small animals, though this amount isn't enough to kill hundreds of rats. The distribution skill has been activated. It's different from a normal distribution skill, and now their defenses are weak. He grabbed the fur of a rat and sliced its head open. Another rat noticed. Its comrade was under attack while he was busy dealing with this one. Another rat suddenly lunged out of nowhere. Luckily, he noticed this damn rat in time. He quickly dodged aside, causing the rat to slam into a tree trunk. That was dangerous. It must be the domination skill over here. Marbello knelt and prayed. The faith of a man who worships his god. I shouldn't disturb him. He ordered me not to disturb him. Right? Rats. A pile of rats were crawling all over Kang's body. Seeing this, Marbello screamed, "Oh, great lord!" Hearing that, Kang stopped him. Don't distribution health recovery. With the effect of the recovery potion, the restoration will last for a certain amount of time. He thought to himself, my stats are fine for now. Now I should take care of it before the potion's effect wears off. There are so many of them. Suddenly, while he wasn't paying attention, the rare one snuck up and took a bite out of his ankle. He winced, preparing to use his knife to deal with it, but the pain was so intense that he collapsed to the ground. Abnormal status bleeding. Bitten by a monster. Recovery potion effect has been cancelled. I'm bleeding again at a time like this. This rare monster is pretty smart. He used the hemostasis skill. He and the sewer rat glared at each other. Red alert system domination. You have been affected by a debuff skill. Damage taken and mana consumption will be doubled. Domination, huh? I've been hit with too many debuffs. So you think you can drain your opponent's mana until they have none left, rendering them unable to use skills? While he was deep in thought, the rat advanced on him. But he wasn't afraid in the slightest, declaring loudly, "But did you know that I don't use mana?" He plunged his hand straight into its throat for a critical blow. The rat grew weak and fell to the ground. He looked at his wound. My limbs are still intact and my ankle is fine. I really thought I was a goner. The system window displayed a notification. Achievement complete one-on-one with a rare. Completed the achievement by hunting a rare monster by yourself. Claim reward. A relieved smile appeared on his face. Finally, it's over. It was worth the effort. Marbello shouted, "Oh, great lord!" He smiled and thought to himself, that was a close call. Luckily, that idiot canceled his healing spell halfway through. He selected View Reward. Achievement reward is being randomly selected. The reward is a lottery spin too. You have received a new skill, Throwing. Throwing accuracy, plus 100%. Throwing damage, plus 100%. Effect increase, plus 25%. An attack skill, huh? I was hoping for something better. Wait a minute. Effect increase. So, if I throw a poison with a 1% chance of causing instant death, it'll increase to 26%. But what's this? Marbello ran over calling out, "Great Lord!" He turned around and praised him. "Marbello, you did a good job." His eyes lit up. "It is all thanks to your grace that we were able to survive. I will keep this a secret for the rest of my life," Kang told him. "Just forget about it. Wake everyone else up first." He immediately obeyed. "Yes, sir." Resurrection. They slowly began to wake up dazed. Ferio grimaced and asked, "What happened?" Seeing a rat with its tongue lolling out lying right next to him, his face turned pale and he screamed, "What the hell is this?" Kang, his face covered in goo, walked over and asked, "Sleep well?" He was stunned. "What happened? Did you kill it?" He found it amusing and said, "What you think, it died of old age?" He was astonished. He defeated that monster all by himself. No matter what happened, Kang Seung-hyun never forgot to talk about money. 300,000 gold each. Thanks in advance. He replied, Yes, we'll pay you." Kang added something else and the three of them stared at him. Kang Seung-hyun touched the rat and said, "One more thing. This is what I was after. I'll be taking this." A sparkling purple gem. A bag of money was now in his hands. "Now I feel a little embarrassed." Ferio expressed his gratitude. "It's nothing, sir. I'm really grateful to you for saving everyone's lives." He replied politely, "But I only found this quest thanks to you. Let me buy you something to drink." Henry sighed wearily. "We're returning to our village tomorrow, so I think drinking right now is a bit difficult." He wondered, Ferio explained, "all three of us are from the same village. We almost had a group funeral. Just to earn a little money. We're not going to be adventurers anymore." He nodded in agreement. "That's right. An adventurer can quickly make a pile of money, but it comes with an equally great risk." Ferio and the others turned back smiling as they said to him, "We'll be going now. Buy us that drink next time, if we get the chance to meet again." He waved a sad goodbye. "What a shame. What about you?" Marbello answered with a jolt, I don't drink." He told the boy, "Well then, from now on, let's pretend we don't know each other." "I'll do the same." Marbello immediately switched to worship mode, replying, "Yes, sir, my great lord, you must be hiding your true identity, right?" With that, he scurried away. "I'm still not good enough. I need to train more before I can join the great god's true adventure." The man stood frozen for 10 seconds. Did I just turn a normal person? Into a lunatic. Whatever, what can I do about it? Time to get this item appraised. He went to the artifact appraiser and handed him the purple gem. "I'm here to have this appraised." The man nodded. "Let's see now." He then picked it up to observe it. Seeing the man's surprised expression, he wondered to himself, is it better than he expected? The man announced, "I'll begin right away." A light as blinding as the sun flared out. The man squinted to get a better look. Done. It's a C-rank artifact. The beauty of a tiny life. The man was speechless. Key rank? The appraiser chuckled. "Yes, it's worth about 80,000 gold, but if you sell it at our shop, I can give you 120,000 gold for it." He produced a blue vial. He then dripped a few drops onto the gem. The shop owner was bewildered. Huh? What are you doing? After absorbing the solution, the gem showed no reaction. He introduced it to the man Latassa potion. It's very famous in the north. It's a substance that reacts when it comes into contact with blood. This is the dagger I used to kill that rare monster. The man asked with a forced smile, Is that so? Why are you telling me this? He spoke with even more gruesome words. It looks pretty clean because I washed it. However, it still has blood on it, you just can't see it. So this thing taken from a monster's body should have a stronger reaction than the dagger, shouldn't it? Unless someone... He grabbed the man's head and slammed it hard onto the table. He said angrily, Swapped it. The sound of shattering objects echoed through the room. The artifact appraiser screamed in pain. You're making a mistake. We're inside the Adventurers Guild facility if I report this. Kang Sung-hyun suddenly remembered. Ah, that's right. He then slammed the man's head on the table again. Thanks for reminding me. He placed his hand on the man's head. Immediately, the hemostasis skill activated. Sung-hyun's voice became terrifying. It seems I forgot to introduce myself, didn't I? The appraiser trembled all over. The bleeding. It stopped. Could he be? I am the healer, Kang Sung-hyun. The man begged in a low voice, Help me. There's a saying on the continent of On, if you're going to scam a healer, then make sure you don't get caught. There are two types of healers who carry artifacts. One type is extremely powerful and the other is a madman who enjoys hunting monsters for fun. A while later, the appraiser had his wounds bandaged. He thought to himself, they were right. A healer who beats an enemy to the brink of death, then heals them only to beat them again. Suspicion filled his eyes. But I didn't sense any holy power from him. Kang Sung-hyun was observing the gem intently. So this is really a B-rank artifact, huh? Though unwilling, the man had to answer, Yes, a B-rank artifact, and with its spirit focus, it's A-rank. It's worth about 6.4 million gold. The man approached him menacingly, and he was going to buy it for 120,000 gold should I just kill him? He still didn't understand why it was so expensive. Item Spirit Focus Ring. When equipped, it allows the wearer to significantly increase their spiritual concentration. Increases mana, increases damage, increases casting speed, increases mental strength by 50%. The appraiser explained further. You know, if a mage panics, it's all over. Sung-hyun's expression was as calm as ever. Increases mental strength by 50%, huh? It's useful in many ways, which is why it's so expensive. After hearing that, he laughed coldly. Not bad. Go on, unseal it. And I'll be taking this charmed artifact as well. Don't try to trick me again. He bowed his head and replied, Yes, but what about the payment? His question received no answer. Sung-hyun was at the tavern. I've earned enough for a drink. But an old woman rushed over. I'm sorry, sir, but we're all full right now. I think you could share a table with someone, or visit another tavern. He felt a little disappointed. Is that so? Dr. Kang, someone called out to him. Sung-hyun turned his head and realized it was Kim Jun-ho. He exclaimed in surprise, It really is you. So the two of them sat together and chatted. How long has it been? Sung-hyun answered uncertainly. About 2 months, the young man said cheerfully. You're in luck today. I made a pretty good haul this time, Sung-hyun asked curiously. How much? With an excited expression, he replied, Around 2 million gold. Amazing, right? Order anything you want, I'll pay for everything. Sung-hyun took him up on his offer. Well, then beer isn't going to cut it. He pointed to the raspberry wine. You should try this. Seeing the 1 million price tag, Jun-ho freaked out. It's so expensive, Sung-hyun laughed and then said, In that case, let me pay for this one. 1 bottle of raspberry wine, please. The two continued their conversation. Jun-ho said with admiration, You completed an amazing quest. An artifact, even. As Sung-hyun poured the item, he asked, So did you have any luck today? He couldn't believe his eyes. Can I really drink this stamina potion? It's exhausting just thinking about stamina and stats. Sung-hyun casually confirmed, Of course. Stamina is a different stat from strength. I don't need to use a potion for it since it can recover through rest, but I can't use skills without it. Sung-hyun pondered. It's because I didn't have any mana to begin with. I thought it might be because I'm not from the continent of On, but other dimensional travelers still have it. Jun-ho laughed and said, Still, it's better than my situation, right? You can still use your skills without any trouble. He replied, Well, it has some advantages since mana potions are so expensive. Jun-ho was getting tipsy. All right, let's drink as friends now. A toast to people like us living on the continent of On with these damn abilities. Not long after Junho was completely wasted and started rambling, as expected, it's expensive for a reason. Sung-hyun spoke up, just take it easy. Oh right, there's something I want to ask you. What is it? Is it important? He glanced behind him. There are too many people around. Turn off your divine communication first. The young man immediately understood. Looks like this is actually serious. Disabling divine communication, Junho asked curiously. What's going on? Did you find a way back home? Sung-hyun replied coldly, you're expecting too much. I got a new skill and there's something strange about it. It's a skill with a black star. Its throwing accuracy and damage are 100% and it has an effect increase of 25%. Junho guessed a star in the skill's name. I don't have any skills like that. Sung-hyun gave a slight nod. This is the first time I've seen something like this too. Maybe it's better than normal skills. Should I try soloing a rare monster? Do you know anything about it? I'm not sure. Suddenly, Junho shouted, That's it! I think someone I used to party with mentioned a black star skill before. Sung-hyun asked impatiently, Really? Who was it? Junho scratched his head. I think his name was Kim Jae-hun, or Kim Jong, or maybe Kim Jin-hun. Let's just call him Kim Jae-hun. Sung-hyun reminded him, You can't just decide someone else's name like that. Junho ignored him and got to the main point. Anyway, that guy was really strong. He was like us, a dimensional traveler. But the difference in our power was huge. He killed all the monsters by himself, so I asked him what he ate to get so strong, and he said he had a black star skill. And on the last day, he started screaming. What did he say in the end? Now for the fourth skill. Junho's expression became serious. This might be the way back home. Hearing this, Sung-hyun lost his composure. What? The way back home? The two of them left the tavern. Junho staggered as he walked. Thanks for the drink, someday. I'll make 4 million and buy you 2 bottles. Sung-hyun laughed. I'll look forward to it. You're even taking the bottle? I'm heading back to the inn. What about you? He answered, I'm going to buy some potions. The young man waved his hand. All right, I'm heading off first. See you later. Take care. Sung-hyun waved back, but a second later his expression changed. His brain started working at full capacity. If what he just said is true, then getting a 4-star skill. Maybe I can change something. Then I'll need to get one of those too, because it could be a clue to finding the way back home. Anyway, how did Kim Jae-hun manage to collect 4 of them? I only got mine after risking my own life. How could he have forgotten such important information? He let out a sigh. What should I do tomorrow to earn more points? The next day at the Hin Village Market, a crowd gathered around a sign that read, Cheap Treatment. We accept payment in goods. On the sign, there was even a drawing of an injured head with a busted-up face. Was he afraid people wouldn't get it or something? Talk about being overly cautious. Sung-hyun greeted them with a bright smile. Welcome. We'll take care of you for a cheap price. Someone asked hesitantly. Are you a therapist? With a face full of confidence, he affirmed, That's right. Another voice cut in, Hey, I know that guy. He's an oddball who couldn't even get a fake therapist badge because he can't use healing magic. Immediately murmurs spread. What I knew something was off. Come to think of it, he does look like a scammer. How can someone who can't heal be a therapist? Before long, only a lonely Sung-hyun remained. I kind of expected this to happen. Suddenly, a commoner approached. Excuse me. He lit up and said, Welcome. So my real customers aren't adventurers, but these people. The woman asked hesitantly, Do you accept payment in goods? I have a few potatoes. I'm not sure if it's enough. He replied with a friendly expression. That'll be fine. So what's the problem? She unwrapped the cloth from her wound. Here, I was injured by a farming tool. An acquaintance of mine only had a small scratch on his finger. From a hoe. But I heard he got very sick and passed away. Just from hearing that, Sung-hyun had already guessed it was tetanus. It's a terrifying disease here since they don't have vaccines for it. First, let me see the wound. The person slowly held out their hand. He immediately used his observer's eye skill. Instantly, all the information appeared. Abnormal status laceration caused by a hoe. 2 days since incident. High risk of infection from using old dirty bandages. After observing for a moment, he was secretly relieved. Good, it's not tetanus. It's nothing dangerous, ma'am. The person was overjoyed. Really, let's see now. Sung-hyun took out a vial of medicine. This will help treat your wound. What a strange-looking potion. He quickly explained, This is a cream-type potion. Just apply it in the morning and evening and use a clean bandage. Hearing her say, "I don't have any," he immediately turned away. "Wait a moment, therapist," she called out, but couldn't stop him. Seong-hyun grabbed a bundle of straw. "If she doesn't have any, I can just make some." He combined it with his fabric creation skill, and it was a perfect success. "Since I'm already at it, I'll make some extra just in case." It's hard for commoners to afford bandages since they're so expensive. With tears welling up in her eyes, the woman said, "Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this." "Take care." He waved goodbye to his first customer. "This is a good start." Seong-hyun hummed happily, "Got some points." Word spread quickly, and soon people were flocking to him. "Therapist, is it true you accept payment in goods? Please take a look at my wound." Everything went smoothly. "Thank you, sir." System notification treatment points received. Points earned 3. God bless you. Points earned 2. It's earned. Thank you. Received 2 points, 5 points, 3 points. Thank you so much, sir. Total accumulated points 172. Seong-hyun wiped the sweat from his forehead. This is really worth it. Hunting monsters isn't bad, but peacefully treating the villagers is the best. I hope I only have to see sick people from now on. Suddenly, the table holding his medicines was kicked over. "This is absurd. You call this filthy tent a shop?" "Hey, give me some of those potions." Looking at this mess, who is this bastard? Seong-hyun tried to suppress his anger. "What kind of potion are you looking for, sir?" He answered arrogantly, "The kind you make." Damn it. He looks like he's from a noble family, but why would he come to a small stall like this? He looked around and sneered. "This place is as small as a nostril." Seong-hyun took out a vial. "I don't know what you're looking for, sir, but this is the only kind I have right now." The man spoke. "So you're the one who made this. For a potion maker, you're pretty lucky." "I am Richard Erf." He was one of the 3 sons of the Erf family. Seong-hyun was a little surprised. "The Erfs are a pretty powerful family around here." "And what brings you here?" a soldier replied. "It's nothing unusual. Our master wishes to hire you." Hearing this, Kang Seong-hyun couldn't help but be suspicious. Why would someone so noble come looking for me? "You're talking too much to this guy," Richard snapped impatiently. The man hurriedly apologized. "Young master, I was just following orders." A bag was thrown at him. "What is this?" he yelled. "You don't even know what it is." "This idiot." He froze in place. "How am I supposed to know if you don't tell me?" The soldier explained, "They're ingredients used to make potions from Testri." He went on, "That's a polluted land. Testri was actually once a beautiful place, but now we don't know why it became so polluted. The land is now rotting and constantly emitting toxins. The Lord who governs this region has been leading his army to exterminate the monsters to stop the pollution from spreading. But even without hearing the rest, he could already guess. He was also exposed to the toxins during that time." "Yes," the soldier replied. "One of the servants at the manor said that he received a potion from this place. Right now, the supply of antidotes for this poison is very far away, and it's not very effective anyway." Seong-hyun smirked to himself. "So, that's why this young master came all the way here himself, huh? To fight off toxins, a cream-type potion is better than a liquid one, and right now I'm the only one who can make it." He calmly sat down. "So you want me to concoct a potion?" Richard, still acting difficult, sneered. "So you don't understand plain language, do you? If you make a good impression on my father, he will grant you a much more magnificent shop than this tattered tent. It means you'll receive a favor you could never repay in your entire life." He feigned excitement. What an honor. That only made the boy even more arrogant. "If you understand, then get to it and make the potion." Seong-hyun replied flatly, "I refuse." The words hit Richard like a thunderclap. What did you just say?" He repeated, "I said I refuse." Losing his composure, the boy yelled, "You arrogant bastard! This isn't something a mere potion maker like you has the right to refuse. It's an opportunity my father has bestowed upon you." He placed the bag back on the table. "You've got the wrong person. First of all, I'm not a potion maker." "Well, I could make a good bit of money if I took this job, but then I'd have to keep working for them. I need to earn more points." He glanced at the boy. And you should try being more polite if you're the one asking for help." "You rude, insolent fool! You a healer? Don't make me laugh." Just then, someone rushed in, cutting Richard off. "Dr. Kang, please help me, Sir Healer." "My little sister." Seong-hyun immediately checked her condition. Abnormal status, bleeding from a deep wound exposing the bone. finger severed by a sharp sickle. Potentially fatal if left untreated. His expression grew tense. It's been completely severed. Even the blood vessels, nerves, and ligaments. The finger is just simply tied on. We have to clean the wound first. There are a lot of impurities from that sickle. So, can you save her, sir? The boy asked anxiously. Richard's laughter rang out. This is too ridiculous. I can't hold it in anymore. Only then did the boy notice Lord Richard's presence. Richard began to posture. A potion maker might be able to cure diseases or treat poison, but with a wound like this, and there's nothing he can do for this kind of injury. Only a healer like me using healing light can fix it. Sung-hyun was a little surprised. He's a healer. Then please heal her finger, he asked nonchalantly. And why should I do that? Can a lowly commoner like him even afford my fee? But if you beg for my forgiveness for your arrogance and agree to our request, then I will graciously save that commoner. Sung-hyun was skeptical. Would he really treat a commoner? A noble would normally never do such a thing. A thought flashed through his mind. This bastard. It seems he really does need my potion. He decisively turned away. No, you don't need to do that. I'll treat her myself. Richard gritted his teeth and asked, And just how do you plan to do that? Sung-hyun took out his tools. I just need to stitch it back on. As soon as he finished speaking, he got to work. The wound is cleaned, and the bleeding has been stopped. Luckily, I'd already made a saline solution. He just laughed loudly. Sew it on? Do you think people are toys? He thought to himself, just get lost, don't distract me. Richard challenged, I'll bet my lucky necklace that he can't do it. But Sung-hyun wasn't one to back down. So if I can do it, I'll take your necklace and you will have to provide free treatment and food to the commoners for 3 days. How about it, young Master Richard? He reluctantly agreed. Fine, you quack. But if you fail, you'll make the potions we need and never call yourself a healer again. Deal, he accepted coolly. Even so, he felt a little uneasy. I said I'd sew it, but this is a pretty tough situation. That is if I were using normal thread. He immediately used his potion-making skill, along with his thread creation skill. With these, I can create a thread that's perfect for this surgery. Now to use the observer's eye skill. Richard grew impatient. How dare a mere potion brewer waste my time like this? I'll make you regret this when it's all over. Meanwhile, Sung-hyun remained highly focused. I learned a few principles during my time as a healer. The Healer's Survival Principles, Section 5. He used his skills one after another. Hemostasis Observer's Eye Suture. Don't expect to have one perfect skill. Instead, make the most of all the skills and knowledge you possess. Sung-hyun was reattaching the finger. This is an incredibly complex surgery, but with the right skills, there's nothing I can't do. It will take a lot of intelligence to connect each nerve one by one, but it's worth it for the rare items. A notification appeared. Your intelligence has been greatly increased by the effect of collected psyches. Okay now, if I just stitch the skin back. Suddenly, he froze. Damn it. My stamina. But Sung-hyun didn't stop. He pushed on. Just a little more. Just a little more. It's done. Looking at the reattached finger, Guan's eyes filled with tears. It's back on. He was silently relieved. That was close. Any longer and I would have passed out. First, I need to restore my stamina and finish this properly. He used the skill Full Recovery to speed up the patient's recovery rate. There. Done. Witnessing his success, Richard, furious, tried to find an excuse. Don't be ridiculous. There's no way the finger can move just from that. See for yourself. Without hesitating, he strode forward. Move, you arrogant fool. The girl slowly opened her eyes. Sung-hyun asked gently, Can you hear me? Can you make a fist and then open your hand? The girl did as she was told. There you go, that's perfect. He gasped in astonishment. Impossible, he asked with a smile. Do you remember what you said earlier? He stammered, What? Sung-hyun teased. Surely you're not going to go back on your word in the name of Earth the First, are you? How dare a mere potion maker like you? He slammed the lucky necklace on the ground. Damn it, Sung-hyun reminded him. The way you give is more important than the gift, sir. Then he picked up the item. Guan gushed. Dr. Kang, thank you so much, but do you really think he'll keep his promise? Sung-hyun was completely confident. Of course. His father will definitely be very strict about this. Please spread the word. Tell everyone that if they go to the city square, they can get free food and medical treatment. Back at Julia's inn, Julia asked eagerly, Dr. Kang, have you heard the rumor? His voice was heavy. A rumor! She hesitated. You're acting a bit strange. It's about the young master of the family. He has opened a free clinic in the city square and is also giving out free food, so tons of people are gathering there. Is that so? That's great, she said with concern. I was just worried that the number of your patients would drop. Seung-hyun's expression was calm. It's all right. To me, it's good that everyone is getting free treatment. That's more than good enough. Her eyes filled with admiration. What a kind man. He, on the other hand, was secretly gloating. Thinking about that guy's predicament is making my day. By the way, Miss Julia, I managed to get some potatoes today. If you'd like, please use these. She immediately accepted. All right, leave it to me. I'll cook something delicious to help you regain your energy. Seung-hyun said bashfully, thank you. But maybe not today, because the 10-time spin and the 200-point deduction, that gotcha wheel has completely wiped me out. Getting skills that many times in a row like before was a fluke. But a crystal of life. Expand inventory. I'll use this. It's a material for stamina gear, so at least it's useful. Someone asked curiously, isn't that a crystal? He immediately recognized him. Kim Jung-ho, you're here too. The other man replied, the food here is incredible. You got lucky. I just got this too. Seung-hyun was surprised. Isn't that used to enhance crystals? Jung-ho acted like a generous man. You take it. I don't need it. You'll make a lot of money if you sell this. After hearing that, Jung-ho immediately asked again, so you're not taking it? He answered without hesitation, of course I am. Thank you. Seung-hyun's eyes fell on something. That ring. You haven't sold it yet. Are you planning to keep using it? He replied, not really, I just need it temporarily. It's also quite expensive, so it's hard to sell. Jung-ho offered, let me introduce you to a shop, okay? Following Jung-ho's advice, Seung-hyun went to a weapon shop. He slowly walked inside. Hello. If this is the place Mr. Kim Jung-ho recommended, it can't be too bad, huh? The shop owner replied with 2 words, hello. I'm here to sell some items. He took out the lucky necklace. The owner looked it over and then spoke up. The crystal on this necklace is cracked. He recalled Richard. That bastard. I'll buy this for 3 million gold. Seung-hyun nodded in agreement silently, thanking Richard in his head. What about this one? He presented the ring. The owner was surprised. This is very rare. Hold on, let me check the recent transaction history. He turned and walked away from the counter. Take your time. I'll look around the place while you do that. The owner replied, go right ahead. Seung-hyun carefully observed everything. Let's see. Are there any useful weapons here? Huh, a crossbow. Should I try appraising it? After all, having a long-range weapon would be great. Just as he was about to pick it up to take a look, a flash of light erupted. He was confused. What is this? At that moment, a notification arrived. Get it at all costs. It's just a crossbow, but I have to get it at all costs. Seung-hyun felt something was off. Get which one? I've received countless messages up until now, but I've never gotten one that sounded so human. He suddenly realized, but this, it feels like it's watching me. Sir. A voice rang out, startling him. It turned out to be the shop owner. Is there a problem? He replied, oh, sorry, I was just thinking about something. Is that crossbow some kind of special weapon or something? The owner immediately understood what Seung-hyun meant. You must be talking about Frika's crossbow. It's a precious weapon recently found in the ruins. It comes with this FA pouch. And if you put an item inside this... He put 1 gold coin inside, then took aim. The item will turn into an arrow. You can also fire 5 consecutive shots. Seung-hyun thought to himself, that must be expensive. So what's the price? We're pricing it at around 15 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Seung-hyun froze on the spot. How could I possibly afford that? If you want to buy it right now, I can sell it for 14 million. Hearing 14 million, Seung-hyun felt a glimmer of hope. How much can I get for the stamina ring? The owner replied, I see the transaction record lists it at 6.6 million gold. I can buy it from you for that price. Seung-hyun started calculating. A total of 9.6 million gold for both the ring and the necklace. Huh. Even if I use all my emergency funds, it still won't be enough. Wait. Perhaps, he whispered, if you're watching me, give me 4 million gold right now. The space remained silent. Nothing changed. He felt dejected. Seriously, the shop owner reminded him. If you want to buy this, you'll have to at least give me the money for it. If you don't have enough money right now, would you like me to hold this item for you? He asked, you can do that. Then the owner smiled and said, of course. Judging by the items you brought in, I'm sure you'll earn enough money soon. He thought to himself, now I understand why Mr. Kim Jung-ho recommended this shop. Thank you, sir. So is there anything else you need? Please get me the item that looks like a brooch. The next day, Seung-hyun went to the Adventurers Guild with the item of life pinned to his shirt. Let's see now. Selling my talents for points and money. The whole place was bustling and noisy. Let me see the quests. Hey, if you're done reading, get out of the way. So this is the life of an adventurer. I was planning on borrowing some money from Mr. Kim Jung-ho, but he told me I only have 5,000 gold. He was even poorer than Seung-hyun had thought. He asked curiously, "By the way, do you ever think there's a chance we might never come back?" He answered vaguely, "I'm not sure anymore, but I think I have a small lead. That guy, the one who brought us here, contacted me after 3 years of silence. Maybe I can talk to him, if I can get that crossbow. Anyway, I'll let you know if I find anything. First, maybe Seung-hyun has to find a job." He pushed his way into the crowd. "I wonder if there's anything useful here. So these are all for healers." He snatched a flyer. A girl saw this and spoke up, Mr. Kang Seung-hyun, I'm sorry, but only licensed healers can take those jobs. You need to have an emblem. Even though you've helped us so much, we still can't register you." His expression remained cheerful. "Don't worry, I'm just looking them over." She shyly replied, "Oh, is that so? Wait, are all of these jobs already in progress?" After a moment, he picked one. "This one seems all right. Urgently need a healer. Patient's leg won't stop bleeding. Address is Julia's." Julia was surprised to see him. "Dr. Kang, did you forget something?" "No, I'm just looking for someone." He opened the door and found them. Voices came from inside. "Allow me. Lord Y will bless you." Seung-hyun observed the man, a priest. There's no way someone could hire an ordinary priest for a job like this. Is he a wandering priest? A blonde woman spoke up. "Father, Miss Lena is very tired." He replied hurriedly. "Hurry now, child. Can you remove the bandages?" From a distance, Seung-hyun activated his insight skill. Abnormal status. Bleeding due to infection. Wound caused by a sharp cut. Bite marks identified on the wound. He was bewildered. Bite marks. "Please rest assured." The priest began the treatment. Seung-hyun spoke up, stopping him. "Wait! Hold on!" The priest asked, bewildered. "Who are you?" He introduced himself. "I'm Kang Seung-hyun, a healer. Sorry to interrupt, but your method of healing won't work." Hearing this, the priest grew displeased. "Huh. Do you have any idea what kind of healer I am? How incredibly rude." He quickly explained, "I think you're misunderstanding me. I'm not talking about your abilities." The girl suddenly cut in. "Excuse me, did you say you're a healer? Then I'm sure you understand my friend's current condition. If you're only here to say things like that, then you should stop and get out." He insisted again, "I'm telling you. Doing that is useless." She forcefully pushed him. "Get out! You're getting in the way." Seung-hyun was thrown out. "They're so stubborn." "Well, don't say I didn't warn them." Inside, they continued. "Father, please proceed." "Rest assured," he confidently affirmed, "it's useless." The priest grew worried. Why? He tried using holy light to treat Lena's wound. The healing isn't working. The wound only grew worse. He stammered, "This is..." Lizzie panicked. "Father, what's happening? The blood just won't stop." She stood there, lost in thought. Everything is happening exactly as that healer said it would. "I thought a priest from the Church of Y would be different. No matter which healer we bring her to, can Lena not be cured?" Lena called out, "Lizzie!" She immediately responded, "Huh? What is it, Lena?" With a haggard expression, she said, "The healer from before." He knew that this treatment would be useless. If it's him, he might actually be able to cure me, Lizzie said with a forced smile. "But Lena, that guy is so suspicious." Lena grabbed Lizzie's hand and pleaded, "Please, I won't be able to hold on much longer even with this elixir." Lizzie could feel how cold her hand was. Finally, she made her decision. "Okay, I'll go get him." Julia was cleaning the inn when a loud noise made her look up. Lizzie asked abruptly, "Excuse me, did you see a man who just left the waiting room? He has black hair and black eyes, and he's quite tall." Julia pointed to where Kang Seung-hyun was sitting and asked, "You mean Dr. Kang?" The guy had been sitting there as if he'd been waiting all along. What a smooth move. As if I wouldn't have planned for this. Sitting at a distance, he looked at Lizzie and asked, "So how did the treatment go?" Lizzie clenched her fists. "You were right. Priest Hewis's healing spell had no effect. You know what the problem is, don't you?" He nodded. "It seems so. So after all that, you want me to be the one to treat her?" She was so embarrassed her face turned bright red. I misunderstood what you said before." "You say that as if there's no hope left for me." "I just thought the treatment wasn't working because of the healer's inexperience. I know I'm being shameless. I know I'm being incredibly shameless, but I'm begging you, please save my comrade," she thought to herself, asking for help right after acting hostile toward him. Even I don't think I have the right to do this." When he didn't respond, she grew curious and looked up. Kang turned back and said, "Fine. What are you doing? I need to see the patient. Let's hurry." Lizzie said, bewildered, "Because you acted like you had no intention of helping." As soon as they arrived, he immediately rebuked the old priest. "You should have found the cause before rushing into treatment. So blindly at that." He turned to the old man and said, "I told you the treatment wouldn't work." Old man Hewis asked, "If the treatment doesn't work, are you implying that the girl has been poisoned? Not only have I administered treatments, but I've also studied nearly 100 types of poison to master my detoxification skills. My thorough understanding of poisons is my greatest pride. I guarantee you this patient has not been poisoned." Kang glanced at the old man and thought, subtly bragging, are we? A typical healer personality. He finally spoke up. "Yes, and I'm not saying the culprit is poison either." This statement startled the old man. "What?" Kang paid him no mind and just did his job. "What is your name?" The girl whispered, "Lena." He began to investigate the cause. "Lena, let me see your wound. How did you get this?" She began her story. "A week ago, I was attacked by a gargoyle on the way to Hin Village. It wasn't a particularly strong monster. In fact, this wound wasn't serious at all at first." Lizzie, standing beside her, added, "But what's strange is that I was attacked too." He asked curiously, "Did you two come straight to the village after being attacked by the gargoyle?" Lizzie calmly recalled, "No. After that incident, we were chased by a group of goblins in the forest and then pursued by a pack of crocodiles in the Mika swamp." After hearing this, the priest was impressed. "You two women really have overcome quite the set of obstacles, haven't you?" Lizzie continued. Shortly after we set foot in the village, Lena's condition suddenly took a turn for the worse. Kang continued his inquiry. "Does this wound cause you any pain?" Lena looked at him and answered, "Pain." She sat silently, trying to feel it carefully. "No, now that I think about it, it doesn't hurt me at all." That answer was like a bolt of lightning to the old priest. He questioned her irritably. "You're only telling us such a crucial piece of information now," Lena explained. "I was so dazed I didn't even realize that the wound wasn't hurting me." The old man frowned and said, "I thought it was just a strange occurrence. But who would have thought this was dark magic? Dark magic. The skill of using dark mana, the opposite of holy power. The fact that healing has no effect is clearly because of a curse." Kang completely refuted Old Man Hewis's words. "Calm down, what dark magic?" "If it were a curse, the healing would have made her condition worse. But nothing we do has any effect." The old man was trembling with anger but couldn't refute him. As he spoke, Kang took out a potion. "The answer is right here. Samsara." He activated his skill distributing and absorbing. Lena's wound absorbed all the hostile energy. Hai was shocked by this turn of events. "What did you do?" "The divine medicine is turning into bone." Lizzie shot up in panic and said, "Huh? The bleeding has stopped." The priest was utterly shocked. "What?" He smiled and introduced it. "A black mint poultice. I'm just using a self-made divine medicine to catch a bug. It's nothing groundbreaking." Lena was bewildered. "A bug?" He began to explain using his profound knowledge. "Observe here. You mentioned it earlier, didn't you? You crossed the Mika swamp. Swamps are the natural habitat for countless demonic bugs. And when you crossed the swamp, your wound was open, wasn't it, Lena?" She confirmed, yes, it wasn't treated right away. But Lizzie was there too. He asked again, "Where were you two injured by the gargoyle?" Lizzie tried her best to remember. "For me, it was the back of my hand and my cheek. As for Lena, besides her leg, she wasn't hurt anywhere else." Only Lena's wound had been submerged in the water. From those words, he was able to draw a conclusion. That's right. The infection process took place in the swamp. Lena's wound got infected by the bugs because it came into contact with the water. The old priest also realized, because there was a foreign body inside her leg. It's obvious that healing couldn't stop the bleeding. It's finally clear. Lizzie suddenly shouted, "So she's healed!" He answered bluntly, "No, this is a temporary treatment. The reason the wound doesn't hurt is because the bug possesses a skill that nullifies sensation. A high-level skill for an insect. Against a bug like that, a single dose of the medicine isn't enough to kill it." He took out his familiar knife and made a slash across the wound. Something purple poked out. It was a grotesque monster with many teeth. Lena's eyes widened as she stared at the disgusting thing squirming in her leg. Lizzie's jaw dropped in astonishment. The old priest asked, "What is that thing?" He held the knife tightly, preparing to challenge it. "I have to end it now. What a nuisance." It's a blackwater leech, a leech-type monster that lives near water. Old Man Hewis jumped in fright, dropping his large book, and with that he collapsed to the ground. Kang glanced at it, but the blackwater leech's speed was too fast. Too dangerous. He already knew the monster's intention. That damn thing is trying to escape through the drain. Give me a weapon now. He immediately lunged towards the leech. Kang Seung-hyun used all his strength to close the distance. When he saw the right opportunity, he made a light slash on its body. A stream of poisonous gas spewed from its mouth, but thankfully he was quick enough to block it. After fighting for a while, Kang was starting to get tired. It's ridiculously strong. I knew the human blood it absorbed over the past week would boost its power, but this water leech is just too nimble. It keeps dodging all of my knife strikes. This rate of growth, it's just too fast. Seeing the situation was grim, Lizzie chased after the monster. She leaped onto a cabinet in the room and, using all her strength, shouted, "I'm not letting you get away." As soon as she said it, she toppled the cabinet over, trying to crush the water leech. Let the thing that almost killed Lena escape. Not a chance. Just like a real leech, this thing is tough as nails. It lifted its head and stared her down. Kang moved in to finish it with a kick from behind. The monster writhed in pain, knocking over everything around it. With absolute determination, Kang raised his knife and plunged it straight into its mouth, since its energy came from the blood it had absorbed. By dragging out the fight, it would burn through all that blood and dry out. He pulled the knife out and the water leech slowly began to shrink. It was already smaller than before, but its tail was still thrashing violently. Taking in its surroundings, it let out a screech and lunged for the window on the wall. Then it used its tail to shatter the glass. Kang winced, remembering how meticulously Julia had cleaned the room. "Miss Julia, I'm so sorry. If it gets into the town's canal to escape, there'll be no way to track it. Losing it now means it's all over." Kang crushed a glass vial in his hand. Using reincarnation, he activated bone dispersion and absorption reinforcement, enhancing the effects of the black mint elixir. The potion's mist enveloped the water leech as he once again charged at it with his knife. He decisively slashed at its tail. Abnormal status hemorrhage. The target is rapidly losing blood. Almost there, Kang told himself. If I can just land a critical hit now. He pulled the knife out and cursed his luck. The blade had snapped in half. Now it was just a useless hilt. Just then Father Hewis appeared and used his skill-forced light restraint. Chains materialized out of nowhere, binding the monster. The old man struggled to hold them tight and said, "This spell takes a while to cast. I can't hold it for long, hurry up." Kang turned back and smiled. Perfect timing, huh? But even with the extra time, he had no weapon to use. Can't use a cutting skill with a broken blade. Suddenly, Lizzie threw him a high-quality dagger and shouted, "Sir Kang Seung-hyun, use this!" The monster summoned all its strength, its body swelling as it shattered the chains. Father Hewis grimaced. "It's broken free." Kang let out a roar and charged forward, dicing its body into 100 pieces. It was over. The priest asked, "Is it dead?" Kang replied with certainty. "Yes, we couldn't have caught it without you, Father Hewis. Do you want to keep this?" Hewis replied, "I don't want to touch that filthy thing." Lena was amazed at his skill, and Lizzie was in awe of his technique, the speed at which he sutured the skin. "He's like a portable sewing machine." Wiping his hands, Kang explained, "Stitching it with magic thread will boost her immunity. This way her leg won't be in pain later." After a moment, Lena, with tears in her eyes, said, "Honestly, I was so scared. I really thought I was going to die. Thank you, healer." He gave her a kind smile and replied, "I'm just doing my job." The duty of a healer. Father Hewis, now go back and report that you failed this mission." The old man shot him a look. "What?" Kang replied. "That's the only way I can get the reward." At the Adventurers Guild, Father Hewis announced, "I'm here to report on my mission." It was a failure. The receptionist's eyes went wide. "What a failure?" The old man trembled as he forced himself to answer, "That's right." She was stunned. "No way!" Father Hewis is one of the highest-ranking priests from Church Y. If he wanted to, he could easily hold an even higher position. Why would he? Just then, Kang Seung-hyun walked in from a distance. She recognized him, so it was that guy. The potbreaker Kang Seung-hyun. Lizzie was at the front desk. "So based on what we've discussed, can I cancel the request?" The receptionist answered sullenly, "Yes, that is an acceptable reason. According to the Adventurers Guild's regulations, we will refund half of the fee you paid and cancel the mission." Kang, sitting in the back, thought to himself, "Even though I can't accept missions as an official healer, I have the right to take on missions canceled by the guild." People sometimes say things like this. Have you no self-respect? How can you just butt into someone else's mission? You don't even know how to use healing arts. I understand why you all resent me, but it's your own fault for not stitching them up properly in the first place. That's the reason I became a healer. Lizzie handed him a pouch of money. Here. It's not much, but please accept it as a token of our gratitude. The half of the fee that the guild refunded is in there, too. He took the pouch. Thank you. I really need this. Oh, and your dagger? Lizzie shook her head. You should keep it. Yours is broken after all. It's crafted from lapisilverite. Feels good in your hand, right? When I said I was going to become an adventurer, the people in my village made it for me as a gift. He asked curiously, It's that important to you? Are you sure about this? She hesitated before replying, Well, I also wanted to apologize. To me, nothing is more important than my comrades' lives. He nodded and smiled brightly. I see. Well, thank you. I'll give you a 10% discount next time. But don't get yourself hurt too soon. Lizzie laughed and replied, You got it. He opened his money pouch and started counting. 600, 650,000, a total of 700,000 gold. I urgently need 2 million gold. Buying that crossbow will cost a little over 2 million, and I need to keep some for emergencies too. All right, let's spin the roulette 5 times in a row. Spinning the roulette wheel cost 100 points. Result miscellaneous item 1 gold coin. All 4 spins yielded the exact same result. He was too frustrated to speak. It's all gold, and while I really do need money, a few spare coins like this are useless. Trying to get a fair roll from these prize spins is just a scam. Well, what do you know? Spin result, new skill acquired. At least I got 1 skill from the final spin. Aeration allows the caster to concoct elixirs. It has a similar attribute. He thought, intrigued. An air attribute, huh? So, wind potions. Not bad. Just then, a hut appeared before him. He bravely stepped inside. Excuse me, a voice spoke up. A doctor, and so tense, judging by the sound of your voice. Whatever you need, just take it. She was Rati, the pharmacist. Hearing him say, I'm here to sell, not to buy, she tossed an octopus to the side. Well, what are you waiting for? Hand it over. He found it strange. A shopkeeper who'd rather have customers sell than buy from her. What kind of bizarre shop is this? I just found this. She observed it and asked, a blackwater leech. So someone went to the Mika swamp. He answered honestly. Yes, but that person wasn't me. She touched it and made her appraisal. It's been chopped in half, damaged, and has scratches all over it. This thing isn't going to be worth much. The leech's amazing set of teeth caught her eye. Meanwhile, he, while playing with a carnivorous plant, asked, So how much is it worth? Around 30,000, huh? She countered. How about 3 million? He froze upon hearing that price. What, but you just said it wasn't worth much. Are you actually fascinated by this thing? Rate replied bluntly. Of course not. Look, the color of its teeth is different from others of its kind. A normal leech's teeth are black. This is a mutated blackwater leech. A mutation is a type of monster variant. They're stronger than the common ones and have special abilities. He immediately asked, So it's basically a rare monster, right? She explained, Actually, there's a pretty big difference. Even when perfectly preserved parts from a rare monster can only be used as crafting ingredients. Variants are extremely rare, and they haven't been researched thoroughly either. That's why they're so valuable. He smiled and said, No wonder you're so interested, Miss Pharmacist. She glanced over and asked, So what's your decision? As someone whose eyes light up at the sight of money, he immediately agreed. Of course it's a deal. The two shook hands. A handshake worth 3 million. Transaction successful. She said cheerfully, This is why I like you. He replied politely, The feeling is mutual. Can, holding a large money pouch, confidently strode into the weapon shop. He hurried over to the owner, placed the pouch on the table, and said, 14 million gold, count it if you like. He was stunned. Huh, you've got it already? He smiled and asked me if I really needed that crossbow. It's still here, right? The man replied. Of course. Wait a moment. The owner got the crossbow and handed it to me. Thank you, sir. I held the crossbow reverently with both hands. So from now on, it belongs to me. I put on a cool expression and asked, Satisfied now? Mysterious voice, show yourself. Did I do something wrong? The owner, bewildered by my strange expression, wondered to himself, Where is he even looking? At the Autumn Rhythm Inn, I walked inside looking around. Just getting this isn't enough. I took out the divine crossbow and stored it in my inventory. The system confirmed you have succeeded. I thought, come on. When the system screen suddenly glitched, I was completely shocked. What is this? What's wrong with it? What the hell is happening to it? A system notification appeared with words missing. I guess this is a message telling me that I've completed it. Quest, you have acquired the legacy and achieved the status. But what about the rest? A strange voice spoke up. Excuse me, but I think the system is broken. I gritted my teeth, annoyed. Don't mess with me. I got the crossbow you asked for. Stop following me and show yourself. Come here and talk to me. Suddenly, the system displayed a black star. Does this symbol represent the one who's watching me? The system displayed in large letters, I understand. I will answer 5 questions. I recalled the first time I was transported to the continent of On, along with the other people who were transported with me. They either had to struggle to survive or had already died. In the cave, people couldn't cooperate. They argued about whether to stay here or find a way back to Earth. I was the only one who stood up and said, no matter what we do, we need money. So how about this? Let's find well-paying jobs. Find that suit everyone's skills after we split up and adapt to this world on our own. Those who wanted to return to Earth tried to find a way, and 3 years later, I thought 5 questions, bitch. I have a chance to find out how to get back to my world. The messages are getting shorter and shorter. This thing is limited to some extent. I need to think about this carefully. The first question I asked was, are you the entity that brought us to the continent of On? The system showed a big round 0. 4 questions left, just as I thought. Then who the hell are you? What is your purpose? The system again showed only the letter O. I realized with frustration, so it can only answer yes or no. The next question was posed, is there a way for me to return to Earth? I'm sure you can all guess the result. The third question, has anyone successfully returned yet? A huge X appeared, not a single person, so not even Kim Ji-hoon could do it. The only way to get a lot of information from yes or no questions is, I bet you didn't bring us here for no reason. You must have some kind of purpose, although it seems you haven't achieved it yet. What do you want from us Earthlings? I wrote 2 options in my notebook. Which of these is closest to your purpose? 1, collect points or collect items. 2, use skills to become stronger. To be precise, there are 4 ways for it to answer this question through the status window. If the answer is number 1, then say O. If it's number 2, say X. The system answered O. Final question. Which are you more interested in? Answer O if it's points, X if it's items. The system still showed the letter O. My head ached as I thought, I get it. So basically, this bastard brought us here to be slaves grinding for points. It's really pissing me off, but looking at it objectively, if I'm the only one who knows this much, then I'm also the one closest to its goal. I don't care what you do, but I need to know your identity. And after that, I'll find a way back to Earth. Are you a god of the continent of On? I may be out of questions, but I'd answer that question if I were you. If you want to help me, then be honest. System notification. Consuming points. Accumulated points. 52. I froze for 5 seconds. Accumulated points. 32. Accumulated points 12. Accumulated points 5. I asked furiously, what the hell do you think you're doing? Give me back my points. Point account 0 points. I shrugged, then slapped my head and pulled at my hair in frustration. That's just great. I'll kill you even if you are a god. A quest to earn 5,000 bonus points. I was curious. A quest window. And the reward is a skill. There's never been a quest system like this before. It took my points and gave me a quest in return. Does it need to use points to manage this system? And it didn't forget to tell me to take my time earning points. I thought to myself, it might be difficult to contact it for the time being. Fine. This time, I'll do as you say, but I expect a worthy reward. Even though I really want to call you a demon, a ruler, a slave trader, a malevolent creature, but since you control the status window from now on, I'll call you admin. On a beautiful morning, Kang Seung-hyun sat leisurely in a cafe. While nibbling on a piece of bread, he complained about the foul smell of this small meat sandwich. Gross. The system displayed a notification. You have learned a new skill. Freya's crossbow. You can summon Freya's crossbow at will. Freya's crossbow is now bound to you. It can transform into the Freya armband. So the reward is a one-of-a-kind crossbow skill. Combining it with other skills wouldn't be so bad. He selected it. Freya's roulette has been added to the status window. 50 points per use. Acquired item 5 free roulette tickets. And there's a roulette for this crossbow. All right, let's give it a try. Use item 5 free roulette tickets. The wheel spins wildly. He looks surprised. Result damage stat +1. Result damage stat +1. Result attack. Speed stat +1. Another skill, Freya's Pouch of Fate. Soul points have increased. He ponders. This is something unique that only Freya's crossbow can give me. It increases stats and adds a skill, plus it doesn't have that annoying gold slot anymore. It even gives me bonus points for every soul point I receive. I hope it's like this every time. Kim Jun-ho walks in looking gloomy. So sleepy. Seeing him, Kang happily stands up and says, "There you are." As soon as he sees him, he perks up and says, "Dr. Kang, there you are." Kang suggests, "Kim Jun-ho, come with me for a moment. There's something I need to talk to you about." A shrill scream rings out. "What?" Kim Jun-ho is still in disbelief. "Is it for real?" "We were brought here just because of those points." Kang replies, essentially yes. He says indignantly, "Who do they think we are? Just a bunch of slaves." But I'm still so relieved. I really thought I was going to die before I ever got to set foot in my homeland again. I can finally go home. As he speaks, he starts bawling like a child. Kang says sternly, "Stop crying and listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I don't know how much of this you're taking in, but I really have to grind for points like a madman." "Dr. Kang, you're having trouble earning points, right?" Kang explains, "I just need to heal injuries. But first off, wounds that I inflict myself while healing won't count." The system probably thought, if those counted, you'd just go around punching people all day and then heal them right after, wouldn't you? Healing allies, however, does work. If I heal an ally's wounds right on the spot, then I can earn points very quickly. So here's my proposal, Kim Jun-ho. Become my supporter. In his mind, he had already planned everything out. Right now, I need a temporary teammate, the right person for the position. It would be a dimensional traveler, someone who already knows about the system and the status window. And it has to be someone I can trust among countless others. Come to think of it, at this moment, only Kim Jun-ho can help me. All right. If Dr. Kang is asking, then of course I have to say yes. He smiles with satisfaction. I knew he'd accept immediately. Jun-ho suddenly picks up a knife and says, "All right, I will now offer this body to you, Kang Seung-hyun, doctor. This is an investment in the points. Then so that you can earn them, doctor, save me. Quick, heal me and take the points." Kang says something that makes Jun-ho collapse. "Self-harming won't get me any points either." Kim Jun-ho screams in despair, "No!" After Kang treats his wound, Jun-ho also realizes that he just needs to take down monsters like usual. I just have to do that, right? But this is way too rushed. Kang encourages Jun-ho, "Everyone should live diligently. Now let's go." The familiar staff member speaks up, "Welcome to the Adventurers Guild." But when she takes a closer look, she realizes it's that contract wrecker. It hasn't even been that long and he's back again. Look at his face. That's the face of someone excited to destroy all the contracts. I have to hide the healing contracts. Kim Jun-ho sees her sour expression and asks, "What did you do to make her look like that?" Kang says, "It was nothing major. Let's see. Are there any feasible contracts here?" "Hey, Kim Jun-ho, look at this. A contract in the Broad Mountains. For some reason today, there are a lot of contracts from the Blood Mountains." Jun-ho explains, "Oh, that's because the number of monsters has suddenly increased lately." The staff member suddenly appears behind them. "It's currently the monster mutation period in the Blood Mountains, so we will be posting extermination contracts periodically during this time. The Adventurers Guild has pre-pitched tents available for use. Are you two interested?" "Oh, you're interested in the campsite too, Mr. Kang. What better place to earn husband-raising points than an area packed with adventurers like this? These extermination contracts are perfect. We'll take them." The girl was overjoyed, as if everything was going according to plan. "I've confirmed the contract. Good luck to you both. Welcome to the Mount Blog campsite. My name is Velo. At the campsite, we will give you rewards based on the number of monsters you catch. The western path you came from may be safe. However, the other areas are full of secrets, so please be careful." Kim Jong-ho and Kang Seung-hyun were fully armed and equipped. He asked excitedly, "Are you ready, Young-ho?" Young-ho, fired up, replied, "Of course I am. Time to rake in the gold." Suddenly, dirt and rocks flew everywhere as a pack of iron-clawed moles appeared. He used the Freya's Bag of Destiny skill. They attacked the moment we left the campsite. The number of crossbows in storage has been confirmed. Creating stone arrow. An arrow shot out, sinking deep into one of the moles. Thanks to this skill, I don't have to load them, one by one each time I fire. The damage is also higher than I thought. The mole went berserk, opening its mouth to show off its sharp teeth. Seeing this, Kim Jung-ho shouted a warning to Dr. Kang. Just as the mole was about to slash him with its claws, Jung-ho appeared in time to block the blow. Seung-hyun cried out in worry, "Jung-ho!" Even in pain, Jung-ho didn't falter. "Don't worry about me. Keep fighting." He used Freya's connection pouch, creating small healing arrow. Jung-ho turned back and asked, "Did you just shoot an arrow at me?" He smiled and said, "It's a healing arrow. I just wanted to confirm that it wouldn't harm someone else even if they were shot by it. Young-ho said sadly, "You can't just use me as a guinea pig like that." The two of them continued to fight with Seung-hyun, firing arrow after arrow at the moles. As for Young-ho, all he needed was one sword to send countless creatures to their doom. The bodies of the moles were piled up like straw. Velo couldn't believe that just 2 people could catch so many. How is this possible? And they're all steel-clawed moles, too. He said, weren't those just iron-clawed moles? But no matter what they were, Kim Jung-ho caught them all anyway. Velo said fearfully, "I'll calculate the results immediately. Please wait a moment. Take your time." Everyone in the campsite started gossiping about the two of them. At this rate, how many did they get? Who could those two be? At the very least, we know they're not your average adventurers. Yeah, but no matter how talented they are, look at all those bandages and gauze. They must be too poor to even hire a healer. When Kim Jung-ho heard this, anger surged within him. They're completely blind. How dare they say things like that without even knowing? How amazing a healer like Dr. Kang is. He spoke up to soothe his anger. Hearing you say that is enough to make me happy. Jung-ho asked, "Aren't you angry, Dr. Kang? Those guys need to witness your skills to have their eyes opened." He smiled nonchalantly and said, "There's no need to waste our energy on people like that. Speaking of which, they're late." Kim Jung-ho asked, confused, "Huh, who?" Just then, a heavily injured person cried out, "Healer, I'm looking for a healer." He smiled at Jung-ho and said, "The patients I've been waiting for." Desperate screams echoed from all over. "Healer. We need to find a healer. Can we get treated here?" Kim Jung-ho observed his surroundings. Even though it was night, the number of injured people was still growing. "Dr. Kang, you could make a fortune here," Seung-hyun calmly replied. "I'm fine, but there are so many patients here." Suddenly, someone cried out in pain. He made his decision. "I already have my own patients. Would that patient mind if I took a look at him?" A man asked suspiciously. "Who are you?" "You guys are." Seung-hyun recognized them instantly. "These are the bastards who were mocking us. It seems they don't have the money to hire a healer." He still held on to his pride and refused the kind offer. "Thanks, but I'm not incompetent. I don't think I need help from an outsider." He walked straight to the patient. "Is that why this patient ended up in this condition? At least they did a decent job with the treatment. It looks like he was attacked around his arm and shoulder." The skill observer's eye was activated. Paralysis due to infection. Bite marks from a wild beast can be seen on the patient's body. There was an open wound, but it seems to have recently healed. Jung-ho asked, "Did you find something?" Seung-hyun checked his pulse. It seems he was bitten by a few wild beasts, and his arm is showing signs of paralysis due to stiffness. He thought to himself, paralysis, huh? Then he might have been bitten by Boruto hounds. The other man protested, "Don't make me laugh. Paralytic poison doesn't cause a person that much pain," he confidently asserted. The paralytic poison of the Boruto hounds is truly one of a kind if a few special conditions are met. He then took a small knife and made an incision in the wound. Anyone who saw this would be horrified. "What is that?" "The flesh in that area has already rotted. This is the effect of a necrotic poison. What should we do?" "What should we do?" "We should do this." He took out his crossbow and aimed it straight at the man. Everyone was stunned. The other guy shouted, "Stop what you're doing!" But he replied, "You all came here looking for trouble from the start. Isn't that right?" He coolly ordered, "Mr. Kim Jong-ho, please get rid of anyone who isn't involved." "Go on." Jong-ho immediately did as he was told. You heard him. "Don't distract this fake healer. Scram!" Seo Eun-hyun thought to himself, "If I want to quickly remove the toxins from various parts of his body, then this is the most viable method. I can create an alchemical potion that's compatible with a person's specific characteristics. Combined with Freya's Pouch of Fate skill, alchemical wind arrow activated. A volley of 5 alchemical wind arrows. The others were scared out of their wits. "I can't watch anymore. Are you insane? How could you just kill a man like that?" Seo Eun-hyun found the word kill ridiculous. Don't call a perfectly living person dead. The injured man's expression had already improved slightly. The crowd began to murmur. He got shot with arrows and he's still okay. What's more, even the poison is being neutralized. Dude, healing with arrows. That's some next level stuff for real. I've never seen anything so crazy in my entire life. He spoke up to explain, Boruto hounds are weak to the wind attribute. Even the poison they use is affected by the air, so if we treat this person in a place with stable air, I can guarantee this toxin will disappear naturally. Jong-ho suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, then This man's condition got worse because that fake healer completely sealed up his wound. The man stammered, "What?" Seo Eun-hyun smiled and said, "That's right. If that so-called healer had been a little smarter and hadn't sealed the wound, this would have been much simpler. I don't think something like this will happen again." His gaze turned menacing. Right. The people around him all agreed. That makes perfect sense. But how can he treat someone so recklessly? He's right, that other guy. Would have been better off just leaving the patient alone. The man cursed and turned to run away. Young-ho laughed gleefully. "Man, that feels great." A while later, the wound was properly bandaged. "Your arm is completely healed now, but you should still be careful until your body fully recovers." The young man replied emotionally, "Yes, thank you so much." Young-ho suddenly realized something. But isn't this really strange? Why is this guy here all by himself? Where'd his party go? Eun-hyun had also overlooked that detail. Now that you mention it, I just noticed. There's no way someone would be hunting alone at night. "Hey you, where are the rest of the people in your group?" The man answered, "Our team was ambushed and now everyone's been separated." He trembled, blaming himself. "It can't be. Am I the only one who survived? Oh God, I shouldn't have run away by myself." The pack of Boruto hounds just kept coming out of nowhere. Young-ho felt that something was off. That's really weird, isn't it? Boruto hounds don't usually attack in such a large pack. Seo Eun-hyun also realized something was wrong. Could the sudden increase in monsters and the missing party members be the work of a rare monster? That's the most logical explanation. It seems like they're trapped inside a dungeon. The man held up a lantern and followed him. What if they're all dead? Let's hope not. Suddenly, he stopped. "Did you hear that?" Someone's voice cried out. "Damn it, you mangy dogs!" Eun-hyun realized something was wrong. "Kim Young-ho, the light!" Young-ho immediately responded, "Got it." Then ferocious hounds charged at them. An alchemical wind arrow was instantly created and fired straight at them. He asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The young man trembled all over. "Yes. Thank you." Young-ho shouted in alarm, "Dr. Kang over there!" In the distance, there were bodies everywhere. He surmised, it looks like they entered their territory. He analyzed, these corpses are a mix of humans and beasts. It looks like they've been decomposing for a while now. It doesn't look like they all died recently. Don't you think Boruto hounds prefer fresh meat? I'm sure they don't have a habit of hoarding their prey like this. Still, some of them do enjoy rotten flesh. They're undead ghouls, creatures that were already dead. But they can move again thanks to dark magic. They are the things that pastors hate the most. Kang Seung-hyun took out his crossbow. "This is going to be a pain," Young-ho asked nervously. "Can the two of us really handle all of them?" The hounds let out a howl and charged all at once. "Don't even think about it!" Young-ho managed to block them in time. He yelled, "Get down!" Kim Jung-ho then immediately used his skill Freya's pouch, crafting a wind toxin arrow. "Hyun!" He suddenly called out to Kim Jung-ho and aimed the crossbow at him. Turns out he was just giving him a shot. "You scared the hell out of me. At least give me a warning next time." A long while later, the battle was still not over. Damn it, there are too many of them. Suddenly, they all froze. Young-ho was ecstatic. The wind toxin arrow really works, and Hyun was still fighting relentlessly. He accidentally noticed one of the dogs seemed strange. What is it doing? It hasn't made a single move since the battle started. It's like it's waiting for all its comrades to die. Don't tell me it's... You finish off the last one. Immediately, the dog in the distance howled and transformed. Seung-hyun had already guessed it. That dog is a necromancer. He was horrified when he heard this. A dog that can use necromancy. What do we do now? At this rate, this will take all night. Young-ho asked seriously, "Do you think you can defeat it? If I get close enough?" Hearing the answer was yes, he immediately took a step forward. "Then I'll handle these guys." Seung-hyun suddenly remembered. That's right. Although he looks like a frail mage, Kim Jung-ho's role is the tank. He used his skill, provoking Roar of the Seven Herds under the effect of this spell. The monsters will increase their speed, which means this kind of spell could get me killed instantly. "Dr. Kang, I'm counting on you." Seung-hyun gave a slight nod. "Thank you, Kim Jung-ho. And now, dealing with one ghoul should be easy enough." According to what Latey said, the source of a rare monster's power is shaped like a sacred object. If you run into a troublesome one, just find that thing and smash it. He charged forward with the skill Insight. Found it. The sacred object is in its chin. Then he used the skill Throwing Dagger. Here's my chance. Next is the skill Freya's Pouch, crafting a wind toxin arrow. Suddenly something jumped out from the nearby bushes. Sung-hyun realized it. He planted one in hiding. Its jaws had already clamped down on his arm. "You foolish human! How dare you touch the sacred object?" When he turned his head, he was right in front of its mouth. "I will swallow you whole." Sung-hyun focused intently, using the skill Freya's Crossbow. Then dismiss Freya's Crossbow. He felt a bit of relief. That was lucky. Then he continued, resummon Freya's Crossbow. "Where's my other arm?" It was useless now. It didn't see this coming. He shot it straight in the chin. "Die, you mangy dog. I did it. I'm never doing this again." Sung-hyun hurriedly used his hemostasis skill on his wrist. Where did it roll off to? The person he had saved earlier brought it over. "Here." He took his wrist. "Thanks for finding it." The man replied politely, "I should be the one thanking you. Let me help you heal your wrist." Sung-hyun asked curiously, "Are you a healer?" The man replied, "Yes, my name is Keithel, but thank you, I can do it myself." He turned to the side. "How about you check on the person over there for me? I think he needs your help more than I do." The man was surprised. "There are other survivors." "Yes." Sung-hyun ran around. "Where are you, Kim Jung-ho?" "Dr. Kang, pull me out." He was trapped and couldn't move. He realized, there's someone over here who needs help too. Jung-ho stood up and dusted himself off. "Man, I thought I was a goner crushed flat." Both of them survived. Jung-ho was worried. "Your wrist is still completely severed," but he calmly said, "This is actually pretty lucky." Jung-ho was speechless. "How can you be so optimistic?" Jung-ho asked again. "So what do we do about this place?" Sung-hyun replied, "We'll let the guys from the Church of Eva handle it." Upon returning to the Skong base camp, Sung-hyun immediately began treatment. "First, I should adjust the position of the severed wrist, then use my mouth to hold the suture and fix the wound in place. Even if the stitches are loose, it's stable for now. I'll quickly use my other hand to stitch it up properly." "Done." Jung-ho, who was beside him, spoke up. "You really did it yourself. Why didn't you ask your friend Keithel for help?" He replied, "I hate depending on other healers." Suddenly, someone called for him. "Kang Seong-hyun, the pastors are here. I'm coming." He immediately ran out while Jung-ho let out a long yawn. "I am Katrina Solo of the Church of Avahin Village." He observed the man carefully. His holy power, his entire body radiates it. He's definitely a pastor. "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am the healer Kang Seong-hyun." As soon as he finished speaking, a murmur spread through the crowd. "Is that Kang Seong-hyun? Oh God, why did it have to be him?" "I'm scared of that guy!" Katrine shouted, "Silence! Please keep order. Forgive us. We've heard a lot about you from Pastor Lewis." Is Pastor Lewis doing well? If you want to get straight to the point about where those undead monsters appeared, follow me. Seong-hyun led the way for them. A while later, everyone arrived. Corpses were strewn everywhere. Someone exclaimed, "My God, this is a disaster." Team 1, purify the black mana from this area. Team 2, search the surroundings. Team 3 will transport the bodies to the camp. And finally, Team 4 will gather and incinerate the infected corpses. They all replied in unison, "Understood." The sacred fire blazed intensely. Someone said in awe, "This is the first time I've ever seen undead being incinerated. It's overwhelming." He explained, "If we don't incinerate them, those bodies could rise again." "Mr. Kang Seong-hyun," the priest called out suddenly, "could you take a look at the rare undead corpse?" He agreed, "Of course." He observed it intently. "This is bad," Seong-hyun thought. "Truly bad. But he must be referring to the black mana." The priest added, "I would like to bring this body back to the church, to investigate the primary cause of its appearance. Of course, I don't intend to take it for free. This is holy water created by the Church of Iva. It's called Dawn Holy Water." Vela was aghast. Dawn Holy Water." He still didn't understand how valuable it was. The priest began to explain. "Dawn Holy Water is made by placing pure water in a chapel at dawn and praying over it for an entire year. It requires a great deal of effort and piety. Even in the camp, it radiates immense holy power. Just one bottle can purify hundreds, no thousands of undead. If you give us the body, we will pay you with Dawn Holy Water. It's something that money can't buy." Xiong-hyun gave a slight smile. When I destroyed the artifact, I thought I was at a loss. If you need it, please take it. Of course I'll give it to you. The priest thanked him politely. Also, I say this on behalf of the Church of Eva in Hin Village. Thank you for your diligent work in finding these wretched creatures and defeating them in a lonely battle. We sincerely thank you. He smiled brightly and replied, I only did what was necessary. They gnashed their teeth in fury. For money, that guy would even heal the undead. He continued cheerfully. I'm just a healer who can't stand those insidious undead, that's all. A faint voice called out, Mr. Kang Seong-hyun, Mr. Kang Seong-hyun, wake up. He struggled to sit up. What is it? The man recounted how the area manager from the Adventurers Association had come looking for him. Riven Hersher laughed heartily. Adventurer Kang Seong-hyun, I've heard all about you. You defeated a rare undead monster. I'm so proud of you. His voice was still dreary. Thank you for visiting. The man said excitedly, How could I not come after hearing such news? A coldness crept into Seong-hyun's eyes. How ridiculous. Riven Hersher is a greedy, incompetent fool. There's no way he'd have any goodwill towards someone with my reputation at the association. He's clearly plotting something. The man snapped his fingers. I am very grateful for your efforts in protecting the peace of Hin Village. I've prepared a small gift for you. Velo's eyes widened. Is that golden vitality mushroom essence? The man gestured. You there, explain. Velo immediately spoke up. Vitality mushrooms are used as an ingredient for recovery potions, and the golden vitality mushroom is the rarest of them all because it's a rare item that provides the maximum increase to stamina. Seong-hyun immediately grabbed it and downed it in one go. His stamina increased by 3%. Area Manager Riven, thank you very much. The man's expression remained cordial. I'm glad you like it. But the glass vial was thrown to the ground. You couldn't have come all this way just to give me this. I'm tired now, so let us not waste any more time. You want the Dawn Holy Water, don't you? A sinister smile spread across the man's face. I like how quick you are. Money can't buy that. So I want to trade you for something else money can't buy. Your identity as the dimensional traveler, Kang Seong-hyun. Riven was extremely confident. I'm right, aren't I? You're a dimensional traveler from another world. Seong-hyun was surprised, wondering what he knows about dimensional travelers. How much does he know? The man continued, It's a shame. Dimensional travelers possess many special abilities, yet simply because your origins are unclear, you are often not treated well. Even if you prove your abilities, you still can't attain the status you deserve. And here we even have a healer who isn't even recognized as an official one. What do you mean? Seong-hyun asked the question. The man smirked and replied, If you hand over the Dawn Holy Water, I promise to grant you a healer's insignia and guarantee that the Hus family will back you. He replied, But based on the law, I cannot become an official healer. Riven laughed. The law? You think something like the law can hinder Riven Hersher? You will be honored as a healer by a noble family if you accept this condition. You could even become a royal healer? In short, your life will begin to blossom from this adversity. He still couldn't believe it. I can become a royal healer. He calmly replied while sipping his tea, That's a worthy price for the holy water of dawn. If I could get the holy water of dawn, I could move to a bigger, more magnificent place, not just a small rural area like Hien Village. I never thought making a weirdo like him an official healer would be as easy as flipping my hand. His next words turned the old man to stone. In that case, I will refuse this offer. Riwen stammered, What, you're refusing? Seong-hyun sighed. Yes, I'm refusing. I don't need to bribe someone just to be recognized because I'm already qualified to be a healer. He cursed inwardly, How arrogant. Then he made more attractive offers. What about a donation, then? The opportunity to be supported by the Hus family doesn't come easily, you know. He replied nonchalantly, About that. But from what I've heard, you don't have much authority in your own family, do you? Those conditions aren't credible at all. So I'll refuse. Riwen couldn't take it anymore. How dare you insult me? Velo quickly interjected. Calm down, sir. Young-ho was also very surprised. Those guys were that generous. They gave me this as a reward. Seong-hyun was curious. What did you get? This is the bloodthirsty bloodstone. It increases attack power, he thought to himself. He was willing to part with a pretty good item. At that time, I had subtly reminded him, I took care of those undead with a teammate. He looked at the item and commented, That's a good item. The alarm bell rang. Monsters are attacking from the south, north, and west. The monsters are approaching. All adventurers, please join the defense. The camp is under attack. We have to stop them to protect the village. Let's go. Young-ho immediately agreed. All right. Everyone started to fight back. Seong-hyun crafted Bria's pouch and stone arrows while Young-ho used his blood rush skill. Compared to what we went through, the other day, this battle is too simple. Suddenly, a boss monster appeared. Shoot it, attack. This is the last one, let's go, Young-ho said worriedly. I don't think the stone arrows will work on it. He smirked to himself. That's why I prepared this. He had crafted mole claw metal arrows. The young man cried out in amazement. The arrow pierced its skin. He commanded, aim for that spot. He immediately attacked it head-on. Dr. Kang, now's your chance. Sung-hyun leaped high into the air and used his throw skill. The boss monster was hit and collapsed to the ground. Everyone cheered with joy. We won! We've protected the village, good job, adventurers. That final attack was amazing. Isn't that the group that took down the rare undead monster? Young-ho felt proud of himself. This feels great, we've become heroes. He replied, I earned a good amount of points. 3 points. His friend asked curiously, are you going to use them? Stop. Nothing good ever comes from that spinner. I'm telling you, don't. Seong-hyun was adamant. Who knows, what if I get lucky? His friend was completely confident. I'll bet you 100,000 gold that you'll only get junk. The result of the spin was just as Young-ho had predicted. Didn't I tell you? Wait, Mr. Kang Seong-hyun, Seong-hyun asked. Velo, what is it? He panted. We managed to prevent a great disaster thanks to you two. Thank you so much. It was nothing. Why haven't they moved this camp? He replied, they've delayed their departure until the priests conduct their survey. And this is a special reward from our camp for the two of you. Young-ho was surprised. This is mead. The two of them went to a tavern together. Young-ho cheered happily. Cheers, I was planning on going for a drink to celebrate our success anyway. Sung-hyun hadn't expected this either. I can't believe they gave us this. I heard that all the workers at the camp are from Hien village. He replied, most of them are. They're outsiders, aren't they? Suddenly, someone recognized him. Healer Dr. Kang Seong-hyun. He was a bit unsure. You're Ross, right? He was just as surprised. I can't believe I'm seeing you here. Young-ho asked curiously, an acquaintance of yours? He replied, more or less. He was a patient I treated just a few days ago. Thinking back, you really took great care of me. He takes out a bag. Doctor, here's the treatment fee. I haven't had a chance to pay you yet. I'd completely forgotten about it. Sung-hyun suddenly remembers. Oh, that's right. While I'm at it, here's the sword I was holding onto for you. Ross is moved and hugs his precious sword. Oh my God, baby, I missed you so much. Dong-ho whispers, is that guy all there in the head? Sung-hyun is a doctor, but even he doesn't know the answer to that. Beats me. After a bit of conversation, Ross learned a few things. So you two have been at the camp this whole time? He asks again. And you're just resting after your contract ended, right? He hums in agreement. If you guys have time, you might want to check this out. He holds out a party invitation. Recently, a portal to a dungeon appeared near Hin village. The villagers say they're planning to go inside in 3 days to explore it, so my cousin invited me to go. As a party member, but with my outstanding debts, I can't go. Dong-ho puts on a world-weary look. That's a life lesson for you. Even if you're starving to death, never borrow money from the union. Seong-hyun chimes in. So what should we do? The reward for conquering the dungeon sounds pretty tempting. He says casually, I'm fine with it. We can just go. Ross is overjoyed. Thank you both so much. What a relief. If it's them, I can completely trust them. He smirks to himself. You have no idea how comical it is to see a bastard like you begging for my help. It should be fine, right? 3 days later, Dong-ho asks with concern, Dr. Kang, are you all prepared? He replies calmly, Yep. My wrist hasn't fully healed yet, but I'm ready to claim that 100,000 gold reward. He didn't quite catch that and asks again, What? Oh my God, you already got it. It's the arrow retrieval of Freya. It allows the user to return used arrows to their original state. Seong-hyun recounts, I met Kale yesterday. He gave me some kind of blessing on my hand. Is he a follower of Lacom or something? He continues, that's why my luck stat shot up like this. I was wondering if it would actually do anything, but now I see it does. Don't tell me you got that because of him. No way. That's enough. Snap out of it and let's go. A short while later, the two arrived at Hakot Hill. A young swordswoman, Ross's cousin, came to greet them. Hello, I'm Tina Putin. I've heard about you two from Ross. He shakes her hand. I'm the healer Kang Seong-hyun, and this is Kim Dong-ho. She looks curious. His complexion looks a bit... He tells her, don't mind him. Curiosity starts to bubble up. A healer? How can that be? That person standing over there. His holy power is at rock bottom. They point at Dong-ho. And that other guy is weird too. What kind of tank wears a robe like that? He looks bewildered. What's wrong with what I'm wearing? My clothes have their own value, you know. Another person slowly approaches. Now, everyone calm down. They came here to help us. You should be a little more mindful of your manners. By the way, my name is Ai. Dong-ho thinks cheerfully. This one seems a bit nicer. You look sharp. Are you the leader? Lakamati speaks up unhappily. I'm the leader here. Well, if everyone's here, then let's go. Everyone steps inside the circle. A flash of light appears, and they all arrive in front of an ancient dungeon. Chu-yi uses Illuminate to light the way. Seung-hyun observes his surroundings. It's so dilapidated in here. Usually walls get eroded by weathering or water, right? Since this place is deep inside some ruins, it probably can't be weathering. But I don't feel any moisture either, so could it be dark magic? Dong-ho calls out, Hey Lakamati, you said you're a warrior, but you also know how to heal, right? In that case, you should be called a physical therapist. She yelled in frustration, Oh my God, I'm a priest! A priest! Sahita was tense, but her holy power still wasn't having much of an effect. Suddenly, Seung-hyun noticed something. It was a swarm of beetles. Giant beetles. Su-yi cried out in fear, So disgusting. Everyone started to attack them. This is horrible. After a while, seeing that things still weren't looking good, Ali shouted, There are too many of them. We can't kill them all. Someone clear a path straight ahead. Then we'll make a run for it. Seung-hyun called out to her, Su-yi, do you know how to use wind magic? While running, she answered, I do. He immediately used his water dust skill, releasing the effects of mint poison all around, which spread out in coordination with her gale. Before long, the swarm of beetles was wiped out. How in the world did you do that? Seung-hyun refused to answer. It's a military secret. Can't be revealed. Su-yi stubbornly followed him. Come on, tell me, what kind of magic was that? Lakamati watched from a distance, impressed. Just the two of them were enough to wipe out that entire swarm of giant beetles. Ali walked over cheerfully. Great work, everyone. Let's each have a bottle before we press on. Oh, awesome. Thanks, I'll take one. Seung-hyun was suspicious. A high-dose mana potion. Liquid mana like this is pretty expensive. You can just hand them out like this. He handed Seung-hyun a bottle and said, It's because I know someone who works at a pharmacy, so I get them cheap. Seung-hyun smiled as he took it. Oh, is that right? Well, in that case, I won't be shy. I can't believe there are still people this kind in the world. But still, this feeling is somehow so familiar. Dong-ho suddenly stopped. Wait, it's a fork in the road. Their expressions immediately changed. What is that? From the path on the left, an overwhelming dark mana radiated. Ali guessed, It's a trap, isn't it? Lakamati gritted his teeth. This is a no-brainer. We're taking the path on the right. No, we're going left, Seung-hyun said confidently. Kang Seung-hyun's defiance enraged the leader Lakamati, who lunged forward and grabbed him by the collar, looking like he was about to punch him in the face. Dong-ho and Tina rushed to intervene, afraid a pointless fight would break out. This did nothing to lessen Lakamati's rage. In fact, it only made his words more venomous. We never should have let a damn rookie like him join us in the first place. Tina froze, stunned into silence. Su-eva and Sahita had been on their leader's side from the very beginning, so they spoke up in his defense. In the end, the team split into two groups, each taking the path they wanted. Only after watching Lakamati, Su-eva, and Sahita walk further and further away did Seung-hyun finally speak. He adjusted his clothes and asked Tina for her reason. She simply replied that she trusted him. In reality, the fact that Ross had introduced him was what put her somewhat at ease. Ali hadn't joined the argument, but he also chose to trust Seung-hyun. A warmth spread through his chest, and he resolved not to betray the trust of his two newfound teammates. As for the other three, the path they had chosen was quite peaceful. Nothing happened. There weren't even any monsters. They walked on and on until they unknowingly stepped into a magic circle that had been set on the floor. A series of strange sounds rang out, catching everyone's attention. They all scattered, searching for the source of the horrifying noise. Su-yi spotted the trap on the floor and quickly warned her two teammates. But before they could leap away, sharp spears shot up from the ground. Anyone unlucky enough to be impaled would die. But luckily, Lakamati and Su-yi were fast enough to get out of the way. Sahita, however, was not so lucky. Two spears pierced through her leg, and she collapsed to the ground as blood pooled on the floor. Lakamati frantically tried to save Sahita with healing light, but it had no effect. In fact, it only made the wound worse. Lakamati realized Sahita had been afflicted with a cursed wound, a type of dark magic, and only a priest could remove this curse. Seeing the young woman screaming in agony made the leader Lakamati feel his stomach churn. Just then, Seung-hyun's group arrived. His appearance was like a beacon of hope for them. Tina stepped into the magic circle and realized it was broken even though just moments ago it had been working perfectly fine. Perfectly enough to injure that priestess, but Lakamati sensed something unusual. The dark magic seal reacted violently to holy power. This trap. It was set specifically for a priest. How could that be? But he couldn't dwell on it. Lakamati urgently demanded that he heal Sahita, but Seong-hyun coldly refused. And why should I do that? You were the ones who refused to listen to a fellow team member's opinion. Lakamati was enraged, but seeing his comrade on the verge of death, he had no other choice. The man lowered his voice and apologized to Seong-hyun, then even knelt down sincerely begging him to save her. Seeing that the man had finally submitted, Seong-hyun smirked to himself and quickly used his skill to heal her. Dong-ho couldn't help but wonder, but you don't have any holy power skills. How can you possibly break it? While I may not have a high-level skill like that, yeah, I do have a vial of pure holy water, Seong-hyun said. A single drop is all I need for a curse like this. With that, he dropped it onto the spreading wound on her leg. Miraculously, a light flashed and began to slowly heal Sahita. She was no longer screaming, the intense pain finally subsiding. Lakamati's mind once again filled with dark thoughts, worried that Sahita was still going to die here. But before he could even finish the thought, Dong-ho walked out cheerfully carrying Sahita on his back. The wound on her leg was already starting to fade. Exhausted, she leaned against Dong-ho. After what she had just been through, the poor girl must have been terrified. The leader, along with Su-yi and Tina, all rushed over to Sahita, overjoyed to see that she was okay. And I'm truly in awe of Cleric Seong-hyun for healing that patient. I didn't realize there was a healer as amazing as you here. I've made a huge mistake. Seeing the three of them rushing over so aggressively, Jun-ho had to shout a warning for them to be careful, since they were the ones who had just been in an accident. Seong-hyun just laughed awkwardly. With all misunderstandings finally cleared up, Ali looked towards them, his face showing not a hint of emotion. Their party turned back to the path on the left, following Seong-hyun's directions. At the end of the path was the boss room. Lakamati pushed the door open, and they were greeted by a one-eyed, two-horned demon chained to the wall. "Welcome, you useless sacrifices!" The demonic wind from the fiend was strong enough to blow them away. A person could tell right away this was a bad sign. Its dark magic was too powerful. But to retreat after coming this far wouldn't be very heroic. Whether they could even defeat it was another question entirely. The monster began to cast a spell. The fireball in its hand gathered more and more power, and the dark aura it emitted grew thicker by the second. Everyone got into their fighting stances. "It's only launching a single attack. We have to be able to counter it." The two-horned demon grew arrogant. It scorned the foolish humans who had walked right in to offer up their lives. But it didn't get to be smug for long before someone attacked it, blowing away half of its body. While it was still stunned, wondering what had just happened, it vanished into thin air. The one behind this was Seong-hyun. He had used his strongest skill to annihilate the monster. It happened in the blink of an eye. While everyone was still in shock over the beast, Jun-ho turned to Seong-hyun and whispered, "You shouldn't have finished the boss off with your strongest skill, you know." He just smiled calmly and replied, "It'd be weirder to use my strongest skill after a string of useless ones." With that, he raised his hand to retrieve Bria's arrow and the Holy Dawn. The final demon boss had been defeated. Sui-yi was about to use her staff to draw a magic circle to escape when she was stopped. Ali stopped her. "We still have time. Why don't we check this place out before we go back? Maintaining that magic circle costs a lot of mana, you know." Seeing that it was a reasonable suggestion, everyone began to spread out and inspect the room. A blood-stained altar frightened Tina, and she quickly scurried away to another spot. Seong-hyun observed it with curiosity. He thought that there was definitely something underneath that altar. So he flipped it over. A box with a strange symbol hidden underneath was discovered. He opened the lid and hordes of zombies leaped out. They looked absolutely disgusting. Faced with the surprise situation, everyone quickly got into a fighting position. Lakamati focused her power and used her holy fist to take them down. Jun-ho fought while cracking jokes, which started to annoy Lakamati. Still, he didn't forget to remind her, "Even if they're zombies, just use your strength and aim for the head." The two sides clashed fiercely. A series of massive explosions soon left the place in complete ruins. Seong-hyun felt that something was strange. If the boss was defeated, the zombies shouldn't be able to move. What's going on? After finishing off the last of them, Seong-hyun looked toward the leader's corpse and realized its core wasn't there. He was about to turn and talk to Jun-ho, but the man collapsed right in front of him. Luckily, Seong-hyun caught him in time, or he would have broken his nose. He also quickly realized that everyone else had fallen unconscious. They're still breathing, so they're not dead. just asleep. Observing the situation, Seung-hyun suddenly realized the thing he killed earlier was just a copy of the leader. Where is the real you? His sixth sense told him the beast was still in the room. Seung-hyun drew his divine crossbow, aiming toward the altar. Trusting his instincts, he fired. The arrow carrying terrifying power whizzed toward its target, but his foe was no pushover, deflecting its path with a single slash. The skill Seung-hyun had just unleashed had two purposes. The first was to restore everyone's stamina, and the second was to find the hidden boss that was blending in somewhere in this room. Everyone else is asleep, but you're still fine. Ali replied calmly, Aren't you fine as well? Seung-hyun answered, That's why I thought it over. I didn't drink the mana potion you gave everyone. He drew a knife and lunged, slashing at Ali. The white bandage wrapped around his arm came undone. Seung-hyun exposed him. A common swindler wouldn't use a weapon imbued with dark magic, would they? Unless you're the real boss of this dungeon. A dark energy began to radiate from Ali's body. His secret exposed, Ali didn't hesitate to admit it. Contrary to expectations, he transformed into a monster boss that was still handsome and elegant like a nobleman, not like the wretched swindler he had pretended to be. He had been using this disguise all along. He had tricked so many foolish humans into venturing into this place. None ever returned. Only Seung-hyun had realized his true nature. To be this intelligent, you'll make for some very juicy live bait. Without hesitation, Ali stabbed his own hand and then attacked. Seung-hyun took a defensive stance and as he rushed forward, completely blocked his opponent's blade. He raised his divine crossbow. 2 arrows grazed past him and fell to the ground. Ali flew into a frenzy, slashing relentlessly as he threatened, He chose me, I was just a nameless thief, until he made me special if I offer you to him as a sacrifice. I wonder just how pleased he will be. Just like those comrades I killed back in the day. So just stay put and wait for your death. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red magic circle appeared behind him. Another one identical to it appeared beneath Seung-hyun's feet. So that's why he stabbed his own hand earlier. It was to create this magic formation. Then he lured him into the center. Ali laughed triumphantly and began to give the order to capture Seung-hyun. Immediately, a massive tangled mess charged straight at him. A blinding light flashed. The main character was still standing there. As for that chaotic mass that had just formed into a pair of hands about to devour him, it was now slowly disappearing. Seung-hyun said mockingly, Now this surprises me. Seeing the situation, Ali grew even more furious continuously, ordering magical attacks. But it was useless. He had no choice but to join the fight himself. Seung-hyun, however, didn't rush to engage. He held the orb that was emitting a strange light and asked. Seeing the precious item in his opponent's hands, he blurted out, The crystal of the god Caresso. This is an item that contains immense magical power. Divine defense magic resistance. Whatever it is, it's dark magic. Sooner or later, holy water will nullify it. Ali frantically rushed forward to get the orb back. Without hesitation, Seung-hyun threw it straight into the air. He then used a thread to recall the crystal. Then he drew his crossbow and aimed right at Ali's head. Attacked by surprise, he unleashed dark thorns. The thorns surrounded him like a protective magic circle. It seems he planned to heal first, but that's not going to happen. Seung-hyun used a skill to shatter the barrier closing in on his opponent. With his crossbow, he ended the life of the crazed boss. With such a powerful attack, he's still not dead. He's still kneeling and begging for the crystal. Are all fanatics like this? Using his last breath, Ali spoke. The god Caresso told me that he could feel an invisible presence watching us. So you're just like me, aren't you? So this guy is also a god. And through the status window, he could see the administrator. Seung-hyun replied coldly. I don't believe in gods, but I can't deny that I can't explain my own power. Ali laughed loudly, speaking his last words before he stopped breathing. In the end, you'll just end up wanting more. With that, he collapsed to the ground. The wicked boss had paid for his crimes. Holding the crystal in his hand, Seung-hyun thought it was about time to awaken the administrator. Then everyone started to wake up, their heads throbbing as if they'd been hit by a hammer. Seung-hyun explained, No need to be surprised, that bastard was the leader of the monsters. He didn't forget to boast, You're all alive thanks to me, you know. The whole team started to crowd around the corpse. No one had suspected the dark magic he radiated before. Dong-ho wondered how Seung-hyun was able to realize he was the bad guy. He casually shared his experience. I generally don't trust bastards who pretend to be nice. You know, the ones who smile and act all kind for no reason, even using honorifics. Whenever you meet scumbags like that, you should stay as far away from them as possible. Dong-ho looked at his friend with judging eyes. You're describing yourself. So you recognize your own kind, huh? Sung-hyun turned to ask Su-yi to create a magic circle for their escape. Su-yi started to feel suspicious. She could sense the holy power of a high-ranking priest and his judgment. Why would he hide it? Is he plotting something? Well, for now, I should just make a good impression on Seong-hyun. Yes, leave it to me, sir. She's acting strange. Sung-hyun was also a bit taken aback, using honorifics all of a sudden. After he was done asking, Seong-hyun noticed the girl worrying incessantly. He cleared his throat and called out to the priestess, Sahita, can we talk for a moment? Startled by being called out so suddenly, Sahita tried to remain calm. According to Seong-hyun, he believed these monsters were the adventurers Ali had sacrificed earlier. Sahita timidly offered her opinion. She wanted to pray for the dead. They placed them inside the magic circle and sincerely prayed for the souls of the departed, hoping they would find peace. As soon as they finished, the system window displayed a new achievement, obtained by participating in a purification ritual to pray for the resting dead. Seong-hyun raised his hand to select it, and saw Dong-ho doing the exact same thing. The two of them understood each other without a word. Meanwhile, Tina created a mana sheet to cover the bodies. It was a bit thin, but it was better than nothing. Su-yi was walking along, unaware of a figure appearing behind her. Sensing something was wrong, Seong-hyun immediately turned his head. He was just in time to shout a warning, but it was too late. She was stabbed by Ali and immediately collapsed motionless. Seong-hyun had carelessly forgotten that the god Caresso had passed his power on to Ali. He immediately ordered, get the bodies and Su-yi out of here. Let's go, priestess! We have to eliminate that piece of trash! Sahita's face turned pale. She was already timid and scared, and now she was being forced into a battle. As fast as a flash, Ali leaped forward and slashed at Seong-hyun with a knife, but he managed to block it. This guy's power is immense. He asked Sahita to unleash her energy. Though she was terrified, she focused and channeled triumph, causing Seong-hyun's power to increase dramatically. He pushed him back. This time, Ali's target was Sahita. He lunged towards her, but Seong-hyun managed to grab him by the neck in time. Sahita cast her spell again, and the power was even greater than before, making Ali scream in agony, clutching his face. Damn it! He pulled the crystal of Caresso from his body and immediately crushed it, swearing, this will be the final sacrifice. A fierce wind began to blow, sending everything flying. The dungeon was beginning to collapse. Seong-hyun hurriedly ran with Sahita back to the magic circle to get out of there. As for that bastard Ali, he was crushed to death by a large boulder. Or at least he didn't know if he was really dead for good. However, it wasn't over yet. Because of the recent attack, Su-yi's spirit was unstable. Although she was healed, she couldn't focus her mind to control the mana. The dungeon's collapse was getting worse. Su-yi was sobbing. Seong-hyun suddenly realized that the magic circle was complete. It just needed energy to be activated. Meanwhile, Tina was proficient, was in magic, and could immediately recognize what kind of magic circle it was. And she was also skilled at creating barrier magic. Combining those two things, Tina could save everyone. But Tina was given such a heavy responsibility, and fearing she couldn't do it, she refused. But with some words of encouragement from Seong-hyun, she had an epiphany. With her extensive knowledge and Seong-hyun's help, Tina successfully operated the magic circle, bringing everyone to safety. Sui jumped for joy, a stark contrast to her earlier withered state. Seong-hyun asked where they were, and Sui explained that this city was located above Lake Kama. It was peaceful thanks to the presence of red magic. Because of that, many nobles and wizards gather in this place. Because here, it's very easy to find research materials and rare books. Seong-hyun looked around curiously. It was his first time visiting a magic tower. 3 people in outfits similar to Sui's opened the door. They had received the coordinates of an activated recovery zone and came to investigate. Sui realized they were people she knew, but her joy was short-lived as her professor bonked her on the head. What followed was a chase scene between the professor and student. After hearing the full story, Tanenrola teased her for abandoning her path as a magic tower wizard to become an adventurer. And now she comes crawling back after nearly dying, leaving the poor girl speechless. Then she turned to praise Seong-hyun for a job well done, before showing them to the guest rooms. Perhaps it was because of the unfamiliar place, but Seong-hyun tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He decided to put on the coat and go for a walk. Suddenly a voice spoke to him. What are you doing up at this hour? Kang Seong-hyun, surprised, asked back, It's late, why are you still awake? Ms. Tina. She also exclaimed in surprise, Healer Seong-hyun. It's been a while since I've been back to the tower, so I'm feeling a bit nostalgic. Hearing this, he smiled faintly and replied, So you're from a tower too, then? After nodding in confirmation, Tina expressed her guilt. "I'm sorry about what happened earlier. It was a dangerous situation. I hesitated too much." Seung-hyun quickly reassured her. "There's no need to feel guilty. We're all alive thanks to you, Ms. Tina." Feeling a bit more at ease, Tina began to share comfortably. "I originally came from the Golden Tower. Ever since I was little, I showed a talent for magic, and because of the pressure I had to enter the tower, but I preferred using a sword. I always remembered my one-on-one battles with Ross, and then it turned out my talent wasn't anything special after all." In response to Seung-hyun's question, "Is that why you left the tower?" Tina admitted without hesitation. "Yes. But in the end, both my magic and my swordsmanship ended up being mediocre. If only I had just focused on magic, maybe." A thought about ambiguous talent flashing through his mind, Seung-hyun quickly offered his advice. "I don't know much since I've never studied either of them, but I think..." "The important thing is to do what you love. And if you find your talent is less than others, you can just use a trick. By any means necessary. You have to see it through to the end, no matter what methods you have to use." The next morning, seeing Kim Jun-ho still saying a regretful goodbye, Seung-hyun spoke up. "They've all left already. That guy Kamadi wanted to keep training and Sui wanted to get her work done. A pretty nice farewell, don't you think? No one died." Then he quickly turned to look at Tina, asking, "What about you, Miss Tina?" Jun-ho also eagerly made an offer. "If you don't have any plans yet, you could come with us." After hesitating for a moment, Tina declared clearly, "I want to become a magic swordsman. People might laugh at me, but I want to choose my own path." Seung-hyun smiled and added, "I knew you would. If you want to become a magic swordsman, you should visit this place. Linfaroli Village, the coldest place in the north. Right there's a madman there, a very powerful magic swordsman that I know. I guarantee he's skilled, so just observing him will be incredibly helpful for you." Tina was extremely excited by this guidance and kept repeating, "Thank you, thank you." Before parting ways, she didn't forget to make a promise. "I'll write to you often." Jun-ho also started to hurry them along. "Now we should get going too." Just as the two were about to leave, they suddenly heard Sui's voice calling out, "Wait!" After they arrived at the Red Magic Professor's office, she said, "I'm sorry for holding you up." Seung-hyun replied calmly, "It's fine. But who is this?" The man standing opposite them quickly spoke up. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Cyan from Black Magic." He gave a brief explanation of his tower. "It's generally known as the Tower of Black Mages. Our main goal is to find suitable methods to utilize black magic and black mana." At that moment, a thought flashed through Seung-hyun's mind. Looks like using black magic is still legal if you have a license, even though the Holy See must hate it. He then heard Professor Tenseo begin to speak. "He heard about the incident and begged me to let him meet you." Cyan quickly added, "I heard that the boss monster was an incredibly powerful black mage. Did you happen to pick up any of its belongings? Any of his personal items? I'd like to purchase them for my experiments." Hearing this offer, Seung-hyun focused his thoughts. "I have Gorgazod's crystal, but I don't want to hand that over. Is there anything else?" Recalling the battle from that day, he vaguely remembered a small dagger. "I almost forgot about that." Seung-hyun didn't hesitate to ask, "What about a magic dagger that the black mage used?" Cyan quickly realized there's still an immense amount of black mana inside this dagger. "I'm so excited to study how magnificent it is. Wait just a moment, I'll give you anything you want." In his mind, Seung-hyun also felt satisfied. This stuff would definitely interest wizards. Magic books and a whole bunch of other things. Something on the table suddenly caught his eye. "What's that?" After picking it up to examine it, Seung-hyun was astonished by it. When this strange thing began to play melodies and dance non-stop in front of everyone. Cyan quickly grabbed it and explained, "This thing is called a hyperactive music box." "Huh. So the toy my friend gave me is here. It absorbs mana from the air and converts it into vitality. Wait." Seung-hyun realized it's helping me recover my stamina points. He then hastily declared, "I'll take that one." The result couldn't have been more satisfying for Seung-hyun, as the man gave him an extra scroll and a whole pile of books to go with it. Still, Seung-hyun couldn't help but wonder. This scroll, it's the formula for a freezing potion. I do need some more potions and ingredients. This is perfect. Seung-hyun then came up with a suggestion. "Hey, Jung-ho, why don't we stick around for a little longer? Professor Tenseo gave me a permit." He had given it to him with such a grateful attitude. "This is a small token of my gratitude for saving my student, now that you're at the Magic Tower. Why don't you take a look around?" Jung-ho was also completely surprised. Looks like they're not so arrogant after all, huh? I thought all mages were just a bunch of stuck-up jerks. All right, fine. Staying a little longer should be okay. I heard there are a lot of good items and high-quality potions in the tower. Seung-hyun laughed in response. That's exactly my goal. After stopping by the Magic Tower's potion shop, Seung-hyun said while picking things out, I'll take 1 box of mana potions, 1 box of vitality potions, and 3 boxes of stamina potions. Seeing the man in front of him concentrating on brewing a potion, Seung-hyun quickly intervened. Excuse me. I think it's better if you don't put that in there. The man glanced over at him with a disdainful look. Clearly this was someone who knew nothing about mana. He then snapped nonsense and went right back to what he was doing. Seeing this, Jung-ho quickly remarked, I guess they really are all arrogant jerks. What's with that attitude? Seung-hyun just smiled and urged, come on, let's just go. After the two of them left the shop, Jung-ho asked curiously, Hey Kang, why'd you tell that guy not to put that stuff in? Seung-hyun was about to explain. But before he could finish his sentence, a loud explosion erupted behind them. Even so, he calmly continued, That's why. Jung-ho, still terrified, couldn't help but shout, What just happened? Meanwhile, inside the potion shop, the people inside were coughing and staggering around. Which bastard caused this? One asked angrily. Why would they do this? It might be poisonous smoke. Use a magic shield. A magic shield was immediately raised, but it didn't seem to be very effective in this situation. As it was slowly being pierced, the man who cast it, despite his best efforts, cried out in helplessness. The magic shield isn't working. It's hot, so hot, he thought to himself. This can't be happening. I have to get out of here first. But he was unexpectedly blocked by Kang Seung-hyun. And where do you think you're going? He stood firmly in this doorway, confidently declaring, None of you are taking a single step outside. This is why I told you not to put that in there. They stubbornly refused to admit it was their fault, trying to push him away. What the hell are you doing? Move it. Seung-hyun remained calm and reassured them. The herbal fragrance isn't poisonous, so don't be afraid. The smoke isn't dangerous at all. Hearing this, they immediately cut him off. So that means we're fine. But the next piece of information he provided was, But when you inhale it, all the mana in your body will melt. Their faces went pale. After shouting, What? They felt a change inside them as liquid began to drip onto the floor. Shocked screams began to fill the room. This is my mana. It's melting. Then I won't be able to use magic anymore. No, I'm getting out of here. The group started to run for it, but Seung-hyun quickly stopped them. Stop. I think you all have forgotten where you are. We're in the Magic Tower. Do you really think you can handle the consequences if you let that smoke out? The Magic Tower is an organization built for mages to research magic and increase their power. That means this place is filled with all kinds of magical research and facilities that use mana. They immediately realized, if this smoke gets out, all the facilities in the Magic Tower will be ruined. We're dead for sure. Seung-hyun immediately explained, Even if you're poisoned by the aromatic herb, there's still a way. If you get treated in time, you'll recover quickly. Of course I know the cure. I'm a healer after all. They were overjoyed. That's great, we're saved. Seung-hyun immediately cut in, but getting rid of the smoke is more urgent than saving you guys. Seung-hyun knew perfectly well that they wouldn't die from a lack of mana. But for a mage, being unable to use mana is no different from being dead. Not that I care, he thought. Seung-hyun ignored their pleas. Please, we'll do anything. So please just cure us. We'll even inhale all of this smoke. If you need us to please Healer Nim. Hearing this, Seung-hyun smiled smugly. It seems this was the only way to get through to them. This is why I love being a healer. Seeing this, Jung-ho curiously asked the healer if those people needed to inhale all the fumes to get rid of it. He immediately got a reply from the man. Sounds fun, but it takes too long. Luckily, this is a pharmacy. Bring me all the ingredients I listed now. Everyone started scrambling to find the silicon set he mentioned. This is dried grapevine root. This smoke has to be dealt with right here. But you can't grab smoke with your bare hands, so it's hard to get rid of. In that case, I'll just have to turn it into a form that's easier to clean up. Hearing Jung-ho's coughs, Seung-hyun thought to himself, even though Kim Jung-ho has very little mana, he's already starting to show symptoms. I have to hurry, he thought to himself while quickly preparing the concoction. My old comrade's absorption and dispersal skill can't go to waste. A strange object started to appear, gathering the smoke into large clumps. Jung-ho exclaimed in shock, Healer Kang, this is... And he got his answer from the man. A topical agent that turns smoke or gas into a gel. What are you all doing? Aren't you going to pick it up? They quickly started gathering it up, murmuring, the texture is kind of gross. Quiet and clean it up. The healer will get angry. We've cleaned up all of that gas and treated everyone. The aromatic herbs effect has also subsided. After looking around, Seung-hyun shook his head in dismay. What a mess. Everyone remember to apologize to the store owner and clean up carefully. By the way, did you just say aromatic herb? I'm sure what I put in was a water-type plant. An aromatic herb is a water-type herb that has mutated due to excessive mana. Normally, it's a type of herb that helps mix medicinal ingredients together, but when it becomes an aromatic herb, it dissolves mana. A girl also expressed her curiosity. It's so strange to think they'd grow something so dangerous in the magic division. When she saw Seung-hyun look puzzled at the mention of the magic division, she quickly explained, yes, because most of the ingredients come from the magic division's cultivation area. He then asked, curiously, could the cultivation environment have been altered? But she didn't think so. Probably not. The cultivation room is managed by a mana system. Can you explain in more detail? After all his questions were answered, Seung-hyun immediately rushed off. Hey, where are we going now? Dong-ho asked in surprise. We have to find Professor Tenso. The situation might be worse than I thought. Tenso began speaking nonchalantly. I've heard about the accident at the Aqua Pharmacy. He was communicating via a projection. I wish I could be there in person. But I can't go anywhere because of this damn conference. Tenso quickly granted him permission. You're allowed to enter the herb cultivation room. Su-yi replied curtly, Thank you. Seung-hyun smiled and said, It's a pleasure to meet you. On the way, she was sweating profusely, looking distressed. I've been searching the entire tower for you to guide you. They headed straight forward. The herb cultivation room is over there. As soon as the door opened, the color drained from Su-yi's face. The entire room was in ruins. This is... He calmly began to prepare. It doesn't look very safe. Summon Bria's crossbow. Everyone checked the area together. Humidity control, climate control, temperature control. All the support charms have been destroyed. She came to a conclusion. The mana condensation in the room is also abnormally high. I think there's a problem with the main magic circle. The group spread out to search for it. Where is it? I think it's deep inside. Suddenly, a vine shot towards them at high speed. Startled, Seung-hyun recognized it. He quickly yanked Dong-ho back. He barely escaped. Catching his breath, Dong-ho asked, What was that? Seung-hyun calmly asked back, What do you think it is? The answer was simple. A monster that grew by absorbing mana. A Marian ivy. Su-yi reacted quickly. She immediately unleashed her skill, Wind Blade, dealing a large amount of damage to the monster. The monster let out a terrible shriek. It whipped its vine straight at Su-yi. Dong-ho rushed forward. How dare you! He easily sliced the vine in two. It fell heavily to the ground. Su-yi laughed confidently. That was easier than I thought. Dong-ho remained vigilant. Wait! At the spot where the plant monster had been cut, thick white foam bubbled up. It immediately grew into a new vine. Both Su-yi and Dong-ho were caught in the surprise attack. Seung-hyun's brows furrowed. Is it healing the injured part of its stem? Bria's pouch was creating poison-tipped arrows. He quickly shot down a few vines at once, but they just grew back again. He sat up stunned. What is this? If I'd run into this thing, I would have bailed immediately. Seung-hyun calmly made an observation. With his sharp eyes, he noticed the healing speed varied. It heals faster when Su-yi attacks it. Su-yi ventured a guess. Perhaps it's because of the mana-infused attacks. He agreed. Right. All the herbs here grow rapidly because of the excess mana. Seung-hyun came to a conclusion. I think that monster has the ability to absorb mana. She launched a fire mist attack straight at its face. It had no effect whatsoever. The plant monster even counterattacked immediately after. Su-yi managed to dodge by a hair's breadth. Burning it has no effect either, Dong-ho said, stunned. I don't think we can kill it that way. They both concluded it was time to retreat. This whole room is filled with mana. Only Seung-hyun scoffed, why should we retreat? He took out a handful of white beads. We have someone who can nullify mana. The other two were stunned. Hey, what are those? Seung-hyun quickly used Bria's pouch to create fake arrows mimicking the wood monster's scent. It took the full hit, shrieking in agony before suddenly closing its petals. Then it spewed a cloud of poisonous gas right at them. Dong-ho coughed violently. What is this? We can't use our skills. Seung-hyun calmly summoned his weapon. All set. Bria's crossbow has been stored. His smile deepened. Now we can attack automatically until it's dead. Seung-hyun changed his grip on the sword. Countless attacks were unleashed. The wood monster shrieked madly as its vines grew sluggish. Dong-ho's face lit up. It's working! It's healing slower, he shouted. The root, Seung-hyun pointed. He leaped high into the air as Dong-ho charged straight for the target, striking with all his might. How cool is that? Dong-ho tensed his entire body, the only one who didn't rely on mana. As he wound up, he roared, "Take this final blow." But Dong-ho suddenly yelled, "Kang Seung-hyun, use him to launch yourself!" He gathered power in his short sword. "Man, I think this is hopeless, everyone." Seung-hyun just gave a faint, confident smile and slashed, unleashing a critical strike. A moment later, the wood monster was left sprawled on the ground. Sui let out a sigh of relief. "We did it." Without wasting any time, Seung-hyun said, "Miss Sui, take us to the main magic circle." They went to the herb cultivation room together. The stone slab was shattered to pieces. "Oh dear," he calmly stated, "it's been completely destroyed." "Have you found the cause?" She couldn't believe it either. "It seems the amount of mana it absorbed exceeded its limit, and it couldn't handle it." "How is that possible?" "The energy from the circle was growing more and more turbulent, and mana is overflowing too. It's about to erupt in violent sparks of lightning." They all instantly realized it was a mana explosion. The stone slab containing the magic circle cracked, releasing a stream of chaotic energy. Dong-ho clutched his head in panic. "It's going to blow!" Seung-hyun calmly searched for a solution. "Miss Sui, is there any way to stop the mana from continuously being pumped into it?" Sui frantically shook her head. "No, there's no way a low-level mage can't even see the mana connection circuit," she stated firmly. "And if it sustains any kind of impact, it will explode instantly." Seung-hyun quickly decided, "We have to run." But he reconsidered, analyzing the danger. If it's as strong as a magic scroll, then its destructive power will be terrifying. It won't just be me. Even people outside will get caught in the blast. With extreme determination, he used the sharp eyes skill. "I have to find the mana connection circuit no matter what." Seung-hyun's vision was greatly enhanced. In an instant, he spotted it. "There it is." The other two couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Seung-hyun stepped forward decisively. Seeing him advance, the other two panicked and yelled, "What are you doing? Healer Kang, you can't go in there." Seung-hyun thought to himself, "A large amount of pure mana has been gathered to create that bomb. Normal attacks will be useless." He took out a golden orb. Seung-hyun speculated, "But if it's an object with strong mana resistance?" The item in his hand was the sacred orb of Ki, Caristel. It has powerful mana-resistant defense. The shockwave from the magic circle erupted violently, putting Seung-hyun under immense pressure. Sui turned away, her face pale. "I can't watch." Dong-ho's face was pale with fear. "Healer Kang!" Gritting his teeth, Seung-hyun pushed forward. "I have to aim for the circuit's connection point." He gripped the orb tightly, then spun around and channeled all his strength into his arm, using the throw skill. Seung-hyun aimed for a perfect shot. The orb struck the magic circle. How cool was that? Everyone. Absolutely epic. Its color immediately turned red. The orb quickly distorted the matrix. The mana circuit was gradually being blocked. It seemed to absorb everything, turning blue in the process. A moment later, the orb dropped to the floor. Sui nervously peeked with one eye open. She looked around, stunned. The explosion! It stopped! While they stood there dumbfounded, Seung-hyun turned back. With a smug grin, he asked, "So what just happened?" The two of them immediately rushed over to hug him. "Healer Kang, healer, you're the absolute best," he answered nonchalantly. "I know." Sui was ecstatic. "Seriously, what even are you?" Seung-hyun said coolly. "Could you let me go?" He breathed an inward sigh of relief. "It's a good thing I tested the sacred orb's ability beforehand." Tenso frowned in confusion. "What happened?" He stated firmly, "There's a problem with the energy supply system." Sui argued, "Even magic won't be able to hold up if incidents like this keep happening." She continued her serious analysis. "If the magic tower collapses, the barrier protecting the city will also fall. Please let us investigate the mana center." Tenso shook his head helplessly. "The mana center is crucial to the very source of magic. That is beyond my authority." Dong-ho rubbed his chin in thought. "Even a professor can't just go inside. This is going to be difficult." Seung-hyun didn't give up. "Then who is in charge of the mana center?" He answered flatly, "One of the vice masters of the blood magic tower." A man named Hae asked coldly, "So you're Kang Seung-hyun. What do you want from me?" He began to summarize the incidents that had occurred at the magic tower today, explaining the situation. The man nodded. Is that so? So, you want to enter the Mana Center right now? Seung-hyun sighed wearily. To be honest, I really didn't want to come here, he thought. But he'll probably agree if I explain everything. He put on a professional smile. No, instead we... But Hae suddenly cut him off. How ridiculous! He roared in fury. Nonsense! Hae slammed the documents down on the table. He ranted foolishly. The facilities inside the Mana Center were created using the most advanced technologies of the Blood Magic Tower. It's a place that would be safe even if the Magic Tower itself collapsed. Hae yelled furiously, "How could a place like that possibly have a problem?" Seung-hyun was stunned. What nonsense is this man talking? Sui, breaking out in a nervous sweat, asked, Professor Hae, do you have any idea what the herb cultivation room looks like right now? Dong-ho, also annoyed, raised his voice. That's right. Do you know what we had to deal with? She tried to explain. The magic circle was completely... But he shouted her down. Stop it! Suipana, not only did you run away, but now you're insulting the magic tower. She was instantly speechless. Hae adamantly refused. I cannot allow you people into the Mana Center. Seung-hyun was silent for a moment. Then with a cold smile, he spoke. Vice Tower Master Hae, let me give you some advice. Evacuate everyone and act immediately. That is the best thing you can do, Seung-hyun added. But Hae just looked down on him contemptuously. I don't want to hear it. What a waste of time. After saying that, he slammed the door. Get out of my office now. If it were me, I would have gotten physical. Sui clutched her head. Oh my God. Dong-ho grumbled, annoyed. He's just spouting nonsense. Seung-hyun simply shrugged. He's being strangely confrontational. She was so furious she lost control of her words. Damn it! This is why all those bastard mages are so useless. He just chuckled to himself. It doesn't matter. In the end, he will. A moment ago, Seung-hyun used his insight skill. A series of red warnings surrounded him. Danger. Danger. Extremely dangerous. He knew for sure that man was going to die. In his room, the man was sighing non-stop, pacing restlessly. How much do those bastards know? He broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing. Could it be that there's a really big problem? Do they know the mana supply system has failed? He clutched his head in anguish. I was so focused on preparing for the Tower Master succession ceremony, I completely neglected the mana core. He was practically tearing his hair out. If anyone else finds out about this, I'll be disqualified as a candidate. He made up his mind. At the very least, I have to keep this under wraps until the ceremony is over. I can deal with this quietly. As he was lost in thought, the wall behind him began to crack. He turned around. What was that? He frowned, confused by the situation, when suddenly the entire room exploded. Dust and debris filled the air, and the whole mansion was reduced to rubble. He barely managed to survive. What the hell was that? But he was pinned beneath the stones. I can't move. I have to move this rubble. The mana in his hands flared out of control. He was hit by a backlash, the pain so intense he almost passed out. He gritted his teeth, not understanding. A mana reversal. He screamed for help. Is anyone out there? Come and help me. The sound of approaching footsteps filled him with joy. Over here, save me. A cold voice echoed, Do you understand now? Seung-hyun calmly approached, his eyes casually scanning the destruction. I did warn you, you know. The man pleaded pathetically. You came just in time. I apologize for what happened earlier. He urged him frantically, Hurry up and help me. Seung-hyun shrugged with a bitter smile. Why is it you never listen to other people's advice? The tower's mana system is currently releasing an excessive amount of power. Any place with a mana vein running through it is experiencing the same thing. He looked down at the man with contempt. He didn't even listen when I warned him. Seung-hyun realized it clearly. He's only had a change of heart because he's about to die. The man, still trembling, begged, Please save me. What a bastard, Seung-hyun thought. He replied coldly, I'm quite busy. I can't afford to waste my precious time here. The man was stunned. What? Seung-hyun turned as if to walk away. Unless you give me something of value. The man gritted his teeth, hastily weighing his options. He quickly made a decision. Wait, I have something you might want, just as he'd expected. The man offered the key to the mana core. He smirked calculatingly. If you save me, I'll give you this. You'll need to control the mana core if you want to save everyone here. Seung-hyun feigned surprise. Are you taking the others hostage? The man's tone turned persuasive. Just think about it, Seung-hyun thought with an inward laugh. A bastard like this is a leading candidate for Tower Master. The Blood Tower must be insane. Sung-hyun paused as if something just occurred to him. Oh, I forgot to mention. He informed the man of a crucial detail. That explosion earlier, it destroyed all the seals on the mana core. In despair, the man let the precious key fall from his hand. Sung-hyun continued to walk away. So I don't really need that precious key of yours. See ya. The mana began to rage again. The man pleaded, Wait, I'll give you something better. Sung-hyun replied casually, Oh, really? In that case, I'll come back for it later. With that, Sung-hyun turned and walked away decisively. I'm going to save the others first. The man couldn't hold back his tears any longer. A desperate scream was cut short by another explosion. No! He picked up his pace. This whole area has been destroyed. Sung-hyun rushed through the chaotic streams of mana. I need to assess the situation outside. Suddenly, a cry caught his attention. He couldn't help but be surprised. Children, didn't these two evacuate? He immediately put on a reassuring smile. What's wrong, you two? One of the children, Lucy, pointed at the rubble, sobbing. My friend. She couldn't say any more and burst into tears again. Sung-hyun was at a loss. I can't understand her. I'll have to use my skill. He was a little surprised by the skill's name, Calm Voice. When activated, it soothes the target's psychological state, eliminating their panic. The target's chance of being fully healed will increase. Is this a variant of the calming prayer skill? Sung-hyun slowly reached out his hand. Prayer-type skills usually require divine power. I don't have anything like that. He gently patted their heads as he activated the Calm Voice skill. All right, both of you, calm down now. Tell me what happened. The two of them immediately stopped crying. Okay. As Sung-hyun cleared the rubble blocking their way, the children explained, We were doing our homework together at San's house, and the wall just exploded. As he searched, Sung-hyun pieced together their story. Lee Jae used a barrier for us so we could get out, but a bookshelf fell over while we were running. And she... Please don't let me be too late. Sung-hyun prayed silently. He'd found a child trapped beneath a bookshelf. Lee Jae, you're Lee Jae, aren't you? The little girl stirred, her voice weak. Who is that? Sung-hyun quickly knelt beside her. I'm here to rescue you. Are you all right? Lee Jae observed him. You're not wearing a cloak. You must be a traveler. The little girl then stated with grim certainty, I'm a goner. Take my friend to a safe place. He was stunned for a moment. Is this the little girl's second life or something? How is this child so mature? Sung-hyun immediately analyzed Lee Jae's condition. Adverse status bleeding, adverse status mana overflow, adverse status fractured ankle. As he processed this, he started to carry her away. She was still trying to save her friend even in this condition. Lisa called out worriedly. Nothing like someone who had just died. Traveler, you don't have to do this. It's heartbreaking how mature this kid is. Using the last of her strength, she warned him, Your mana will overload and cause an overflow too. But Sung-hyun paid her no mind, gently reaching out as Lee Jae squeezed her eyes shut. He cast his hemostasis skill, gently reassuring her, I can't make the pain go away. But I can stop the bleeding for you. Lee Jae was stunned. Huh? She exclaimed in astonishment. How can you just ignore the mana overflow and use a skill? Sung-hyun smiled and replied, Because I'm a healer. Man, if he did that to me, I'd fall for him instantly. After giving Lee Jae first aid, Sung-hyun carried her on his back and started running. He dashed forward as explosions nipped at their heels. Lee Jae looked back worriedly. Be careful. The explosions are stronger than before. Sung-hyun reminded her, Keep your head down, Lee Jae, it's dangerous. While running, he carefully scanned his surroundings. This is only the 12th floor. If we can just get down to the 9th... Wait. Sung-hyun stopped short. The staircase ahead of them was destroyed. He looked around and concluded, I didn't think this would happen. There's no other way. Wait. Sung-hyun spotted a gaping hole in the wall. He turned to Lee Jae and asked, Hey, try not to think too much about this, okay? Are you afraid of heights? Lee Jae couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Sir, is this really the only way out? He tightened the bindings around them a few more times. Don't worry. All you have to do is close your eyes. Sung-hyun stepped out decisively. I promise I'll keep you safe. If it were me, I'd be trembling just as much as she is. Lee Jae was very brave. Okay, I'm ready. They had to move quickly. Here we go. The mana circuits grew unstable again. Just as the two of them leaped, the floor above them exploded. They were in a total freefall with nothing but pitch-black darkness below. The girl squeezed her eyes shut and didn't scream, which was admirable. Seung-hyun watched over her caringly. A normal child would have been screaming hysterically by now. His mind raced. If a child like her dies, the future of Aeon will be incredibly bleak. Freya's link pouch is crafting a bandage arrow. It shot upwards, the arrowhead embedding itself deep into the wall. They jerked to a halt midway down the tower. The sudden stop sent a jolt of pain through his entire body. Seung-hyun gritted his teeth and held on tight. Please don't break! This setup is incredibly flimsy. It looks 3 parts reliable and 7 parts about to snap, but somehow it's holding. It seems they're safe for the moment. A makeshift hook fashioned from a bent metal rod and a flimsy rope made of bandages. He gave a small, self-deprecating laugh. I never imagined I'd be doing something like this in my lifetime. Outside, a crowd of mages was gathering to see what was going on. What happened? It'll be fine. This is the Red Magic Tower after all. The teacher was bowing repeatedly to Seung-hyun. Thank you so much for saving the children. Lee Jae introduced her. She's our teacher. He quickly explained the situation. It's nothing. It was the right thing to do. I've only given Lee Jae's leg some temporary first aid. Could you please call for a healer? The girl quickly asked, Are you going to the Mana Center now? Seung-hyun confirmed. Yes, that's right. I have to go help the others. Lee Jae held out a scroll. Then please take this with you. It was originally for a school assignment. I don't know if it'll be of any use. He casually unrolled it to have a look. This is... Just then a voice called out, Lizzie! 2 children ran over overjoyed. It's Lizzie. The girl immediately recognized her friends. Paris Lucy. The kids tearfully asked, Lee Jae, are you okay? Does your leg hurt a lot? She replied happily, I'm fine, that healer saved me. The 2 of them were really crybabies. We're so sorry, Lee Jae. It's all our fault. Lee Jae was like a parent to them. Don't cry, I told you I'm fine. Or maybe not, because she started crying too. I'm really okay. But if you 2 keep crying like this, I'm going to cry too. And so Lee Jae joined the chorus of tears. I was so scared. Seung-hyun thought to himself, I guess she really is just a kid after all. He refocused on the task at hand. Right time to go to the Mana Center. Meanwhile, at the Mana Center, Su-yi was unconscious. Jong-ho was collapsed in a corner as well. Around the Mana Tower system, numerous mages lay unconscious. Seung-hyun cautiously scanned the area. What in the world happened here? Is that the Mana Tower system? After a quick scan, Seung-hyun immediately identified the problem. Mana circuits were attached to them, even Su-yi and Ho-jong. It's captured all of them. Suddenly, Taeseo shouted a warning, Don't come any closer. The professor was shocked. He struggled to explain, It absorbs everyone's mana in an instant. The gem is radiating an overwhelming presence. We can't control it. We have to get out of here now. It spotted Seung-hyun and rushed towards him. Tenseo screamed in panic. Mr. Kang! Seung-hyun calmly reassured him. I'm fine. Magic patterns crawled over Seung-hyun, but they were no match for him. This has no effect on me. Seung-hyun aimed his crossbow as Freya's linked pouch began creating a rock arrow. 3 powerful attacks headed for the creature. The flow of energy shifted as the mana crystal erected a defense, a mana shield. He was terrified. A mana shield? It can even use skills now. In contrast to Tenseo, Seung-hyun calmly observed, Just as I predicted. A series of small windows appeared. Mana overload. Mana warning. We want mana. He had anticipated it would turn into a monster. If that's the case, time to change tactics. Seung-hyun switched his attack type. Herbal incense arrow. The shield began to disintegrate, dripping down like melting ice. He thought to himself with a smile, got it. Just as he thought he'd only melted the protective layer, Tenseo shouted, pulling Seung-hyun back. Mr. Kong, look. The magic circuits are lighting up. The mana that melted off is being drawn back in. It's reusing everything. So environmentally conscious. A chill ran down his spine as he realized it had reabsorbed the melted parts. Then 3 magic circles were summoned, far stronger and more complex than before. If that hits me, I'm a goner. It seemed even Seung-hyun was in trouble. I'm screwed. The mana crystal launched a barrage of attacks at him. Mana bullet. The crystal unleashed its special move. Mana bullet. Its destructive power was terrifying. Tenseo screamed in panic. Mr. Kang? A large part of his left arm was charred black. Tenseo, coughing, struggled to get up. Are you all right? Seung-hyun still managed to smile. That almost got me. He had truly just escaped death by a hair's breadth. If I didn't have the celestial orb, I would have been blown to bits. But more importantly, this will never end. if it keeps absorbing mana like this. The mana shield was regenerating, and the mana crystal's defenses were perfectly restored. Tenseo pointed out the problem. It's using the leftover mana as a part of its own body. He quickly realized that the herbal incense arrow wouldn't work on the melted mana. Seong-hyun understood as well. That's right, but Seong-hyun already had a counterattack in mind. Fortunately, this is exactly what I was waiting for. The mana crystal launched an even more vicious attack, a barrage of mana bullets. He sped up and rushed forward. Seong-hyun expertly dodged every single one. I need to be extremely careful now. He quickly readied his stance and an arrow shot forth. The attacks collided head-on, creating huge explosions. Mana rained back down to the ground right where the crystal had laid its circuits. Tenseo felt a sense of despair. Oh no. The mana projectiles are gradually being absorbed back into the circuits. This is just making the mana crystal even stronger. He couldn't understand. Mr. Kang, what are you trying to do? Seong-hyun decisively tossed his crossbow aside. It's the mana residue that forms the system's energy structure. He lowered his center of gravity, then Seong-hyun leaped high into the air. He had come to a conclusion. I can attack it with this. Item Kut Carousela's Celestial Orb. A sturdy and effective barrier providing magic defense and mana resistance. Seong-hyun braced himself and tightened his grip on the orb. The mana crystal's defenses were shattered in an instant. Kut Carousel's punch. Tenseo, despite misunderstanding, found it plausible. He destroyed its armor with his bare hands. What a monster. To be clear, the professor's conclusion was incorrect. He continued to punch directly at its core. Without hesitation, Seong-hyun shouted, "This is the last one!" Suddenly, mana surged forth like a tidal wave. It coiled into a watery sphere, then suddenly formed two gigantic hands. The attack pattern changed. Tenseo still couldn't get up. It can transform. Seong-hyun felt a bit discouraged. Does this monster ever give up? Tenseo was struck speechless at the sight. Unbelievable. To think a monster like this was created in our magic tower. It has evolved into another form. The mana crystal began to rampage wildly, and the tower shook with each of its blows. Seong-hyun gritted his teeth tense. It's trying to stop me from getting close. It feels like an earthquake. There isn't much time left. How am I going to create an opening? He tried to think about the circuits when he suddenly remembered Lizzie. He recalled the scroll she had given him. It was a flash of inspiration. That's it. He immediately had an idea. Because this thing is obsessed with mana. Resummoning Freya's crossbow, Seong-hyun declared, Freya's linked pouch is now creating a great mana potion arrow. He aimed at the wall behind it. There's no way it can ignore this. Just as planned. The mana crystal paused. Lured by the arrows, it headed straight for the target Seong-hyun had made. Seizing the opening, he tore the piece of paper. Gotcha. The mana crystal's circuits were pinned in place. They slowly turned black, losing their function. It was visibly weaker. Seong-hyun let out a triumphant laugh. This stuff really works. The scroll he had torn depicted a magic circle containing Lee Jae's mana. Freya's linked pouch is now creating a rock arrow. The mana crystal tried to defend itself, but it was useless. The arrow plunged directly into its core. A massive amount of mana erupted violently. He smiled in satisfaction. It's over. A short time later, once the tower was stable again. Today, we faced a crisis. A severe one caused by an overload in the mana energy system. Seong-hyun was being lauded by the mages. Robert stepped forward. On behalf of everyone here, I want to thank healer Kang Seong-hyun. He bowed his head sincerely before him. For saving the Red Magic Tower and all of Kamaroper. He generously offered a reward. If there is anything you desire, please let us know. Seong-hyun didn't hesitate for a second. Well, since you were kind enough to offer... His immediate request left the other mages stunned. I would like the Magic Tower's special relaxation circle magic carpet. It would be so nice to have that. They whispered among themselves, I've never seen anyone with that much nerve in my entire life. That's going way too far. Even a mage with no special achievements couldn't dream of it, let alone touch it. It seems he also thought it was a bit much. That item is only given to the mages of the Red Magic Tower as a memento, but Roper really refused. It can't be given to an outsider, no matter how great their contribution was. Seong-hyun let out a disappointed sigh. I figured it wouldn't work out. He suddenly made a decision. Therefore, as the master of the Red Magic Tower, I hereby declare healer Kang Seong-hyun an honorary member of the Red Magic Tower. Roper acknowledges your contributions, although you did not follow the path of a mage. Su Yi and Dong Ho were very surprised. What he considered it carefully, but you didn't hesitate to put yourself in danger to save the Red Magic Tower. But Roper truly is a wise man. If we don't recognize someone like that, who else will support us in the future? Sung-hyun was stunned for a moment. An honorary member. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. I used to be a quack, a healer who couldn't heal. And now I'm a fake mage who can't even cast magic. Amidst everyone's cheers, he accepted the honor. Well then, thank you, Sir Roper. Seung-hyun thought to himself, as long as it helps me heal people, I don't really care. Dong-ho stretched and lay down on the floor. So tired. He was enjoying the fruits of his hard labor, even though most of it was Seung-hyun's. Being an honorary member of the Magic Tower must be pretty great, huh? They even gave you your own private room. He looked at the empty room. Too bad they didn't give me any furniture, too. Sung-hyun wasn't asking for much. We're going to use this place as a storage room anyway, so let's organize the inventory before we head out. Dong-ho said cheerfully. Sure thing. He sat down to rest for a bit. Status window. Let's finish this too. The system announced points acquired 16,841 points. You have an unclaimed reward. Seung-hyun thought to himself. After treating the injured at the Magic Tower, I got a lot of points. Horong contributed a lot to that as well. Hard work really does pay off. Something had caught his attention. Mission received 5,000 points. 1-star reward. The old affirmations echoed in Seung-hyun's ears. But I can't deny that you've been granted a transcendent power. You'll just continue to crave it. He shook his head, dismissing it. Getting involved with a god is never a good thing. It's better if I don't make any more direct deals until I have more information about the manager. I'll put this aside for now. Next. Sung-hyun immediately regained his focus. Achievement unlocked. Item storage bag. Unlocked by holding 3 or more rare grade items. 1 Freya's crossbow. 2 Cataclysm Bell's celestial orb. 3 Earth meditation magic stone mat. Achievement! He swiped his finger across the screen. What's an item storage bag? The system immediately explained item storage bag. You can use the item storage system on your status window. When you put a piece of equipment in the item storage bag, you can benefit from its effects, even without equipping it. Seung-hyun noted with satisfaction. This isn't half bad. It's perfect for the dirk and the celestial orb. They're such a pain. He searched more carefully. But isn't there an achievement? Seung-hyun still hasn't seen for joining the Magic Tower? Why, he muttered to himself. There should be one. Dong-ho suddenly remembered something. He was still lying down and just rolled over. Doc, aren't you going to wear the robe you got from the Magic Tower earlier? Sung-hyun stubbornly maintained his image. If I wear that, I won't look like a healer. He was adamant that a white coat suited a doctor best. Wait a minute. Sung-hyun took out the insignia. Activate red seal. A brilliant red robe was draped over him. It is the symbol and garment that represents my connection. The system immediately appeared. Achievement unlocked. Mage of the Red Tower. Seung-hyun smiled, satisfied. There it is. The next morning, their belongings filled the room. Suddenly, some strange and rather useless items were pulled out. He gave Dong-ho an extremely judgmental look. He didn't understand. Why are you looking at me like that? Seung-hyun asked about an old story. You said that when you were dragged here, you were at home in your pajamas watching TV. Right, Dong-ho recounted cheerfully. Yeah, I was making instant noodles. Next thing I knew, I was in a cave. He stared at the pile of stuff. I guess it's still better than coming here, with nothing like I did. But none of this stuff is useful. He hugged the bizarre fish, tightly retorting, This pillow is very useful, you know. Dong-ho savored the feeling. It's always been with me whether I was sleeping in the cold or on the muddy ground. He was willing to share. Do you want to borrow it? You. Seung-hyun dusted off a picture frame. Why would I want something that stinks like that? Dong-ho immediately shot back. It doesn't stink. Oh, well, maybe it smells a little like an old man. Seung-hyun thoughtfully looked at it. He chose a corner with enough light to place the picture. Maybe I should leave this behind. Su-yi and Lisa came out to see them off. Goodbye, we owe you two so much. The journey began again. Dong-ho couldn't help but marvel. So this is Kama. He looked around from side to side. Seung-hyun wasn't surprised at all. This is where the rich people live. Let's go find a carriage. The first person they found waved them away, refusing. We can't take any passengers right now. Dong-ho immediately fell into deep thought. Does this mean we'll have to take a boat? I get seasick. He tried to ask, Did something happen at the horse temple? The man shook his head, denying it. No, there's no problem on our end. A loud shout was heard. Rebuild the bridge. A few townspeople were arguing with the guards. I have to get to the city of Karen right now. Let us on the carriage. 2 guards struggled to explain that something had happened at the magic tower, so the barrier was no longer there. It's far too dangerous to go out now, but the agitated crowd wouldn't listen. We don't want to hear it, just put the bridge back up. Someone was about to get physical. I'm not waiting any longer if you won't do it. She was a mage. A chilling aura of frost erupted from her, and the 2 guards instantly turned pale. Dong-ho also broke out in a cold sweat. Dr. Kang over here. Sung-hyun frowned. Suddenly, countless air bubbles rose to the surface of the sea. Something leaped up from below. Slimy, monstrously webbed hands appeared. Countless merfolk crawled out. I can sense them. Get ready to fight. The crowd scattered and fled in a panic. It's merfolk, they're coming out. The guards urgently spread the word. They're entering Kama, prepare for battle. The situation was utter chaos. Their teeth were unbelievably hard and sharp. The crude equipment was no match for the merfolk at all. Oh God. Suddenly an arrow flew by. It shrieked in pain. While he was still stunned, Seung-hyun had already provided support. What was that? He gathered his energy. Seung-hyun unleashed a barrage of rapid attacks. He shouted to Ho-rong, we have to stop more of them from surfacing. Rong-ho crushed a stone in his hand. Got it. System. Activating vampiric desire. Your damage output has increased for a period of time. He took a stance and swung his sword high. Dong-ho slammed it down, shattering the sheet of ice. Most of the merfolk were eliminated. He let out a sigh of relief. That didn't take too long, huh? But Seung-hyun knew it wasn't over. The real problem is just getting started. He was stunned, not understanding. Cyro looked exhausted and not the least bit happy after the battle. Someone worriedly asked, Hey, are you okay? You're bleeding. Cyrus didn't pay it much mind. I'm fine, it's really nothing. But the wound began to spread, and his body could clearly feel that something was wrong. Sung-hyun calmly pointed it out. He's transforming. Scales began to spread across Ciro's body. He collapsed in pain. Everyone turned pale with fear. He's turning into a merman. This phenomenon was truly horrifying. Merfolk mutation, a disease where your body transforms into a merman after being infected by their blood. The mutated individual will then go on to infect many more people, in order to reproduce. Rong-ho urgently wanted to help. We should clean his blood and use a healing spell, but Sung-hyun calmly stated that it would be useless. It won't work, he explained calmly. If I were in your shoes, I would have run for it already. You can't detoxify his infected wound with a healing spell. He then recognized Seung-hyun. You're the one who helped us defeat the merfolk. A guard asked hesitantly, So, do we have to cut off his arm? He rejected the idea. The infection has already spread, and he's transforming very quickly, so cutting off his arm won't do anything. Cyro broke out in a cold sweat, seemingly understanding his fate. He placed his own sword to his neck. Does this mean I'm going to become a monster? Cyro trembled, but his resolve was firm. If I can't stop this from happening, then I'd rather die while I'm still human. His comrades tried to stop him. Wait, I can't watch this. Cyrus acted decisively. Fresh blood spurted out. But Seung-hyun stopped him. He smiled reassuringly. Don't be in such a hurry. Cyrus stared blankly, tears falling from his eyes. Seung-hyun lowered his voice, gently comforting him. I said there's no easy solution, not that there's no cure. And even if there wasn't one, I'd just make one. It's okay. A moment later, he dove decisively into the sea while the others waited on the shore. Seung-hyun quickly began his search for the key ingredient for the cure a merman's liver. Merfolk decompose instantly if they're killed on land, so I have to extract their livers while they're still underwater and protect them with mana. Absorb. He received an effect from the wind potion. He could breathe underwater thanks to the wind potion. Now I don't have to worry about breathing. Seung-hyun also took his skills into account. Points acquired 16,841. 20 points per use of Freya's roulette. 50 points. He decided to try his luck. With my current skill set, I can't fight underwater. So the roulette began to spin. The system continuously provided rewards. Minus 100 points. Roulette result. You have acquired a new skill. Divine Hand. Minus 100 points. Roulette result. You have acquired a new skill. Underwater thermoregulation. Minus 250 points. Roulette result. You have acquired a new skill, Hook Shot. Minus 250 points. You have acquired a new skill. Enhanced Arrow. Sung-hyun kept spinning. I just need to keep playing this roulette until I get something good. He felt quite tense. And a sure shot skill. I want to postpone it for as long as possible. Sung-hyun's finger hesitated over the mission tab. Claim 5,000 points, 1-star reward. Mission complete. He had no other choice. But I guess the time has come. Suddenly, a swirling current of water shot past Sung-hyun's cheek. He froze and scanned his surroundings. A water cannon! The merfolk had come to block Sung-hyun's path. They've all gathered here. He frowned, analyzing the situation. I can't get all the way over there. Sung-hyun used Hook Shot. He aimed for the one furthest away. The hook hit its mark. You're done for. Sung-hyun pulled the merman towards him. He quickly finished it off. Caught a big one. The other merfolk roared in fury. They immediately rushed forward to surround Sung-hyun. A few more arrows were fired. Moments later, dark blue-green currents spread through the water. The battle was almost a one-sided slaughter. He confidently took the upper hand. This is easy. I don't think I need to use a 1-star skill just yet. Sung-hyun carefully observed the situation. But there's one thing that's bothering me. A giant merman suddenly appeared behind him. Why are there so many of them? Sung-hyun was startled and whipped around. He was completely stunned. A rare-grade Figia merman. Its size and skill were far superior to the smaller ones. The moment it started, the rare Piga merfolk launched a tidal wave strike. Sung-hyun quickly used his grappling hook, then grabbed another merfolk to block the blow. Sung-hyun's face went pale. I can't believe they all gathered here just out of pride. Huh. Sealing elixir effect. Time remaining 5 minutes and 5 seconds. He had to think fast. I don't have much time left. The rare Piga merfolk took a deep breath, gathering its power. It launched a water cannon. Sung-hyun dodged it by a hair's breadth. He assessed the rare Piga merfolk's strength. It only uses water cannon and tidal wave strike. They're not easy to fight, but all their attacks are dodgeable. Sung-hyun frowned. Are these bastards trying to stall for time? Sealing elixir effect. Time remaining 1 minute and 48 seconds. He didn't hesitate to retaliate. If that's how you want to play, then I have an answer for you. A powerful shot aimed straight at it. The rare Piga merfolk growled, deftly dodging the arrow from Sung-hyun. He calmly noted, Got you. A black poison began to spread from the arrow. A system notification appeared. Arrow of failed merfolk antidote concoction has been destroyed. I bet its entire clan never saw this coming. The rare Piga merfolk writhed in agony, panicking. How dare you use poison? Sung-hyun smirked. That's what it wants to say, I think. Too bad I can't really explain it. Because they were underwater, what he had used was a failed treatment product. It was made from decomposed merfolk liver. Sung-hyun raised his crossbow. This won't kill you, but it's going to hurt. He prepared to deliver the finishing blow. And with that 5,000 quest points completed, the rare Piga merfolk struggled in vain. Sung-hyun used a 1-star skill. A powerful arrow shot forward, piercing its body. He continuously fired a barrage of 1-star harpoon arrows. Sung-hyun was eager to end the battle. Hurry up, give me the rare relic and get lost. Meanwhile, at the north gate of Kama Dong-ho stared anxiously at the lake. I think he's getting restless. Something might have happened. Suddenly, bubbles rose to the surface. Dong-ho was overjoyed. He's here, Dr. Kang. Doctor, are you okay? Soaking wet, Sung-hyun stepped onto the shore. He smiled as he wrung out his shirt and replied, Of course. The scales on Cyro's body began to disappear. Sung-hyun confirmed again, Not one trace left right. The crowd started murmuring excitedly. He actually made a cure. We can give him first aid now. The man was incredibly grateful. Thank you, sir. How can I ever repay you? Sung-hyun breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry about it. Just focus on recovering and then protect Kama. That's more than enough. Urgent report, Captain. We have an emergency. The captain turned. What is it? The soldier panted in panic. I checked the situation at the east and west gates. It looks like things have gotten much worse, and it seems they've been attacked by a horde of Piga merfolk at the Kama military infirmary. Agonizing screams echoed as dozens of soldiers were turning into merfolk. My body, I can't, I'm a goner. Sung-hyun kicked the door in like a savior. He raised his crossbow and swiftly began treatment. Freya's linked pouch created arrows of merfolk mutation cure, and each shot landed squarely on the soldiers' necks. Fortunately, they were saved. However, some had already completely transformed. Dong-ho swore helplessly. Damn it, we were too late for a few of them. Sung-hyun calmly continued. There's nothing we can do for the ones who have already transformed. The merfolk grabbed a hospital bed and hurled it right at them. They dodged it easily. He said with annoyance, Hey, don't you dare! Dong-ho decisively swung his sword to attack. The merfolk bared its sharp teeth, and with a single bite, it snapped his sword in half. Holy crap! Sung-hyun managed to provide backup just in time, as Sung-hyun used harpoon arrow. Dong-ho was startled and shouted a warning. Damn it, Dr. Kang, you're surrounded by two of them. The situation looked grim, but Dong-ho charged forward without a second thought. His sword was broken, so he used his own body to block it. I'll give you everything I've got, you bastard. Sung-hyun spun around, driving an elbow into a merfolk, and quickly formed another harpoon arrow. It was hit square in the face, completely obliterating it. Finally, the situation was handled. Dong-ho grimaced as he picked up the pieces of his weapon. Oh, for crying out loud. Why did my sword have to break at a time like this? Sung-hyun laughed. It's because you were swinging it too hard, he quickly asked with concern. But Dong-ho, the cure? He replied casually, I'm fine. Even though his wound was gushing like a fountain, Dong-ho declared confidently, It doesn't matter even if I get bitten. Sung-hyun understood. Ah, right! Just then the captain rushed in horrified. Oh no, my soldiers! He gave a brief report. We saved everyone we could. But there were a few we couldn't save. Sung-hyun said, I'm sorry. The captain gritted his teeth in anguish. Thank you, sincerely. You helped us avoid devastating losses. We are truly incredibly grateful. Sung-hyun replied politely, It was nothing. He then began to negotiate his reward. I'm sure you'll provide a worthy reward for my efforts. Suddenly a voice shouted from the crowd, There he is! A group of people aggressively rushed forward, demanding, You're Sung-hyun Kang, right? Give us the antidote. Sung-hyun recognized them. They were the residents of Kama from before. He discreetly used his clairvoyance skill. The status of all three immediately appeared healthy, healthy, healthy. Sung-hyun couldn't believe it. What the? These people are perfectly fine. They aren't even injured. The men demanded loudly, We were there when the merfolk attacked. Every single one of them was being completely unreasonable. We could have been turned into merfolk, you know. So give us the antidote. You should be prioritizing the residents over the soldiers. Is that all you have to say? Seo Ung-hyun scoffed in contempt. He knew for a fact the South Gate would have at least been safe if they hadn't built that bridge in the first place. So shameless. Seo Ung-hyun decided to compromise. If that's the case, I'll give everyone the cure for the mermaid mutation. Their faces lit up. That's right. Of course you have to give it to us. The greedy crowd started to fight. Me first? No, me first. He flashed a businesslike smile. Don't worry. There's enough for everyone. Seo Ung-hyun boldly shouted the price. 1 spoonful for 400,000 gold, okay? He isn't bound by morals. This is perfect. In that case, I'll be shameless too. The arrogant nobles froze. 400,000 gold for 1 spoonful. Seo Ung-hyun casually raised the price. Don't like that price. Then how about 500,000 gold? They panicked. 500,000? Why did it go up again? He continued. 600,000. They were getting frantic. What Seo Ung-hyun maintained his smug grin. 700,000. One of them trembled with rage. The nobles standing on their moral high ground criticized him. Don't you think you're going a little too far? You're just trying to profit from Kama's crisis. Seo Ung-hyun was perfectly relaxed. Now everyone calm down. He stated bluntly, I'm willing to give the cure away for free. To patients. With symptoms. The greedy crowd reached out their hands. I think I have symptoms. I need it more urgently. I feel like I'm about to mutate. Seo Ung-hyun looked thoughtful. Well, right now, there's no way to know if you have symptoms or not. He rummaged through his bag. Seo Ung-hyun took out a vial of green liquid. So, he introduced it briefly. If anyone drinks this, I'll give them the cure. It's fresh mermaid blood. Seo Ung-hyun gave a faint smile. If anyone drinks this, they will definitely transform. Therefore, I will give the cure to that person. Their faces went pale. You want us to drink mermaid blood? The blood that turns people into mermaids if they drink it? He acted very generous, so who wants to drink first? Seo Ung-hyun generously held out the small vial. So who wants to drink first? The nobles started to hesitate. He wants us to drink mermaid blood, but what if the cure doesn't work? Can he really cure us after we drink that thing? Someone backed away in fear, and then the whole crowd scattered in a panic. I don't think I need it, sir. It sounds like you were eager to try the cure. Why don't you go first? No, I think I'm fine. The captain's eyes widened in amazement. He dealt with all these stubborn people just like that. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You're amazing." Seo Ung-hyun's expression didn't change. "Dealing with powerful clients is my specialty." His eyes showed a hint of weariness. "But more importantly, we're planning to leave Kama today." Seo Ung-hyun asked again, "Are you sure there won't be any carriages?" "Leaving the city," the captain confirmed. "As of now, yes, I'm sure." Dong-ho was stunned to hear this. "So what do we do now?" He was at a loss. "I guess we'll have to spend the night in Kama. Anyway, I need to restock my medicine." He suggested, "Should we start by getting something to eat?" Seo Ung-hyun decided, "Let's go take care of the relic first." Dong-ho looked very interested. "You said you fought a rare monster, right?" "Nice job." He compared it. It was easier than the rare zombie monster. They headed straight for the Kama relic appraisal. A receptionist greeted them. "Hello?" He had a professional smile. "Welcome to the Kama relic appraisal. How can I help you?" Seo Ung-hyun's brow furrowed slightly. "This sounds familiar. I can tell he's a scumbag, just by looking at him." He would be the one to handle the transaction while Dong-ho wandered around. "I need to have a relic appraised." The receptionist's eyes immediately lit up. "This is a rare relic, I can't believe it. He's bringing in something so valuable." His greed was obvious. "I have to pocket this right away. I see right through you." Seo Ung-hyun thought to himself, "You bastard." As expected, the receptionist gave a false appraisal. "This looks like a relatively common item." He quietly formulated a plan. "I'd better stop him before he tries anything." Someone rushed in shouting, "Hey!" He was too stunned to react. Seo threw a punch that sent the receptionist's head flying. "Trying to scam another customer, were you?" He was completely subdued in an instant. She gave a forced smile and explained, "I'm sorry, sir. This useless bum was trying to trick you." Seo Ung-hyun calmly confirmed, "Yes, he was." Seo tossed the receptionist aside. "You're here to have a relic appraised, aren't you? Let me see." She created a stream of light that enveloped it. Information appeared quickly. Item earring of the sea, underwater vision, underwater movement speed plus 50%, water attribute enhancement plus 10%, attack plus 20% in underwater combat left, defense plus 20% when in underwater combat right. Seo gave a very serious appraisal. "Congratulations on acquiring such a wonderful item. You can receive an additional bonus if you bring this with you," Dong-ho whispered. "Dr. Kang, what is that ear cuff?" He explained simply, "It's a type of ear accessory. You can clip them on without needing to pierce your ears." She had suggested, "If you're looking to sell them, I can offer a good price." Seung-hyun took them back. "No, I'll keep it for myself." He fiddled with it, satisfied. "It's designed for underwater combat. It wouldn't hurt to hold on to them." Seal looked regretful. "Too bad." Seung-hyun tossed one to Dong-ho. "Here." He caught it. "What's this?" "I've decided one is enough for me." He was surprised. "What, the doctor gave this to me?" Seung-hyun calculated. "You'll need one too if you have to fight underwater." Dong-ho looked at him, deeply moved. "Dr. Kang, I had no idea you were worried about me." But in reality, Seung-hyun just wanted to utilize all his resources. "I can't be the only one doing all the work underwater." He felt a little awkward. "But you still have to wear it to improve efficiency, right?" He had already considered that. A system notification appeared. Achievement unlocked, item section unlocked upon possessing 3 or more items of rare grade or higher. Dong-ho's face lit up with joy. "This is amazing." Item section, slot 1, painted moonlight, C. Seung-hyun agreed. "Right. We can help each other like this in the future if we find any achievements we can unlock together." He handed back some items. "Here's your mat." "Of course." Dong-ho tilted his head back to look at the sky. "Anyway, it's getting pretty late." He agreed. "You're right. We might end up sleeping on the streets if we keep going at this pace." He suggested, "So we can't go back to the magic tower. Let's use your special room." Seung-hyun was considering it when Tenso appeared and said, "We haven't been together for long, but I'm so grateful that we met." Then came Sui. "We're parting ways for now, but I'm sure we'll meet again in the future." He pointed out the problem. "We've pretty much said our goodbyes. Not to mention it's been a day since we left." Suddenly someone approached them. "Excuse me for bothering you, sirs. Not sure who this is, but they must be a good person." It was late at night, and Ciel was returning home exhausted. She pushed the door open. "I'm home." Ciel saw Seung-hyun and Dong-ho again. "We have guests?" She was stunned. They're the customers from this morning. And why are you here? So did you finally get kicked out of the guard? Sero corrected her, annoyed. I'm on sick leave. He spoke up, realizing, I thought you looked familiar. So you're Sero's sister. Their mother explained cheerfully. This young man saved your brother's life, dear. He'll be staying here until the gate reopens. Seong-hyun observed them quietly. The Cattler family. They seem ordinary at first glance. He was certain, however, but it's clear their family has deep roots. Deep within the Kama security forces. He explained the two guests' presence. It's ridiculous to imagine the savior of the guard sleeping on the streets. The siblings were Sero Cattler and Ciel Cattler. Ciel's eyes lit up as she introduced herself. Is he the healer everyone was talking about this afternoon? I'm Ciel. You can stay here for as long as you want. You can stay for a few months or even... Sero can sleep in the living room. Sero grumbled in frustration. Who said I'm sleeping in the living room? I'll be back with the army, all right. Dong-ho seemed to be enjoying the warm family atmosphere. Yep, they're definitely siblings. As night fell, Seong-hyun suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. He sat up and looked around. What time is it? Seong-hyun put on a coat and glanced outside. Something feels off. Something strange in the distance offshore. Fog. He frowned, confused. It seems to be concentrated in one area. I'll just ignore it and go back to sleep. Seong-hyun pondered for a moment, then changed his mind. Come to think of it, there's a watchtower in this house. Maybe I should go to the top. He opened the door and headed straight for his destination. The night was silent with only Seong-hyun, or so he thought. A man in full armor approached. He swung his sword, stopping it right at his neck. Seong-hyun didn't even bother to blink. Who are you? Hikaru demanded in a low voice. Seong-hyun glanced coolly to the side. The first thing he does is put a sword to my neck. He acted discreetly while choosing his words. I summon Freya's crossbow. Sero rushed out to intervene. Uncle, that's the healer Seong-hyun Kang. Hikaru immediately withdrew his sword. Seong-hyun, the one who saved Sero? Seong-hyun smiled without answering as Freya's crossbow vanished. He escorted him to the watchtower. My deepest apologies. I nearly harmed my nephew's savior. Seong-hyun replied very politely. I don't blame you for being cautious when there's a stranger in your home. Hikaru Cattler, retired guardian. Hikaru looked down below as he spoke. I start my day by looking at the lake. Some say it's pointless since our town has a magic barrier. He was clearly unconvinced. I start my day by looking at the lake. Some people say it's pointless since our town already has a magic barrier. He clearly doesn't agree. But what's wrong with wanting to protect your own home with the power you have? I understand why he does it. So that's why you watch over the city from your home. Seong-hyun focused his gaze. I can see it clearly from here. He summoned Freya's crossbow. Seong-hyun agreed. I don't think what you've done is pointless, Hikaru. He fired straight into the fog, using a one-star grappling arrow. It flew a great distance. A light flashed far away, and then it suddenly exploded. Seong-hyun lowered his crossbow. That fog, the color drained from Hikaru and Cyro's faces. As the fog dissipated, a horde of monsters was revealed. It was just a smokescreen. It looks like they were planning to attack Kama. The night instantly descended into chaos. It's an ambush. The guards were quickly assembled. They're trying to get into the town. Anyone who can fight, arm yourselves. Hikaru gripped his sword and charged into the fray. He quickly demonstrated the skill of a veteran guard. Seo and Cyro were incredibly strong, too. Dong-ho was stunned. That family joined the battle. Seong-hyun remained calm. Well, they are a family of guards. Before heading out, Seo gave them 2 items. You two take these. He made his decision. And since we received some gifts, too, item the golden glory of Kama. Item the silver glory of Kama. Seong-hyun would definitely join the fight. We can't just sit here and do nothing. But he didn't seem very confident. I'm not so sure about this. The monsters roared ferociously. Dong-ho charged forward full of fighting spirit. He cut a clean path, beheading them in the water. Dong-ho exclaimed in amazement. This weapon is amazing. Golden glory. Reward physical damage plus 250%. The 2 siblings began to struggle. Damn it, there's no way to stop them. They just keep popping up from the water. Seong-hyun tried to find the root cause. These monsters can't leave the water. Are they under a spell that prevents them from breathing on land? Far out at sea, there was a magic circle. A few merfolk were manipulating them. He concluded, So merman sorcerers are the ones behind this. Seung-hyun locked onto his target. Silver Glory has received the moonlight effect. Accept effect. He hurled it forward. Seung-hyun smirked smugly. Moonlight effect added. Recall after 10 seconds of flight. He knew for sure that if they just took care of the sorcerers, the monsters would leave on their own, just as he thought they startled and shrieked in chaos. Hikaru stepped up to direct and encourage the soldiers. They've lost their morale. Drive them back. The merfolk faltered as expected. They let out incomprehensible sounds as their staves began to glow. The magic circle transformed, successfully summoned a colossal crab. Dong-ho salivated. I bet there's a lot of meat on that crab. Seung-hyun licked his lips too. They say Fita giant crab meat is a pretty expensive delicacy. Cyro couldn't understand them at all. Do you two think that's what's important right now? The guards hastily formed a line. It's heading for Kama. It's going to destroy everything. Stop it now. His attack didn't even phase it. This damned crab jammed. Dong-ho's whole body ached. Its shell is too hard. He figured it out and immediately reported, using observation eye crimson armor. Wusong. Sturdy body protection. Horong. It's a defensive skill. The giant crab's claws slammed into the guards. Seung-hyun shouted, "We've found its weak spot." Unfortunately, Cyro was hit. I can't move. Fear constricted his pupils. Cyro shouted in a panic, "Seo, get out of here!" She was holding onto its leg, literally. "You will not enter Kama as long as I live." The giant crab easily tossed Seo aside. Its pincer was about to pierce through her. Seo definitely couldn't dodge in time. Dong-ho rushed in and Seung-hyun charged forward at nearly the same moment. The two of them successfully wounded the giant crab. They instantly knew what the weak point was. That's it. The two of them shouted to the guards, "Everyone aim for its legs!" Filled with fighting spirit, everyone charged forward. "We will stop you even if it costs us our lives. We are the guards of Kama." The grueling battle lasted until dawn. Despite the long fight, everyone was still full of energy, shouting, We did it. I've been waiting for this moment." They cheered joyfully. "We did it. We've protected Kama." Hikaru offered his sincere thanks. "Kama and my family are safe, all thanks to you." Seung-hyun was still wide awake while Dong-ho was already nodding off. But there was only one thing on Seung-hyun's mind. "Excuse me, but what's about my crab?" A celebratory feast was held. Everyone butchered the giant crab on the spot. It just melts in your mouth. This is delicious. Now I get why nobles can't get enough of this stuff. You two please eat your fill. After all, you guys were the MVPs of the battle. Dong-ho was full of praise. This thing did most of the work. It's so powerful. Seo looked proud. Of course. That's no ordinary shovel, she explained excitedly. It's a rare grade item. It might even be higher than rare. The glory of Kama is awarded to Kama's best guard each year. He was a little embarrassed accepting it. "Are you sure you can just give this away?" Seo generously offered it. "Just take it. We have 11 more of them at home." Seung-hyun noticed something about the giant crab's shell. He stepped closer to see why only this part was shining. Seung-hyun discovered a fragment of a red something. An accessory item. He was skeptical. An accessory item. Seung-hyun picked it up, and the system immediately reacted. Precious artifact unlocked after killing a strong A-rank or higher monster and obtaining the artifact it leaves behind. Reward, new skill learned. Artifact collector. Chance of obtaining a monster's artifact plus 3%. He thought to himself, I can't believe I unlocked an achievement here. Seung-hyun decided that no one would say a thing even if he took it. I'll just keep it from now on. Hikaru struck up a conversation with him. Kang, I have some news for you. Seung-hyun was a bit surprised. Sir Hikaru. His gaze fell on the person next to him. And you are? The captain nodded in greeting. Seung-hyun, it's a pleasure to see you again, Dr. Kang. He was a little puzzled. What are the guards doing here? He announced I've received an offer from my superiors. The captain relayed the message formally. As a thank you for what you have done, the Lord of Kama has sent you an invitation. A carriage took them to Kama Castle. Gavin rushed out to greet his guests. Welcome. Are you the one who saved Kama? Hikaru responded on their behalf. It's an honor to receive your invitation, my lord. Dong-ho's curious voice whispered, Sir, what kind of person is the Lord of Kama? Seung-hyun gave a brief summary. He's from the Crimson Magic Tower, a genius mage and theoretically the strongest person there. However, despite his talents, they say he isn't arrogant like other mages and is always hardworking. Sounds like a rare good person. He noticed something odd in that description. He sounds too good to be true, but why theoretically? He hesitated, not finishing the thought. Well, he suddenly choked up. Gavin suddenly burst into tears. They said the monsters had almost destroyed the city. His tears streamed down like rain. If it weren't for him, we would have... Hikaru, also pale, tried to calm him down. My lord, please compose yourself. So this is really Gavinze Antagas, the Lord of Kama. Sung-hyun concluded, he's a crybaby and a coward. Dong-ho's voice was extremely judgmental. Gavin invited them into the reception room. I have always thought that Kama relies too much on the town's magic barrier. He explained the current situation. We told our people that we must be prepared, in case something happens to the barrier, but everyone was against it. They said it was a waste of money. He also commented, compared to the size of the city's defense force is lacking and weak. Gavin suddenly turned towards Hikaru. Despite that, I am planning to create the first night order in Kama's history. He was startled. Are you saying... Gavin declared, I entrust the Cattler family with reorganizing the guards into a night order. It would be my honor, Hikaru replied, leaping to his feet in excitement, my lord. Dong-ho clapped in appreciation. Your entire family is on the rise. He was moved to tears. I can't believe that my family's wish for generations has been fulfilled in my lifetime. Sung-hyun spoke in a low voice. A knighthood in exchange for saving Kama. He gave Gavin a calculating smile. Does that mean there's a similar reward for the adventurers who saved Kama? He beamed brighter than a flower. You're so humble. Weren't you two the heroes who saved Kama? Gavin was ready to offer dozens of gold, silver, and jewel items. They are all high-value items worth millions. Take as much as you like. On top of that, I grant you the right to work for Antagas and our continued support. Sung-hyun coldly refused. No, thank you. His eyes widened. What? He doesn't care about treasure. I can tell he's thought carefully about the items, but they aren't what I need. I have to get something from him that I can't get on my own, something very expensive. While Gavin was crying, Sung-hyun began to explain. Dong-ho and I come from a place called Han Village. It's a small village, but an influential one. Because of its location, many travelers pass through, and countless adventurers also frequent it because of all the monsters in the region. As a result, the Adventurers Guild established itself there early on, and the church is also spreading its influence in the village. Sung-hyun hinted at his idea. It's strange that there's only an Adventurers Guild and the church in such an important village. Isn't it? Gavin understood the point. Are you trying to tell me? He made a serious proposal. I want you to establish a branch of the Magic Association in the village. The Magic Association is a facility exclusively for mages where one can buy and sell magic items, find quests, or rent lodging. Sung-hyun's plan was quite malicious. If the Magic Association opens a branch in Han, it'll be harder for the Church and the Adventurers Guild to maintain the control they have. I can't wait to see the looks on their faces. Gavin trembled nonstop. The Crimson Magic Tower will cooperate if you tell them I sent you. I can certainly get a construction permit. And if the Magic Tower cooperates. But the cost. He closed his eyes, considering it carefully. Gavin approved. Very well. If that is your wish, I will ensure it is done. Dong-ho chuckled with delight. You got a whole building as a reward. But Sung-hyun's demands weren't finished yet, and I hope you can provide us with enough money and supplies for our journey back to Han Village. He was annoyed. He rattled off a dozen things. First, money for food and a set of potions, and we'll need a boat and a guide to cross the lake. Sung-hyun threw Gavin into utter confusion. Lake Fita is full of monsters, so make sure to cast a charm on the boat so it doesn't get destroyed. My good friend here gets seasick easily, so an anti-seasickness spell would also be helpful. He frantically interrupted. Wait, isn't the Magic Association a big enough reward? He had calculated this from the start. That was for me. This is for my comrade. He looked visibly pleased. Unlike Dr. Kang, I'm not a mage. The two of them practically made Gavin foam at the mouth, so a magic association being established or not has nothing to do with me. Hikaru frantically shouted Lord Gavin. That evening, the boats were fully prepared. Sung-hyun greeted him politely. You must be our guide. It's a pleasure to meet you, Valix replied nervously. It's an honor to meet you, sir. The boat quickly set sail. Sero cheerfully saw them off. Goodbye, Saren added. Contact us. if anything happens during your adventures. As they got further and further from the town, Seong-hyun remarked, "The magic tower. It looks truly beautiful in the sunset." The moment of peace didn't last long. Their boat ran right into a monster in the middle of the sea. How did things end up like this? 1 hour before the disaster struck, Seong-hyun was calculating the route. "We'll cross the lake and rent a car in Charkoti village." He pointed out the problem. "We'll have to pass through the Red Forest to get to the village, but it's obviously too vast and dark, making it the perfect place for an outsider to get lost." "You three are all from Charkoti village, right?" Valak seemed rather introverted. "Valak from Jakoti village?" "Yes. We came to Kama to pick up our daughter Rudy for her treatment." The other two people on the boat with them were Daisy Valak's wife and Rudy Valak's daughter. He explained awkwardly, "We couldn't go back because there weren't any boats heading back here. Our other children are still at home," Valak explained further. "Just when we were about to despair, Sir Gavin asked for volunteers to guide you through the Red Forest." One could just imagine Gavin crying and begging. "Please don't take them from me," Seong-hyun smirked. "He must be a good person." Dong-ho was the same way. "Yes?" he asked with concern. "The anti-seasickness spell is working well, right?" Dong-ho hummed cheerfully. "Yeah, the boat is a bit shaky, but I still feel fine." "Then just sit back and relax until we arrive." He opened the system to check. "Friend list. Crimson Magic Tower, Master of Magic Weaving, Katilur Knight. Order Katilur's Guide to Night Combat." Seong-hyun leaned back leisurely. The increased friend list was also related to his affiliated organizations. He checked his unlocked achievements. Mage of the Crimson Tower. This was the second time since he received the reward. "At the Crimson Magic Tower, Dong-ho and I were recognized as founding members of the Katilur Knight Order." Hikaru was extremely insistent. "We are not from Katilur, but they insisted we were comrades in arms who had gone through life and death together, and in the end we received the title of Knight." Seong-hyun chuckled to himself. "But no matter what, my sixth survival rule is to use anything and everything you can." He swiped his finger to the missions and the Knight's Combat Guide. Seong-hyun seriously considered the mission earn 10,000 reward points. "I've got a new mission." He felt it was unfair. 10,000 points. These requirements are getting more and more ridiculous. Seong-hyun wanted to complain, "Sir, you're squeezing me dry." The system just arrogantly ignored him. He wondered, should I just throw everything away? Skills or not, Valak saw the distant shore ahead. "Hey, you guys! We're almost at the forest!" Seong-hyun raised an eyebrow in surprise. "It really is red." A chill went down Dong-ho's spine. "It makes me feel uneasy. I really want to turn back right now." He clutched his chest and sighed in relief. "I was just worried about a monster showing up, but I guess it was nothing." He widened his eyes, warning, "You shouldn't say that." Dong-ho broke into a sweat. "Why not?" Seong-hyun explained. "You just jinxed it." Right after a swarm of small monsters started leaping up. They thrashed about, trying to bite people. He immediately rushed forward. Seong-hyun made short work of the monsters. He grabbed Valak by the collar and reassured him, "Don't mind them, Valak. Just keep rowing." He turned pale with fear. Yes, sir." Daisy, holding her daughter, frantically called out, "Dr. Kang!" She saw a dark shadow in the water. Something's coming. It seemed to be the leader of the pack. Seong-hyun summoned Freya's crossbow. He immediately recognized it as a Kamafan fish. "What's it doing here?" It swam swiftly underwater, nimbly dodging the attacks. Suddenly, the Kamafan dived and vanished. "It's gone." He watched cautiously. "No, I don't think so." The boat suddenly rocked violently. It was being thrown up from below, trying to capsize them. Dong-ho cried out in terror, his vision filled by that giant mouth. "Look out below, it's going to eat us." Seong-hyun calmly assessed the situation. Pretty smart for a fish. He identified its attributes and how to finish it. Freya's pouch create arrow. Its whole body was instantly frozen stiff. Dong-ho was shocked. "It's frozen!" Seong-hyun seized the opportunity. "Dong-ho, break the ice!" He summoned his shovel. "Got it!" Thunderclap. A critical blow rained down. A moment later, Daisy asked worriedly, "Rudy, are you okay?" The little girl had been moved onto the floating ice. "Yes, but it's so cold." Valak panted, exhausted. "Is this what adventurers go through every day?" He looked at the frozen Kamafan and said, "Something's bothering me." Dong-ho was confused. "What is it?" Seong-hyun pointed out, "Kamafan fish usually live at the bottom of the river, avoiding light. They don't normally surface." He thought, "I guess it doesn't like the light." He used his observation eyes. but it attacked us before sunset. The information appeared in full. Kamafan fish. A part of its body is frozen. Head has been smashed. It appears to have been dead for 3 days. Sung-hyun made a clean cut. 3 days! Vines immediately poured out. Dong-ho recoiled in horror. What is this? He informed him it's a type of parasitic plant. Seung-hyun continued to observe. It seems it was controlling the Kamafan fish. Parasitic wave plant. A parasitic plant monster. A mutant that has come into contact with strong magic. One line put him on high alert, ceases activity when the main body dies. Main body. The sea surface began to shake violently again. 2 whirlpools suddenly erupted upwards. They were giant tentacles. Sung-hyun understood. So, this is why I didn't unlock any achievements. There's a worm monster here. Dong-ho decided on a plan. The monster was heading straight for the sea. Seo Eung-hyun was speechless as the creature extended its long tentacles and attacked. It was aiming for the Valix family. They were all ensnared by its tentacles. He immediately fired, severing the ones holding the couple with a grappling hook arrow. But it wasn't over yet. Damn it. Rudy was still in danger. The little girl was snatched right before Dong-ho's eyes. A haunting memory came flooding back to him. A small child's voice calling out, "Daddy!" A chill ran down Dong-ho's spine as he staggered to his feet. Dong-ho lunged forward to grab Rudy. No, the Valix cried out in terror. "Rudy!" Daisy frantically tried to rush forward. "Rudy, my baby!" Her husband quickly held her back. "Honey, don't..." Seo Eung-hyun tried to reassure her. "Please try to calm down first." In a soothing voice, he said with conviction, "I will save your child." Daisy collapsed, sobbing. Seo Eung-hyun tried to remain calm, but he was in shock. He couldn't believe Dong-ho had fallen with the child. If I don't do something? If he could have predicted the worst possible future, it would have been this Dong-ho trying to save that child. And in the end, they would all die. He was trying to chop off all the tentacles, but these things were just too stubborn. Dong-ho was completely overwhelmed. They just kept regenerating, no matter how many times he cut them. He knew for sure he could get out of here safely, but only by himself. Dong-ho held Rudy tightly resolute. "But I can't just leave this kid to die here, no matter what he wouldn't give up. I'm running out of air." A light flashed from the water's surface. It was Seung-hyun arriving just in time to help. Freya's connection pouch creates a wind arrow. He shot down into the water. Seung-hyun dealt with the tentacles swiftly. Dong-ho was overjoyed. He called out, "Dr. Kong." He smirked mockingly. "You haven't changed a bit, have you?" Seung-hyun's attacks were fast. The tide of the battle seemed to be turning. The monster's recovery seemed to have slowed. Dong-ho warned him, "Doctor, be careful. Its tentacles keep regenerating." But the severed ends were frozen solid. His eyes widened in astonishment. "It's frozen!" Seung-hyun came prepared. This wasn't an ordinary sashimi knife. He observed carefully. "I had to improvise by grinding some stone, but I got lucky." System announcement. Achievement unlocked. Manual magic. Extremely low chance of unlocking when creating a handcrafted item. Reward, random magic skill. Seung-hyun thought to himself a random achievement. While blocking the monster's path, he ordered, "Don't worry about me. Just take Rudy and get to the surface." Dong-ho quickly swam away. "Got it. Be careful." Seung-hyun continued to swing his knife. A random magic spell will enchant the crafted item with 2 random effects. Every one of his slashes was effective. Magic effect freezing. The tentacle suddenly grabbed a rock and hurled it straight at Seung-hyun. "So you're using tools now, huh?" He immediately summoned Freya's crossbow. Seung-hyun gathered his power and took aim. Freya's connection pouch creates an ice arrow. He hit the rock dead on. It stopped dead in midair, so the second magic effect is this. A single, simple slash shattered the rock. Magic effect increases damage to frozen enemies by 400%. Seung-hyun's expression hardened. The monster swam up to face him. It was the Sequoia squid, the leader of the parasitic wave and its host. Seung-hyun couldn't help but laugh. "So it's finally showing its body." Its eye suddenly glowed. The Sequoia squid emitted a sonic attack. He grimaced and covered his ears. A swarm of small squid cut through the water, swimming towards them at high speed. They surrounded the Sequoia squid. Seung-hyun understood what it was trying to do. They're all infected by the parasitic plant. It's going to use them as a shield so it can escape. He smiled confidently. Well, then that makes things simple. An arrow zipped past, freezing a part of the sequoia squid's body. It looked over in confusion at the arrow that had missed it. Suddenly, an explosion went off right next to the sequoia squid. The system stated, "The holy water of the dawn arrow will dissipate." Seong-hyun had calculated its every move. Normally, the host can't think rationally because of the parasite, but they remain loyal to their instincts. He successfully froze the entire swarm. One of the prominent characteristics of the sequoia squid is its attraction to light. The swarm it had painstakingly built was now out of its control. The thing pinning it was an ice arrow created from Freya's connection pouch. With the path clear, Seong-hyun thought, "Now I see you." He smiled one last time. "Goodbye." Each clean slash rained down, and with them the vines also ceased to function. As Seong-hyun considered what to do next, the system interface appeared. So it's finally dead. I'll just retrieve the holy water arrow before I head back. Suddenly, countless small screens popped up. What? How did I earn all this? Points acquired, 12 points. Points acquired, 5 points. 6 points, 3 points. 13 points, 8 points, 6 points, 4 points, 16 points, 9 points. He was dumbfounded, wondering over and over, what the hell is going on? Is the administrator insane? I thought I couldn't earn points by killing monsters. Seong-hyun looked around. The remaining parasites were leaving their hosts. After I killed the main body, does that mean all of those things? We're technically cured by me. First the points. Now more achievements. Achievement unlocked successfully. Removed foreign tissue. The Great Healer. The Amazing Healer. The Giant Squid Hunt. The embodiment of greed. He just had to accept it. At least this makes it worth the trouble. With everything taken care of, Seong-hyun surfaced. He quickly asked Dong-ho, "How are Valix and his family?" Dong-ho stumbled. "Dr. Kang." His seasickness was still terrible. "I'm glad you're okay." Seong-hyun had nothing more to say. "I'm done with you. I'm done." Dong-ho took charge of steering the ice floe to shore. Valix's family hurried over. "Dr. Kang, you're back." He walked over to check on them. "Are you three all right?" Daisy cried and begged. "Please help us, it's Rudy." A chill ran down Seong-hyun's spine. Oh no, Daisy was worried sick. "Sir, what's going to happen to our little Rudy?" They had arrived at the Red Forest. After a quick examination, Seong-hyun concluded, "It's clear she's suffering from hypothermia." He gave instructions while searching for dry firewood. "First, we need to warm her up. Wrap her in a blanket while I start a fire and take off her wet clothes." Dong-ho spoke up. Dr. Kong looked at the sky. Dark clouds were rolling in, looking like they were about to bring rain. Seong-hyun was speechless. "You have got to be kidding me." He had to find another way. "How far is Chakotay village from here?" Valix anxiously held his daughter tighter. "Even if we take a shortcut, it'll still take at least 2 hours. Seong-hyun made his decision. "I guess the village is out of the question then. Let's go deeper into the forest and find a place to shelter from the rain." As they walked along the trail, he looked around. So this is the Red Forest. It really is red. Dong-ho pointed out that the grass, the trees, and even the soil were all red. Valix, looking very worried, added, "The same thing happens to the animals and people who live here." He explained that everyone from Chakotay village is born with red hair. Daisy, who was leading the way, said, "Make sure you guys don't lose sight of us. Outsiders always get lost when they come to the Red Forest." Dong-ho asked curiously, "Why? Is it because the path is hard to follow?" She wasn't too sure either. "No. We even put up some signs to show the way to the village, but it was all useless. The mages say it's due to the special power of the Red Forest." Suddenly, Seong-hyun stopped. He lowered his voice and ordered, "Nobody move." Daisy didn't understand, but she obeyed. Dr. Kang Seong-hyun took out his weapon. "List. Summon Cyan Silver Dagger." He pointed the dagger towards nothing. "Come on out." The rustling of leaves was followed by a deep voice. "It seems we've been discovered." A young man stepped out to face Seong-hyun. With him, a young woman jumped down from a tree. Valix exclaimed in panic, "It's the Red Road Gang." Dong-ho wondered, "The Red Road Gang?" He briefly explained, "They're a group of thugs who rob people passing through the Red Forest. You have to have red hair to join, and apparently they don't attack other redheads. The rules of this gang are so weird. And by the way, they allow you to dye your hair if you want to join." Dong-ho seriously thought they should have just called themselves the Red Hair Club. The young man scowled and ordered, "You look like a healer. The 3 redheads can go, but you, healer, you're coming with us. Sung-hyun remained unfazed. Kidnapping a healer, huh? Sounds like someone is injured. The woman snapped, "Shut up and just do what I say." He didn't even blink, as if we weren't already racing against time. I just need to get rid of them and find a place to shelter for the night. An idea suddenly sparked in Seong-hyun's mind. Wait a minute. A place to shelter. He began to try and negotiate. My apologies for troubling the esteemed members of the Red Road Gang, but one of my companions on this journey is sick, Sung-hyun requested with a bright smile. So we'll be spending the night at your hideout. The young man scowled. What? They obviously didn't accept. Who do you think you are? He ignored them and continued, You can see the sky, can't you? It's signaling that a storm is coming. The Red Road Gang members yelled, Do you think we're running an inn or something? Dong-ho pushed Valix's family back a bit. Let's stay out of this. Sung-hyun smirked. If you let us stay. He was clearly provoking them. We won't turn you over to the Adventurers Guild. The 2 of them charged at the same time. How dare you, you arrogant bastard! The woman attacked swiftly. Surrender if you know what's good for you. But it was nothing compared to Seong-hyun. He spun around, gathering momentum. Seong-hyun struck her directly in the temple. That's 1 down. The young man got even angrier. Why you? This time it was a kick straight to his chest. Neither of them was a match for him. Damn it. Why is he so fast? He must be using some kind of skill. Use it. The young man tore a magic scroll. All right then. You're dead meat. Chains shot out restraining Seong-hyun. He calmly allowed himself to be bound. These are the chains of mana pollution. The young man charged forward confidently. You're nothing without your skills. But the chains began to shatter. They were like child's play to Seong-hyun. I'm not even using any mana. He punched the guy across the face. Out of the 2, 1 was now unconscious. The woman broke out in a cold sweat. Seong-hyun smiled as he threateningly raised his fist. Or maybe it wasn't a threat and he'd actually use it. After taking a sound beating, they both became very polite. I'm sorry. We'll take you to our hideout. A while later, the group was led to the foot of a mountain. This is it. He touched a mechanism, and the boulder blocking the way moved aside. This way. As soon as he stepped inside, Seong-hyun saw the problem. Many people were lying around writhing and groaning. I feel sick. My head. Dong-ho looked on with pity. They look really ill. He glanced over and asked, Is this why you needed a healer? The young man looked very worried. Yes. They were fine, and then suddenly they all just collapsed. We can't figure out why. This is really serious. We've been looking for a healer. Who can solve the problem? A suspicious voice rang out. What? Who are you? Another red-haired man approached. Rosen. Seong-hyun was a little surprised. So he's the leader of the Red Road Gang. Rosen stepped closer. You said you were only bringing a healer here. Seong-hyun found it a bit hard to believe. That's their leader. He scanned his eyes over Dong-ho and Valix's family. We don't need all these people. What happened? The woman was sweating buckets. Well, Rosen, this is... There's no good reason. I can't just say we had to bring them. Because they destroyed us. He happily recounted the whole truth. They offered to let us stay the night at your hideout after I destroyed them. She gritted her teeth in fury. Lawson was completely stunned. Let them stay overnight. We're wanted fugitives. We can't allow outsiders in. Seong-hyun assured him, Don't worry, we won't report you. He gestured with a thumb over his shoulder. And I'm a doctor. Seong-hyun then made him an offer. I'll take care of your people. Lawson was clearly swayed. In return, you can let us stay the night here. What do you think? Lawson mumbled to himself. You'd have to be a pretty strong adventurer to break into a rogue's hideout. He then made a single request. In that case, just promise me you won't cause any trouble. He smiled reassuringly. Of course. Seong-hyun thought to himself, I knew it. He doesn't have what it takes to be a leader. Seong-hyun wondered, So where's the real leader? Rudy was laid down near the warm fire. He began to examine her. This girl doesn't have a fever and there are no signs of any direct physical trauma. Seong-hyun didn't hesitate. All right then, I'll have to use my observer's eye. The system displayed the details. Status report, pain disorder, phantom pain, severe headache. The hallucinatory pain is caused by memory loss and can lead to mental collapse if left untreated. Dong-ho asked, Did you figure anything out? He replied, Yeah. She's suffering from phantom pain caused by memory loss. Phantom pain usually refers to the sensation of pain in an amputated area, but in Ajahn it refers to a state where you feel pain. despite having no physical injuries. Seung-hyun continued to explain, "The constant pain won't weaken their physical health, but it will take a toll on their mind. The longer it's left alone, the more intense the pain becomes, making the mind break down even faster," he stated firmly, "but most importantly, phantom pain has no physical entity, so it's very difficult to treat." Lawson staggered. "So there's no way to cure them?" Seung-hyun stood up and said, "You have to eliminate the cause of the phantom pain." He laid out the treatment plan. "Since the cause is mental trauma, we'll need a mental fortifier and a sedative." Seung-hyun tilted his head in thought. "I can make them, but gathering the ingredients will be a problem." Just then, Dong-ho discovered a cabinet of herbs. "Dr. Kang, aren't these the ingredients for the medicine?" He went closer to take a look. "These herbs must be from the Red Forest. They're all red." Seung-hyun scanned the items. "White water willow petals, willow, Helleborus annatto twisted quartz moss, and," he confirmed, "dried kamatari root and juniper berries. These are all ingredients for a mental potion." Lawson looked overjoyed. Seung-hyun asked him, "How many of your men are able to move right now?" He breathed a sigh of relief. 25, including me?" "No, about 17. Seung-hyun patted Lawson's shoulder. "That's more than enough." Seung-hyun gave a saintly smile and made his request. "Take everyone and gather as many of these as you can from the forest." It was, in fact, an order. Then, what a devil sending us out in this stormy weather. Immediately, one of the men protested angrily. "We gave you a chance because you said you're a doctor, but who do you think you're ordering around now? Get lost!" He remained indifferent, as if he hadn't heard the insult. What was that? And so out in the rain, the battered red-haired gang gathered herbs. Back inside, Dong-ho was helping Seung-hyun with the medicine. "How do you know so much about all this?" He took out a small notebook. "It's all from experience. I always keep notes on the patients I've treated and any information I collect." Dong-ho exclaimed, "You're really diligent!" Seung-hyun held out his hand. "Anyway, hand me the ingredients you've got." Dong-ho readily complied. "Okay, here you go." But his hand slipped and the jar of herbs rolled into a corner. Seung-hyun teased him. "Your hand's shaking already." Dong-ho hurried over to retrieve it. That was a big mistake. As he was picking it up, he noticed something strange. "What's this?" Dong-ho brought back a hand-sized object. "Doctor, take a look at this." Without stopping his work, Seung-hyun said, "It's a scarab beetle." Dong-ho grimaced. "That's what I thought. It's the same kind of beetle we ran into inside the relic in the dungeon." "Right? The way those beetles swarmed us was horrifying." Dong-ho pointed. "There are a whole bunch of them over there." "Did some kind of insect maniac make these? They're a bit too intricate to be just decorations." He used his observer's eye to analyze it. Tabila scarab. Deep sleep. Hibernating. Petrified. Inactive. Revives when conditions are met. The moment Seung-hyun said it was a hibernating monster, Dong-ho panicked and threw it away. Seung-hyun analyzed seriously. If these were part of some collection, they wouldn't just be left lying on the floor. And it's not like there's a natural scarab habitat anywhere near here. Seung-hyun ordered curtly, "Dong-ho, dig around here." He was terrified. "Huh, why?" He didn't bother to explain. "You'll see why." Dong-ho obediently did as he was told. Dozens of scarabs were buried underneath. Seung-hyun confirmed his suspicion. "Just as I thought." Dong-ho screamed, "What are they all doing here?" "Just how many of them are there?" Seung-hyun picked up a handful of dirt. This entire cave was probably made by those dung beetles. He examined it carefully. "I have a lot I want to ask Jason. It's still pouring outside. The herbs have been divided into small vials. It's almost ready. All the ingredients you gathered are very clean." Seung-hyun gave careful instructions. "And make sure everyone takes their medicine regularly." Jason replied humbly, "Thank you so much." He sobbed, "I'm sorry for thinking you were a con artist just because you said you'd use poison." Two familiar bruised faces appeared again. "We'll make sure all of them take their medicine. The leader should get some rest. Rosan, the sick are being cared for. We'll make sure they get back to peak condition." Seung-hyun smirked sarcastically. "I guess even heartless thieves look out for their own." Rosan awkwardly said, "We're like a family." He crossed his arms. But Seung-hyun suddenly mentioned, as if in passing, "Phantom pain isn't a very common thing." He pointed out the anomaly. "It's one of the most severe forms of mental illness. It's usually only found in the most dangerous regions of Aeon high-difficulty dungeons, contaminated zones, places like that." His face darkened with every word Seung-hyun spoke. "And yet here, and we haven't had any widespread contamination. In a pathetic thieves' den like this is impossible." He had grasped the problem. Unless, of course, you're hiding something. Sung-hyun pointed it out bluntly. Something's been off from the start. He had been suspicious for a long time. It's not just because you had a high-grade scroll like mana contamination chain. Sung-hyun was no stranger to gangs like this. But you used a scroll like that without a second thought. A normal thief wouldn't do that. Thieves always put money first. Jason tried to justify himself. He didn't let him speak. And the soil in your hideout. Seong-hyun always paid attention to everything. The soil in the Red Forest is always damp and soft. He stated with certainty, but this hideout is full of dry sand and rough sandstone. It's as if this cave was moved here from somewhere else. Sung-hyun pressured Rosan. Tell me the truth. Who are you really? He was sweating from the tension. All right, I'll talk. Rosan clutched his cloak. But after I tell you, will you help me? Dong-ho wondered. Help you? He didn't answer right away. I'll decide that after you're finished talking. He began his story. This area used to be completely empty. There was nothing at all. But then 3 months ago, a cave suddenly appeared here. Rosen held nothing back. Inside, it was filled with monsters we'd never seen before. They discovered countless treasures of gold and silver and even precious items. Dong-ho broke into a sweat. Huh! Monsters and items. Does that mean this is... He confirmed it. That's right. Rosen admitted the truth. This cave is a type of dungeon. He was being honest. I did a little research, and it seems people call this a translocated dungeon. Sung-hyun paused for a moment. A translocated dungeon. That sounds familiar. His expression grew grim. I remember now. A normal dungeon exists within a subspace. You can't enter it without a gate. But there's an exception. Sometimes an entire dungeon that should exist in a subspace is transported into the real world. And that's called a translocated dungeon. Seong-hyun frowned. The last time one of those was seen, so was centuries ago. He figured it out. So, that scroll was one of the items you guys obtained. From this dungeon, Rosen looked fearful. Yes. That was the first time in our lives we'd ever gotten our hands on items like that. We were ecstatic. The incident started to unfold. But then things went wrong when the youngest in our group got the magic resistance scroll. The arrogant mages looked down on them, saying, Are there still beggars like this in Kama? She got into a conflict with the mages of Kama. Normally, we'd have to swallow our pride because we couldn't beat them, but that day was different. The power from the scroll was immense. They were completely overwhelmed. The gang members made their move. Seong-hyun easily guessed the outcome. You annihilated them, Dong-ho realized, because with their magic resisted, they couldn't use magic anymore. The more Rosan spoke, the paler his face became. It was a historic day. In any case, we had a lot of pent-up resentment for the mages. The problem was we tried to find items that were even more powerful. It all started with a young girl. Everyone I've found something amazing deep inside the cave. The others slowly went mad. If we awaken that thing, and we can wipe out those arrogant mages. No. Their ambition grew too large. We can destroy all of Kama. He clutched his head in fear. I don't know what it was, but it made everyone act completely abnormally. The Crimson Path is about to unleash terror on Kama. Rosan begged for help. Please stop my comrades. Dong-ho was flustered. Dr. Kang, what should we do? Sung-hyun let out a laugh. I'm no fan of mages myself, but he thought of the Cattler brothers along with Sui and Lee Jae. I'd be pretty annoyed if the city I worked so hard to save 2 days ago gets destroyed. Seong-hyun got down to business. All right. Where is the real leader of the Crimson Path? The two looked around. He said, We just need to defeat the senior leaders and the one in charge. Right. Rong-ho fumbled around everywhere, but where on earth was this secret room 7? The walls here look exactly the same. He smiled, pointing to his eye. It won't be that hard to find. Activating his observational eye lights gathered on one of the walls, Jung-hun found a magic circle. There it is. He showed Dong-ho the way. The entrance to the secret room was on the 16th floor. He immediately grabbed a shovel and started digging. Okay. Dong-ho screamed again when he saw the swarm of bugs. I'm scared to death. They're in here too. Jung-hun was unfazed. Well, of course. This is a wall too, after all. He found it this quickly. This magic circle must be the door. How do we get inside? He took out a tool. I know a way. Item Caroustel's Monosphere. Ability extremely high magic resistance in Secret Area 7 of the Blood Road. A few strange sounds echoed down. Huh, where's that noise coming from? He jumped in surprise. What, the wall? What the hell is going on? Zhonghuin punched right through the wall. He immediately caused chaos. An intruder! Zhonghuin politely greeted them. It's a pleasure to meet you high-ranking leaders of the Blood Road. He cursed under his breath. Why the hell is he introducing himself? They immediately drew their swords. They managed to find their way here. Forget it. Kill them. He lightly got into his stance. Then he rushed forward, landing a punch on each one. Of course, Dong Ho helped out too. He was punched and sent tumbling. Zhonghuin questioned him. Don't make things any more complicated. Cooperate quietly. Where's your leader? A low, deep voice rang out. You wish to see me? He stepped out himself. Lefeni exuded a completely different aura than Yosin. I do not know who you two are. Lefeni Dimmer, leader of the Blood Road. He silently confirmed that this man was the true leader. Zhonghyun spoke up. Someone told me that you all have found something extremely dangerous in this dungeon. He frowned as if in thought. Something dangerous. Lefani suddenly broke into a creepy, bone-chilling smile. Ah, he guessed immediately. Did Rosen tell you? This reaction was different from what Zhonghuin had expected. Huh. Lefani openly showed his contempt for him. That old man is a real coward. He became wary. Something's not right with him. This isn't a normal reaction to finding out you've been betrayed. The aura coming from him is very unusual. But I guess that old geezer didn't tell you that sticking your nose where it doesn't belong here could cost you your life, did he? Jung-hyun immediately grew more cautious. A series of earth-shattering punches were thrown one after another. Lefani's punching power was insane, but all his punches missed their mark. Dong-ho was on the edge of his seat. That idiot, he's knocking down all the support pillars. Lefani just kept rushing forward without thinking. Zhonghuin swung his dagger. The first attack struck his dominant hand. Lefani gnashed his teeth ferociously. His composure was the complete opposite of the other man's. All right, now I've created some distance. Summon Freya's crossbow! Lefani suddenly roared like a madman. He ignored his injury and yanked the dagger embedded in his hand right out. It was as if Lefani wasn't using his brain at all. Is this guy completely nuts or what? Zhonghuin found it hard to predict his movements. He's charging straight at me? He punched the wall. Lefani successfully used a rock to block the arrow. He closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Zhonghuin frowned and backed away. He's too fast. Dong-ho suddenly charged in from the left flank. Don't forget about me! A shovel slammed right into Lefani's face, skill wrecking. But suddenly a current of electricity blocked him. Rong-ho took the full brutal force of the attack. He was truly starting to feel afraid. Rong-ho, this is... He had nearly lost consciousness. Seung-hoon was shocked. Mana suppression. Rong-ho was forcefully stomped to the ground. Lefani had taken a hostage. Drop your weapon and surrender. He couldn't fight back. You, he threatened, or I'll snap this guy's neck. Zeun-hyun resolutely aimed his crossbow. You'll regret that. Freya's link pouch is crafting a small mana potion arrow. He fired 3 arrows. Lefani truly didn't expect Zeun-hyun to attack. He was furious, growling, "You bastard!" Lefani is an anti-mage. Cannot use mana in a high magic resistance area. Generates a magical electric current when his body comes into contact with mana. He came to a conclusion. So he's an anti-mage. I knew it. An anti-mage is someone born with a powerful resistance to mana. They reduce the effectiveness of mana-based skills by half, and they can also nullify magic. Zeung-hyun regained his composure. It's understandable why someone like that would hate mages. Lefani still had one foot on Dong-ho. What did you just shoot at me? It didn't hurt at all. He took out a badge from the blood tower. You don't know those were mana arrows. Zeung-hyun deliberately provoked his opponent. You see, I'm actually a mage. He was immediately infuriated. Is that the sigil of the blood magic tower? Lefani ignored Dong-ho on the ground. You damned bastard! He lost control and charged forward again. A mage! He dodged lightly. Zhonghuin continued to lure Lefani just like that. Destroying the surrounding structures, he's getting frustrated now. He thought to himself that if his opponent lost his cool, it would only be to his advantage. He continued to taunt him. You must really hate mages, huh? Lefani screamed furiously. Shut up and die! Seung-hyun exclaimed. You really are. He had already gotten up and launched a surprise attack. So careless. But the blow didn't deal any significant damage. He felt extremely annoyed. You call that an attack? Dong-ho said nonchalantly. Of course not. His objective had been achieved. Shell Crush reduces the opponent's defense by 20%. When used, has a 40% chance to destroy any outer layer of body tissue. Dong-ho laughed gleefully. Got you! Skill effectiveness reduced due to magic resistance. The opponent's defense has been lowered. Lefany's face went pale. What? Now it was Seong-hyun's turn to officially enter the fight. This was about to get real. He unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving him no time to react. It's my time now, Seong-hyun declared. This move will finish him, you who walk the path of ice. The curse of ice shall haunt your hands. Lefany gritted his teeth. You moron! He charged forward aggressively again. Magic doesn't work on me. The two of them punched each other square in the face at the same time. Ice fist. While Seong-hyun seemed mostly unharmed, Lefany had collapsed. Status report, frozen. Critical damage. He couldn't understand. It should have... Lefany collapsed in frustration. Had no effect. Dong-ho was extremely skeptical. Ice fist, you mean you just sprayed him with an ice potion, right? Seong-hyun beamed. I just made it up myself. Sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? They ventured deeper into the cave and discovered a strange entity. He gripped his Halligan bar tighter. Didn't someone once say that if we wake that thing up, we could blow away all of Kama? Dong-ho looked skeptically at the bizarre creature before him. A symbiote, Seong-hyun confirmed immediately. It's a type of parasitic monster. Do you know about them? All you have to do is become its host and you can become much stronger. If you use them in terrorist attacks, victory is practically guaranteed. Seong-hyun looked closer, and he realized it was about to break out of its cocoon. Cocoon of a lava horsehair worm. It appears to be on the verge of hatching. Possesses powerful mind control abilities. Dong-ho quickly suggested, in that case, let's use it right now. Seong-hyun didn't object. I won't stop you. He then pointed out a series of negative effects. But think it through carefully before you do. The decision is yours. What will you use as a trade-off for the power that belongs to that symbiote? It could be your stamina or your memories, even your life. He panicked. That's no different from a game of chance. You should have tried to stop me, geez. Suddenly a voice echoed from behind them. It was Lefany. He was back up. A single kick shattered the ground. Dong-ho couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? He stared intently at Lefany. He's already awake, he muttered, if I can just obtain the power of that thing. I can wipe out all you mages in an instant. Lefany took a scroll from his bag, and so he decisively tore it open. Don't get in my way. A magic circle appeared beneath their feet. Dong-ho panicked. I'm disappearing. Seong-hyun calmly took out an item, a teleportation scroll. He quickly threw it out. Both of them were teleported away. The designated location was the red forest outside the castle. They were both safe. Seong-hyun landed softly. He outsmarted us. He guessed he'll definitely hole up in there until the symbiote is done hatching. He was flustered. So what do we do now? Seong-hyun closed his eyes as if he had given up. If he becomes the host, it's going to be very tough. But if we have no other choice, we could... Dong-ho shouted, no. He calmly changed the subject. If we can still help him, then don't kill him. Isn't there a better way? He sighed, a bit weary. He always avoided unnecessary bloodshed as much as possible. Seong-hyun slung the crossbow over his shoulder and left him with one sentence, then let's wait. Dong-ho was stunned. A confident smile remained on his lips as if nothing serious was happening. In the end, Seong-hyun believed the problem would resolve itself peacefully. Oh, whatever. Lefany clutched his head, panting. Damn it, everyone's trying to stop me! He kicked a small bottle that he had left behind. A mana potion. Lefany immediately picked it up. That's right. I can make it hatch faster if I give it more mana. I have to wake this thing up as quickly as possible. As he poured it onto the cocoon, he thought, I will crush them. The parasite seemed to squirm more violently. Horrible screams echoed from outside. Lefany grew anxious, breaking out in a cold sweat. That's my comrades' voices. He rushed out of the secret chamber. Seong-hyun was already waiting there. Hey! Lefany ran over only to see his comrades writhing in pain. Even Rosen had fallen ill. He looked on furious. Rosen! Lefany immediately placed all the blame on Seong-hyun. What the hell do you think you're doing? He blocked his punch with ease. Seong-hyun stated, You're the one who caused this. Lefany couldn't understand. He began to explain. You just used that mana potion, didn't you? That stuff dramatically increases the symbiote's mind control ability. Since you have magic resistance, you're fine, but Zhonghun slowly pointed out the problem. They would either suffer a severe mental breakdown or die. He could never have guessed that this was all my doing. Zhonghun laughed slyly to himself. After all, I was the one who dropped that bottle of potion. But who cares about a little detail like that? Zhonghun lowered Le Fanny's fist. Le Fanny, let me help you. I can heal them. He held the upper hand. But in return, you have to abandon your terrorist attack on Kama. A chill ran down his spine. Why, you... This was all your plan, wasn't it? But what Zhonghun said was true. Listen closely. If my assessment is correct, then that symbiotic beast... He revealed that it was the final boss of this dungeon. Zhonghun wasn't exaggerating. If it gained control of your body and started rampaging, not just Kama, but the entire continent of 6 Aeon would be razed to the ground. He tilted his head thoughtfully. I understand you want revenge, but think about it. Is it really worth it? Even at the cost of your friends' lives? Le Fanny was about to fly into a rage, but he held himself back. Defeated, Le Fanny bowed his head. Fine. Save them. Quickly. Dong Ho peeked out later. You call that being gentle? You were threatening him. Zhonghun smiled cheerfully. No one has to die, right? He asked. But shouldn't we deal with that symbiotic beast first? I'm not prioritizing that. If that thing dies, this entire transfer dungeon might disappear along with it. Come over here, let me see your wound, Dong Ho. Zhonghun could only relent. If it were entirely up to me, I'd want to kill it right away too, but there are too many people here who can't be moved yet. It's still raining outside, Dong Ho worried. What if it breaks out of its cocoon? He calmly bandaged his teammate. Le Fanny has already put up a protective barrier. We're safe for now. Things aren't always under our control. And what Zhonghun feared was about to happen. Unless some idiot wants to die. The treatment medication ran out. The immediate crisis was resolved for now. Zhonghun's treatment had drastically reduced their symptoms. Good thing we prepared the medicine beforehand, Le Fanny said guiltily. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Zhonghun replied bluntly. That's right. It is all your fault. Rosen patted his shoulder. He didn't mean it like that. His attitude was much milder. And thank you so much for helping me, Zhonghun. Zhonghun smiled just like a benevolent physician. They approached the fire. There you guys are. Valak rushed over. You're late. We were so worried. He immediately asked, how's Rudy? He reported her condition. She's stopped shaking and is sleeping soundly now. Dong Ho sighed in relief. Thank God she's okay. To parents, nothing is more precious than their children. After all that, Zhonghun turned and said to him, I've got something for you. Dong Ho looked confused. Huh. He took out the item. I got this after defeating the Vo-Song Red Slender Feta Crab. Vo-Song Red Shell. HP plus 15%, defense plus 15%. 7% chance to recover HP when attacked by a water-type move. 3% chance to activate the Vo-Song Red Shell skill when attacked. His eyes lit up. Are you sure you can give this to me? Zhonghun affirmed, of course. It's better suited for a tank than a healer. With an angelic smile, he spoke words that cut to the bone. So now you can continue to take hits for me. Dong Ho could only shed tears of emotion. I should have known. Zhonghun sat down to one side. All right then. I should organize my things too. This was the first free moment he'd had. On the way to the Red Forest, he'd unlocked a few achievements at Feta Lake. Zhonghun fell into deep thought. The most noteworthy one was something he found extremely interesting. Incarnation of Greed. Unlocked. You have earned 10,000 points or more in a single day. Zhonghun pressed Claim Reward. He received Vending Machine System. You can use the Vending Machine System in your status window. Obtain a new item by using 1,000 points. Zhonghun was so excited he shot to his feet. 100% System Guarantee. Today's item reward. Skill Ignore Requirements. He couldn't believe it. Today's item is a skill. Zhonghun was burning with rage. They're giving this as a reward for premium content. What's with this system and its gotcha mechanics? He weighed the pros and cons, then made a decision. 1,000 points a day is a lot, but it's worth investing in a good skill. Used new skill Ignore Requirements. For other great achievements, the rewards kept coming one after another. After that, he earned rewards, a skill removal ticket, a storage expansion ticket, and a specialized stat. World Stone Grinding and Displacement unlocked. You receive a buff while in a transfer dungeon. And there was also an achievement for discovering the transfer dungeon. I must have missed that notification. Zhonghun thought smugly to himself, A wise time traveler knows to check their achievement window at the end of the day. It seems Dong-ho is not a very wise time traveler. Just as he was about to rest, something happened. All right, I should probably get some sleep now. The entire cave began to shake violently. Dong-ho, barely awake, shot up. What the? Lefany and his comrades were also startled. Is that an earthquake? Xiong-hun rushed out. This is no ordinary earthquake. He heard a strange screeching. There's only one thing that can make a sound like that. Suddenly, scarab beetles burst from the ground. They were all coming to life at once. Xiong-hun was shocked. The scarabs? They're heading inside. He instantly understood the problem. They're moving towards the secret room. Lefany also knew this was bad. That's where the symbiotic creature is. The two of them rushed inside. Follow them. But there are way too many of these bugs. What the hell is this? They're blocking the entrance. Xiong-hun didn't hesitate. He summoned Freya's crossbow, fired a shot to clear a path, and dashed forward. All right, we're through. Something else rushed out to attack Lefany. It was still a bug, but slightly different. Lefany grimaced. What the hell is that? Xiong-hun explained that it was a rare monster, and taking it down was going to be a real pain. The bug shrieked, using proud, rare bug. Immediately, the other bugs gathered around it, clinging to one another to form a single mass. The swarm of bugs had formed a beetle cannon. A spherical monster made of beetles charged straight at the two of them, but it couldn't easily land a hit. Xiong-hun immediately saw their chance. Our opening is right after it attacks. He shot straight into its center using javelin arrow. The cannon was pierced, leaving a donut-shaped hole, but the screeching didn't stop. Lefany shouted, "It's regenerating by creating more beetles." Xiong-hun's tone carried a hint of pride. "You're quite the amazing medic." He grimaced in protest. "What are you so proud of, huh?" Lefany had no idea what to do. How are we supposed to attack this thing? It's so big. He offered a solution. I have a plan. Xiong-hun asserted, that monster is being maintained by mana. If we can get close and activate skill cancel, we can kill it. You can do it, Lefany, because you're the one who repels mana. He knew his own limits. I'll get my ass handed to me before I even get close. He showed his true colors as a genuine exploitative capitalist. Just let them beat you to a pulp. I'll heal you right back up. Lefany grimaced in disgust. I can't believe this guy. With that, he got a running start. Lefany aimed straight for the monster. He ignored everything and just threw a punch. Screw it. Trusting Xiong-hun's words, Lefany charged straight into the monster sphere. He attacked it with all his might, and the sphere exploded. Lefany was thrown back. The bug had lost its protective layer. All right. The mastermind has appeared. He immediately aimed his crossbow. Xiong-hun offered sincere praise. Well done, Lefany. Using javelin arrow, he pierced it through instantly. The bug oozed a green fluid. It was completely destroyed. He scratched his head. Oh, man. Xiong-hun looked regretfully at the small stone on the ground. I didn't mean to break this relic. As they ventured deeper, the two of them found only a single cocoon. What the hell is this? There's no larva inside at all. Where could it have gone? Xiong-hun examined it carefully. It looks like it's already hatched. He found a strange object. What is this? Xiong-hun scanned it for information. Tear of Godius. An item that can fully restore one's spirit but causes a hallucinatory state after use. He collected it. It left behind something pretty useful. A voice called out. Boss. This sudden appearance was strange. Bill. Xiong-hun recognized him. That guy was one of the executive officers. He cautiously warned Lefany, don't get near him. Xiong-hun stated firmly, the symbiote got to him. He's infected. Infected with a Godius larva. Bill shrugged and laughed. Don't worry, I'm fine. He recounted, I had a splitting headache when the bug attacked me, but I managed to fight off its mind control. Lefany was immediately fooled. Really, he let his guard down and walked over to pat Bill on the head. What a relief to hear that. You little rascal, I was so worried thinking I'd have to fight you. Xiong-hun didn't get any closer. You're all right, aren't you? He still kept his distance. That doesn't change the fact. The truth is, you've been infected. I advise you to remove the parasite as soon as possible. The boy pleaded, wait, just listen to me. Suddenly, Bill manifested a sword. He slashed fiercely towards Xiong-hun. Lefany gaped in shock at the deep gash in the ground, thinking in awe, that's incredibly powerful. Bill laughed maniacally. See, with this power in my hands, we can liberate the world of Kama. He turned towards Lefany. Our lifelong dream is... To destroy those arrogant mages? Lafani was stunned. Bill had gone completely mad. What are you hesitating for? This is what we've always done. Even he felt a chill run down his spine. He continued to ramble. Now is our chance while Godius's mind control abilities are neutralized. Seong-hyun cut him off. All right, that's enough. He attacked without hesitation. Seong-hyun smiled sincerely. Thank you for confirming that information for me. He stated with absolute certainty, you are not Bill. The boy gritted his teeth. What? Bill's eyes were crazed. How do you know so much about the symbiote? Seong-hyun pointed out a fact. No one here knew its name was Godius. He fell silent, unable to refute it. A pair of insect wings sprouted from Bill's back. Godius had revealed its true form. How annoying. You just keep getting in my way. It lunged forward without hesitation. Godius roared with determination. I will kill you right here and right now. He dodged by a hair's breadth as the slashes which seemed to miss suddenly curved back in. Moonlight. It created a massive explosion, but Seong-hyun still managed to dodge in time. Lafani launched a surprise attack from behind. Give Bill back. That parasite Godius dispelled his weapon. Catching him with his bare hands, Godius attacked Lafani with nothing but his fists. He was quickly knocked aside. Lafani cried out pitifully, "Oh, that hurts so much!" Seong-hyun didn't even blink. He was a monster boss after all. He noticed a crucial detail. Godius had cancelled his skill right before Lafani could touch him. He knows that Lafani is an anti-magic user. In that case, we won't be able to attack him directly. Seong-hyun decided to change the battlefield. Let's get out of here first. Godius summoned his weapon again, trying to stop him. Like I'd let you. Lafani clicked his tongue, trying to block him. He kicked the wall hard. The resulting debris successfully blocked Godius's attack, temporarily cutting off his path of pursuit. Godius hissed through his clenched teeth. Those little rats. Lafani ran up out of breath. So what are you going to do now? He's too fast. Seong-hyun was still in the mood to tease him. Let's pay our last respects to Ajun. Lafani's face twisted with anger. What is wrong with you? He immediately backed down. I was just kidding. Seong-hyun suddenly called out to Lafani. He took out a syringe and asked, Have you ever donated blood? Godius slowly stalked through his lair, furious to the point of madness. Filthy sewer rats, Godius muttered as he walked. Which little corner are you hiding in now, huh? Lafani watched cautiously. Good. He hasn't noticed me. I just have to wait for the right moment to ambush him. But before he could do anything, he was discovered. Found you. Lafani was startled and terrified. He took a devastating punch. The pain nearly made Lafani lose consciousness. He tightened his grip on the small vial in his hand and suddenly threw it. Take this. Godius was startled and on guard. He anxiously waited for the result. Godius saw the gauze and immediately understood. He had a wound on his hand. That's the blood of an anti-magic user. Godius summoned a swarm of beetles to shield himself. The vial of blood was wasted. Stunned, Lafani yelled, Beetles! Godius sneered. Were you trying to seal my skills? Godius created a sword again. Looks like that precious little plan of yours has gone to waste. He thought he had victory in the bag. What a shame. Seong-hyun was lying in ambush nearby. Says who? He fired 3 arrows in quick succession. Godius was hit by all 3, and his body reacted instantly. Seong-hyun played his trump card. You thought you blocked it. That was just the blood of a useless quack. Lafani proudly shouted, My blood was the real arrow! Godius roared in pain. Seong-hyun gave a smug smile. What a real shame. Seong-hyun then threw another vial right at Godius's face, hitting him with a massive explosion. He cheerfully juggled a potion vial. No bomb is as potent as a magic potion. Seong-hyun approached Godius without any hesitation. For someone who has absorbed the blood of an anti-magic user, an explosion happens instantly upon impact. He considered his options carefully. Slitting his throat to get the parasite out would kill the host. Maybe I should use... Seong-hyun used his removal skill. It allows the removal of any foreign object you can detect inside a body. A stream of light enveloped his hand, and Seong-hyun formed a skeletal hand. He tried moving his own hand, and the construct mimicked it perfectly. Ah, so this is how it works. All right, then. And so Seong-hyun reached straight towards Godius. The parasite was extracted in an instant. He immediately kicked it away. Seong-hyun then drew his knife decisively. The parasite tried to negotiate. Wait, hold on. Unfortunately, it was talking to the wrong person. I will make you stronger if you spare me. He just found it annoying. Is it using telepathy? How persistent. Sung-hyun replied coldly, I'm a healer. I have no fucking use for that. The parasite squeezed its eyes shut. I have information about this transfer dungeon. He paused. Trembling, it continued its gamble. You have many questions about this dungeon. Don't you just spare me? Sung-hyun considered it seriously. He's right. I don't have enough information about the transfer dungeon. He gave the parasite a chance. Fine. Talk. It explained in detail you need a source of power to create a dungeon. A monster must be as strong as a monster boss, while a human must reach the level of a sword saint or an archmage, the parasite affirmed. In other words, anyone can create a regular dungeon, as long as they have enough mana. Lafani couldn't hear the conversation, so he had no idea what they were doing. It then revealed something shocking. But a transfer dungeon isn't that simple. It requires a power that transcends all dimensions, the power to move an entire complete space. The only beings capable of that are gods. Seong-hyun tilted his head, puzzled. Gods. He couldn't understand why a god would suddenly intervene after centuries of doing nothing. The parasite didn't know either. Who knows, I was also surprised when I was dragged in here. It could only state with certainty, but when a foreign space is brought in like this, it severely distorts the time and space of this land. So even though I don't know which god did this, the information the parasite was providing was completely new. That being is definitely not a benevolent god. Seong-hyun was certain that if these transfer dungeons kept appearing, Ajun wouldn't be able to withstand the distortion of time and space, and would eventually disappear. He came to a grim conclusion. In other words, this means an evil god wants to destroy Ajun. Seong-hyun still had his doubts but didn't dwell on it. How could such important information have left absolutely no trace? Oh well, never mind. The parasite began trying to manipulate Seong-hyun. Submit to me! Lafani wanted to rush in to help, but his injuries wouldn't let him. Seong-hyun! He tried to yell. Snap out of it! The parasite praised him profusely. A strong body? I like it. Its ambition flared up again. I will use your body to destroy this world. A nice dream, but a foolish one. Sung-hyun suddenly spoke up. I'm so sick of you. The skeletal hand appeared again. He used Eliminate and pulled it out. The parasite was completely restrained, confused as to why. What happened? I was already controlling your mind. Sung-hyun had used the skill Special Command Refusal. He was completely immune to brainwashing skills as his base mental stat was over 500%. He chuckled. I really hate taking orders. Sung-hyun suddenly vanished from the parasite's sight. This time he acted decisively. Farewell. It screamed in agony. The parasite has been eliminated. No, Sung-hyun approached Lafani. Are you okay? He had no strength left. What kind of monster are you? Sung-hyun stated. Of course I'm the one who's going to treat you. One moment you say you're a sorcerer, the next you claim to be a healer. You're such a liar. Seong-hyun paid no mind to Lafani's grumbling. In any case, he had already seen the status report. Severe bleeding, a large amount of blood, lost bruises all over his body. The injuries are more serious than I thought. Sung-hyun calculated carefully. I already drew a lot of blood from him, when he was already injured. At this rate, I'll be the one to kill him. He needs a blood transfusion right now. He let out a weary sigh. But where am I supposed to find the blood of an anti-mage? Right here, right now. I guess there's only one way. Sung-hyun used the system. Mission earned 10,000 points. Reward 1 star. Total points 11,302. He affirmed to himself, I know you're watching, manager. Seong-hyun sent out his wish. At a time like this, please give me a useful skill. After the notification, mission complete appeared and the wheel started spinning. It stopped. There it is. Just as I'd hoped, a useful skill. Decomposition breaks down an item into its base materials. Separate. Splits. A fused item into its individual components. This skill has a 100% success rate. Retrieving the arrow of Fry. Acquired the anti-mage's blood arrow. He carefully lifted it. With this skill, I'll be able to turn the arrow back into blood. Sung-hyun crushed the arrow. Using decomposition. Inventory. You have obtained the anti-mage's blood. Everyone was overjoyed to see Lafani wake up. Leader, he's awake. Are you okay? He looked dazed. Huh. Lafani didn't understand a thing. Why am I lying here? Sung-hyun carefully warned him. Don't move too much. He gave a faint smile and said, You almost died, you know. He looked at the vials of blood and couldn't help but wonder, Do I owe this guy my life? LaFanny asked worriedly. What about Bill? Is he okay? Sung-hyun confirmed he's still alive. However, it'll take him some time to recover. Rosen was extremely grateful. You're amazing, Seung-hyun. I can't thank you enough. Seung-hyun thought smugly. My skills are pretty good, huh? He was completely exhausted. I can't even count. How many things have happened today? Sung-hyun thought to himself. It feels like ever since I first contacted the operator, things have just kept happening one after another. Suddenly, there was an unsettling sound. The cave shook violently. I'm going to lose it. Are you kidding me? What's going on? He panicked. Another earthquake. Seung-hyun immediately grasped the situation. Once the boss is dead, I expected the dungeon to disappear, but the cave should have remained intact. But the whole cave is disappearing. He shouted orders. The dungeon is collapsing. We'll fall into a dimensional rift if we don't get out of here now. Everyone's face turned pale. A dimensional rift. But once you fall into a dimensional rift, there's no getting out in this urgent moment. Sung-hyun cut open the parasite's stomach again. Rosen was stunned and confused. Sung-hyun, what are you doing? He already had a countermeasure. Found it. We can create an escape portal with this. Item acquired low-grade boss monster's core. Sung-hyun tossed it to him. Rosen, pour your mana into this. Rosen was dumbfounded for a moment. Me. All right. He focused intently, and a magic circle appeared. He rushed everyone. This core is low-grade, so it won't last long. Hurry up, 5, 4, 3, 2. Everyone scrambled to get in. Move it! Seung-hyun laughed again. Just kidding. It'll last for at least 5 minutes. He was speechless. You think that joke is funny? He felt not a shred of guilt. It was funny. LaFanny was being helped through. Let me just ask to be sure, but an anti-mage like me won't make the portal explode or anything, right? He asked hesitantly. If you think something bad might happen, I'll stay behind. He praised him internally. He really does act like a leader. Sung-hyun reassured him. Don't worry. He explained the mana is only used to break the core. The portal itself doesn't contain any mana. LaFanny stepped through, relieved. All right. Sung-hyun was the last to enter, but why do I feel like something's missing? He suddenly stopped feeling the blood freeze in his veins. That's when Seung-hyun remembered his teammate who was still fast asleep. Oh, that's right. Dong-ho. Dong-ho was crying and screaming, You jerks! He was so indignant he couldn't stand it. Why did you leave me behind? Sung-hyun still managed to run back in time to pull the Valix family and him out. I got caught up in the fight, you know. Dong-ho whined, and then you poured that potion right on my face. You definitely did it on purpose. Hurry up. Who sleeps in the middle of all this chaos anyway? Daisy asked, a little confused. But why are we running deeper into the cave? Shouldn't we be heading for the entrance? Sung-hyun explained, We can't get out through the entrance, because it's collapsed. He pushed himself to run faster. The exit gate hadn't completely disappeared yet. They had reached the teleportation gate on the other side. Dong-ho panicked. Dr. Kang, the gate is closing? Seung-hyun was really in a hurry now. Of course he was. The energy core that damn worm spat out is just a useless piece of junk. Forget it. It's slowly disintegrating. He lunged forward and touched the gate. Seung-hyun used his analysis ability. I just need to reuse the energy core. He pulled it out of the gate. Seung-hyun hurriedly created a new one. My stamina? It's draining faster than I thought. The energy core of a boss monster is too taxing to handle. A series of red notifications flashed continuously, warning that his stamina was nearly depleted, but he couldn't stop. Seung-hyun's consciousness began to fade. Stamina depleted. Cold red letters scrolled across his vision. Status report unconscious. Dong-ho rushed toward him. Dr. Kang, the worst part is we're still not out. Outside, everyone began to worry. Why aren't they out yet? LaFanny said impatiently. Did something happen? Suddenly, a magic circle appeared. It was Seung-hyun, along with the Valix family. Dong-ho's voice came out in heavy pants. I really thought we were going to die in there. Everyone was overjoyed. Dr. Kang, you're alive? He called out, Dong-ho, just before his strength gave out. Status report, unconscious. Seung-hyun couldn't hold on any longer. Seung-hyun received another notification. An item assigned to your inventory has been activated. He couldn't help but be surprised. This is the life pin item. Experience points will be consumed to activate the item's effect. With that, Seung-hyun regained consciousness. His stamina recovered by 45%. I really almost died. I'm only alive thanks to the experience ticket. The diamond one that you gave me, Seong Hyun said with sincerity. Thank you. Dong Ho beamed. It was nothing.